When the toy crown was raised over Kevin's head, he had no idea what this birthday would turn out to be, or what he would experience that evening. Meanwhile, his sister Linda happily congratulated her older brother on his 18th birthday, because the whole family had been preparing for this day for a whole week. Finally, the girl placed the crown on the head of her beloved brother, who was already impatiently waiting for his parents to cut the birthday cake with candles that had been standing on the table for a long time. With a smile, he asked his sister not to ask about his wish, because it would not come true if someone found out about it. But Linda did not calm down, begging her brother to tell her in secret about his cherished dream, and cheerfully hugged him, squeezing him tightly with her fragile hands. But still, since Linda wanted to know so much, Kevin decided to tell her his desire, which in fact was not a big secret. Looking at his family, he honestly admitted that he only dreams of the well-being of his parents and younger sister, and wants to live a long, happy life with them, hoping that troubles will pass them by. But soon something happened that changed the young man's life forever, because it was on this day that luck turned away from him, and mortal danger loomed over his entire family. And instead of a happy life, he had to see with his own eyes death and destruction, which broke the usual way of life not only of this guy, but of all the inhabitants of the city. After the monstrous explosion, Kevin watched everything that was happening, but for the first few seconds he could not understand what caused this deafening bang. Multi-story buildings were ablaze, everything around was covered in thick smoke, and many residents who did not have time to escape died in the hellish flames. And this guy, whose birthday the whole family is celebrating today, had to watch his parents and younger sister fall from the top floor of their house. After some time, Kevin almost lost consciousness, but still understood what was happening, although it is difficult to imagine what was going on in the head of a young man who found himself in the center of a crater from an explosion. Suddenly, right in front of him, he saw a giant monster with red eyes and a fiery mouth, which was the one who caused all this horror and forced the city's inhabitants to experience the most terrible day of their lives. Looking at the monster, the guy realized that he would not survive, because he had become the monster's main target and would be eaten by it right now. And the very next second, Kevin jumped up from his desk and looking around saw his classmates who were looking at him in surprise. Kevin clutched his head and realized that it was just a bad dream he had in class after a sleepless night. The history teacher slammed his fist on the table and ordered Kevin to immediately tell his homework, since he was so confident in himself that he was sleeping right during class. With a smile, Kevin apologized to the teacher and explained that he had been up late preparing his homework and had accidentally fallen asleep in class. Realizing that the teacher was clearly not satisfied with this answer, he quickly collected his thoughts and prepared to answer the question asked. But the teacher realized that the boy was telling the truth and immediately stopped him, telling him to sit in his place and listen carefully to today's topic. He knew that Kevin was an excellent student and would not deceive him, so he decided to forgive the guy for the first time. Then, addressing the entire class, the teacher warned that the exam would include questions on the topic he would be talking about today, and ordered everyone to write down every word he said. He began to talk about a turning point in the history of the Earth, when the way of life of its inhabitants changed dramatically and a new era began. A sudden space-time chaos turned the planet into a game world filled with various creatures, and in this era, planet Earth lives to this day. But despite the emergence of powerful monsters, humanity had something to counter them with, because many people had abilities that allowed them to fight even the strongest monsters. In this dangerous era, everyone sought to improve their level, because only the strongest were worthy of glory and honor. Finally, classes ended and the students went home to prepare for exams that were scheduled to begin in a week. Suddenly, Kevin was called out by the guy who had been following him all this time and wanted to have a serious talk. Quickly heading towards him, the earring-wearing high school student demanded money from Kevin for supposedly protecting him for the entire month. Kevin knew that 2 years ago, one of the guys himself made this idiot pay for protection, and now he is trying to charge Kevin for it, wanting to get his money back. Frank didn't like this answer and he punched Kevin in the stomach with all his might, hoping that the boy would become more cooperative. In 2 years, he reached level 5, starting from level 1, while Kevin remained at level 3 and was the weakest in the school. But the next second, the high school student realized that there was someone to stand up for the weak student, and Kevin's sister's outstretched leg appeared right in front of his face. She kicked him hard in the jaw, not wanting to stand by and watch her beloved brother get bullied. The two boys standing nearby knew that Linda, despite being 16 years old, had already reached the 7th level and possessed incredible abilities that other students her age did not yet have. After a powerful blow, Linda, looking at her brother's offenders, advised them to get out before she used all her fighting skills. The boys had to run away, although they still shouted to Kevin that next time he would be in trouble when his sister was not around. Linda hastened to reassure her brother, saying that he would soon become a strong warrior and would definitely rise above the 3rd level. Kevin just smiled, patted his sister on the head, and replied that he never gave up and that she didn't need to worry about him so much. Then he suggested to Linda to go home because the sun was already setting and it would soon be dark, and they still had a lot of lessons to learn. In fact, Kevin was very worried about his low level and wondered if it was possible to quickly improve it without years of hard training. Today, Kevin turned 18, and his whole family congratulated the birthday boy with smiles on their faces. But Kevin himself, holding a birthday cake with candles in his hands, clearly understood that he needed to protect his family. And to do this, he needed to raise his level and not shift everything onto the shoulders of his younger sister. It seemed to him more and more often that the nightmare he had in class was not accidental, and in it, he saw their common future. Suddenly, Kevin told his parents that they hadn't gone to that small, cozy restaurant to eat fried fish with the whole family for a long time, and he would like to do it right now. Although it was unexpected, since Mom had prepared a lot of delicious food for the birthday, the parents agreed and went to the restaurant with the whole family. Soon they were leaving the establishment, and it was clear from Linda's appearance that she had eaten more than anyone else. And then something happened that Kevin's nightmare had predicted, which had already begun to turn into reality, threatening all people with great danger. Streams of energy emanating from somewhere far away almost knocked the entire family off their feet, and only by a miracle did they manage to stay in place. It turned out that at that very moment, a crack formed in space, opening up a huge tunnel from which monsters could appear at any minute. And indeed, a multitude of mutants had gathered near this crack, and one of them immediately stuck its paw into the tunnel, preventing it from closing. All the residents saw a huge mutant, similar to a spider, right above them, and realized that this evening would not pass without victims, and one of them would certainly become its prey. Unfortunately, that prey could have been the family of that very guy, because the monster was standing right in front of them, driving them into a trap from which there was no escape. Kevin's father rushed to protect his family, telling his son to take care of his mother and younger sister if he did not return alive. And even though Maurice was only level 10, he would never allow his family to be harmed and was ready to fight the mutant alone. Even the alien did not expect such courage from the pathetic man, who, knowing his insignificant level of abilities, was not afraid to attack him head-on. The next moment, the monster pierced Maurice's body with a quick blow of its paw. Blood spurted from the wound, and the man almost lost consciousness after the first seconds of the fight. Seeing this, the boy's mother covered the children with her body and, ready to take the next blow from the giant spider, ordered Kevin to leave immediately with his sister. A second later, everyone watched in horror as the mutant, having almost dealt with Maurice, struck Teresa with a huge paw, leaving her no chance. Throwing Teresa back a few meters, he declared that he would eat Maurice a little later and watched as the bloody man tried to crawl to his wounded wife. Then, sniffing carefully, the spider smelled Maurice's blood and changed its mind, deciding that it would eat the level 10 man first. But he failed to carry out his plan, because with a well-aimed shot from a bow, Linda hit 2 arrows right into the paw of a huge spider and briefly distracted its attention. As she prepared to release the 3rd arrow, the girl declared that if he continued to hesitate, she would turn him into a sieve. This finally angered the spider, and he threw Linda aside with a powerful blow, promising to take revenge on this impudent girl. Linda quickly turned to her brother and told him to take their parents away immediately while she tried to distract the monster and buy them time to escape. Kevin understood that the nightmare was becoming reality, but he was only level 3, and the monster was already level 15, and a fight with it would mean certain death. But there was no time to think, because he had already attacked Linda, releasing a sharp weapon from his paw and hitting the girl right in the hand, from which blood immediately spurted. Linda fell to the ground from the powerful blow and, screaming loudly in pain, held her wounded arm. Towering over her, the mutant declared that he had long dreamed of tasting a human girl, and that today she would become his lunch. But when he was already swinging for the final blow, he suddenly realized that he could not move, and his claw froze a few centimeters from the frightened girl's face. Only now did he realize that someone else had dared to engage in a fight with him, and smelled the blood of another person who had not been there a minute ago. It turned out that, despite his low level, Kevin rushed to help his sister and, holding back the monster, ordered her to run away from here. Kevin knew what he was getting into, and with the next blow the giant spider pierced him through, turning his recent nightmare into a cruel reality. Covered in blood and barely holding back a cry of pain, the young man asked his sister one last time to run. Otherwise the monster would kill them all, and then his sacrifice would be in vain. He understood that these were the last minutes of his life, and the tragedy could have been avoided if the guy had started to raise his level in time. But suddenly a system signal was heard, which was strange because Kevin had not contacted anyone for a long time, and it was unlikely that there was any news for him. With his eyes already closed, Kevin heard a notification that the accumulated experience had reached the norm, and the system had activated the Overlord's account, which was now available to its owner. It was incredible. But the system launched the Master's account itself, selecting the necessary parameters and the character's appearance. Linda didn't know anything yet, and begged her brother to forgive her, that she didn't have enough skills to protect him, and now she had to just watch him die. Suddenly, forgetting Kevin's order, the girl rushed at the monster in despair, not wanting to see him tear her beloved brother to pieces. Kevin sacrificed himself to buy them time, but Linda failed to fulfill his promise, and his sacrifice could have been in vain. As she approached the mutant, she understood that if she was not destined to be saved and she could not save her family, then she would at least try to avenge her brother. But suddenly, right in front of her, she saw a bright light coming from where Kevin had recently been lying motionless. And a second later, a young man, very similar to her brother, crashed into a giant spider at full speed. With one blow, he immobilized the monster, and the girl could only watch this strange guy, whose body was burning with fire, and the energy around him would be enough to kill 10 such monsters. And then Linda realized that this was her brother Kevin, who a minute ago was on the verge of death, and now there was no trace of wounds on him. Having recovered a little, the monster turned to this 3-level newbie, who again dared to challenge him and continue the fight. But the guy, without listening to him, took out the main weapon of his account, which he never had, but for some reason he knew perfectly well how to manage it. Then, where the monster stood, a bright flash of fire and lightning appeared, after which the mutant realized how much he had been mistaken about this newcomer. The young man rushed into the attack with a fiery blade in his hand, and the spider, barely fending off his attacks, could not understand where he got such power from. After another attack, Kevin retreated a little, continuing to hold the fire sword and trying to understand why it had become so difficult for him to control his abilities. Falling to his knees and spitting out blood, he realized that the power given to him by the new account had drained him to the limit, and his body felt like it was being torn apart. Realizing that the guy couldn't handle it, the mutant said that it was a short moment of his glory, and such a weakling wouldn't have lasted long anyway. Kevin knew that he had almost no health left, and he couldn't spend it until the end of the battle. Otherwise, death would be inevitable. But suddenly the guy saw that the monster turned away from him and went to look for his father, because Kevin's level was too low to spend much time on him. Kevin could not allow the spider to meet his father again and ordered him to continue their fight, because he still had many surprises for this freak. And then the spider turned around and immediately realized that Kevin's gaze and his overwhelming aura did not resemble the energy of a 3rd-level newbie. At that moment, a loud stomping sound was heard next to them, because a rescue team was already running to that place, looking for survivors and wounded people. There were many fighters in the squad, and part of the group immediately headed towards the demonic spider, whose level they knew well. Kevin loudly asked the fighters to stop, because he knew the monster's strength and fighting skills firsthand, and was afraid for their lives. He didn't want the boys to fight a spider that could kill them all despite their superior numbers. But they did not listen to Kevin and surrounded the monster from all sides, not allowing the 3rd-level newbie to interfere with their work. One of the fighters stated that the monster had only 30% health left and would not survive against their superior numbers. The spider, hearing these words, mockingly replied that the rescue squad fighters had jumped to conclusions too quickly, not knowing what he had prepared for them. The next second, a crack appeared under the foot of one of the guys, and everyone at once felt a vibration underground. But what was it? Suddenly, a thick, sticky web burst out of the crack, immobilizing the fighters as if they were all tied up with strong ropes. The monster laughed as he watched the fighters writhe, who a minute ago were ready to overwhelm him with numbers, but now lost all their fury from his most simple ability. Deciding that they would be easy to deal with, the spider wanted to kill them all at once and get the missing level to open other portals. Within a few minutes, all of the squad's fighters were destroyed, and the giant spider had risen 3 levels, becoming stronger and gaining new abilities. With his new power, the spider headed towards Kevin to continue the fight and settle scores with the upstart who, being only level 3, challenged him. He charged at Kevin head-on, knowing that he had low health and that even with a new account he wouldn't survive this fight. Unlike humans, monsters had a hard time leveling up, so the spider needed to destroy as many humans as possible. But as soon as the monster leveled up a little, he became much stronger. So he decided to first have some fun with Kevin, and only then have a snack on this guy. Resisting all of its attacks, Kevin realized that the monster's power had increased, and his own energy was running out, and he needed to run. Spider found it amusing to watch how the recently strong Kevin could now not even lift his hand and use his abilities. Deciding that there was nothing to talk about with this scum, the mutant attacked him with a powerful energy beam, throwing Kevin far to the side and almost depriving him of his entire health bar. As Kevin lay on the ground, unable to move, the system alerted him that his energy and health had reached 10% and suggested using the Flame Hurricane ability. Finding the strength to get to his feet, Kevin remembered how he was bullied for his low level back in school. But today, he was ready to prove that he was capable of more, and everyone would see that they had wrongly considered him a weak, low-level newbie. Kevin's eyes lit up with rage, and he had a chance to prove that a third-level rookie could be stronger than a monster, even higher than 10. Kevin accepted the system's command and activated the Flame Hurricane ability, his last hope for victory. The next second, a whirlwind of flame began to destroy everything around, and its fiery waves reached the monster, who did not expect this from a newbie. Feeling the power of the flames made of divine energy, the monster realized that this was no ordinary person in front of him, since he was able to control such power. Burning in flames and realizing that he would not survive, the giant spider vowed that his master would take revenge on Kevin for his death, and that there was very little time left to wait. Barely able to stand on his feet, Kevin realized that he had defeated the demonic spider and had gained a huge amount of experience and new skills that even high-level players would not normally receive. Kevin collapsed to the ground, exhausted, trying to come to his senses and comprehend what had happened. There was now no doubt that Kevin was talented, since he was able to survive this fight and save the lives of many other people. Then Kevin wanted to pick up the items that fell after the spider died, and suddenly saw a bright flash, as if he was in the center of a funnel. Looking around, Kevin realized that he had discovered something new, because this was the first time he had fought such a huge monster, and now there were many changes in the user interface. The guy seemed to be hanging in the air, seeing something resembling the Milky Way in front of him, which was very different from the meager interface of a third-level newbie. With the advent of the new era, each person had a visual interface that gave him the opportunity to access his inventory, and inside his interface, Kevin saw the source of his power, which was the visual appearance of the max-level Red Flame Emperor account. The system announced that Kevin could use his experience to gradually unlock all Overlord accounts. Kevin couldn't believe that he was just a level 3 newbie, and now he had an incredibly strong account, and even had the ability to unlock new ones. However, the system warned that Kevin needed to increase the level link between the accounts to unlock their power. Account strength alone couldn't solve Kevin's low-level problem, so it was necessary to complete dungeon quests to increase your player level. Looking at the character's appearance, Kevin remembered that with the new era, it became important to have many attributes that complemented and strengthened each other. Kevin was delighted, deciding that the first thing he would do would be to accumulate experience and unlock accounts in order to form his own squad with different abilities. The system indicated that the player could choose to strengthen the level link between the player and their account, or unlock an additional ability. Kevin decided to strengthen the connection between levels first, as it was more important to improve the efficiency of his account and learn how to use it faster. The system accepted the response, and Kevin felt a new energy sweep through his entire body. He felt the increased power in 1 second. Did new attributes appear in his interface after killing the spider? Kevin quickly opened his account details panel and was surprised by the many new options that had appeared in a short time. Such options were not available to a third-level newbie, and Kevin realized that his entire life, his low level had been nothing more than a disguise for his true strength. Before he could even study the stats panel, Kevin heard a familiar voice, although he thought he was alone. He opened his eyes abruptly and the interface disappeared, replaced by the sight of a hospital room filled with the smell of medicine. Yes, all this time Kevin was lying in a hospital bed all alone, and when he woke up, he had to take some time to come to his senses. The guy tried to remember the details of yesterday's fight with the giant spider, and couldn't believe that he had survived at all. In addition, there were no scratches on his body, which means that in one night not only was his health restored, but all his wounds healed. Suddenly, sitting up a little in his hospital bed, he heard the loud voice of his sister arguing with the doctor and complaining about the high cost of treatment. Realizing that his little sister was saved, Kevin breathed a sigh of relief and was glad that for the first time in his life he acted like a real big brother, and not like the coward he was usually seen as. Linda actually argued with the doctor, arguing that the treatment should not cost $500,000, even if the clinic uses advanced methods. The doctor once again explained to the girl that after the encounter with the monster, the level of toxins in their blood was so high that they needed to take expensive medications. In addition, the mother and daughter are luckier than Kevin and Maurice, since without these drugs, these two will not survive even a month. Realizing that they did not have that amount, the girl burst into tears and admitted to the doctor that she did not know where to get money for the medicine. Teresa tried to calm her daughter down by promising to sell the house if necessary to save Kevin and Maurice. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard in the room, declaring that there was no need to sell the house. It was Kevin who promised to find money for treatment, realizing that his parents had worked all their lives for this house, and without it, they would have nowhere to live. The girl was scared when she saw how suddenly her brother jumped out of bed, but Kevin assured her that he was okay. The doctor couldn't believe his eyes, because the guy who had received the most severe injuries and the highest level of toxins looked completely healthy. Kevin asked the doctor how much it would cost to treat 3 people, since he himself no longer needed treatment and refused the clinic's services. The doctor, already suspecting something was wrong, replied that treatment for 3 family members would cost $300,000. Kevin immediately promised the doctor that he would get the entire amount within an hour if he immediately began treating the rest of the family members. The doctor agreed and began treatment, although he did not believe that the guy would be able to get such a sum of money so quickly. Finding a free bench in the park, Kevin opened his gaming inventory, realizing that the fastest way was to sell the valuables from there. He remembered one very valuable item in his inventory, which he now intended to sell on the black market in order to quickly get the required amount. This item was a level 15 demonic crystal, which could fetch a good amount of money if you found a suitable buyer. Of course, the crystal could have been sold for more at an official auction, but Kevin risked being late, and then his father would no longer need treatment. There was only one option left: to go to a place he usually avoided. On the way, he remembered a famous black market in the underground of the 9th safe zone, where all residents, regardless of their level, could trade freely. Before, he would never have gone there alone, but now concern for his family overcame his fear, and he was ready to go down into this dangerous underground. Noticing Kevin, one of the guards at the entrance became wary, because he looked like an ordinary schoolboy and should not have appeared in such places. He warned Kevin that this was no place to play and that he had better leave to avoid trouble. Kevin replied that he had come to sell valuables, since this place was known to everyone precisely because anyone was allowed to trade in the market. The guard didn't like this answer and said that children's toys were not accepted for auction, and Kevin simply couldn't have anything else. But Kevin was not going to back down, and promised that the goods he offered would interest the owner of the establishment. The second guard, unable to bear such impudence, grabbed Kevin, because they constantly heard similar stories from young people who tried to get into the underground. Suddenly the door opened slightly, and the owner of the establishment, hearing the conversation, asked everyone to calm down, saying that the boy was right. Coming out to them, the little old man reminded them that they were in business based on free trade, and did not refuse clients because of their low level. He didn't yet know what exactly the boy wanted to sell, and asked Kevin to show him this valuable thing. Then Kevin opened his coat, confident that he had finally met a reasonable person willing to cooperate. He quickly pulled out the crystal he had been hiding under his cloak and showed it to the old man. It was that very demonic crystal, which was considered very rare and which every person on Earth dreamed of. The elder could barely contain his emotions, amazed that a third-level player owned such value, and immediately offered to discuss the details of the deal. He ordered to let the guests in and remember this boy so that such situations would not happen again. Once inside, Kevin realized that he had imagined this place completely differently, knowing about it only from the stories of his friends. Looking around, Kevin decided that the place looked more like a nightclub than a black market, because there was alcohol sold everywhere and beautiful girls were scurrying about. One of these beauties, passing by Kevin with a tray of glasses, winked slyly at him, seeing such a young boy in this place for the first time. It seems the owner was smart, because alcohol relaxes customers and makes them more willing to spend money. Before Kevin could reach the center of the market, one of the visitors grabbed him by the shoulder, declaring that there was no place for level 3 children there. The guy demanded that Kevin give him the thing he wanted to sell, and advised him not to deny it. But the guard immediately warned him that Kevin was their valued guest of the elders and they would be in trouble if they bothered him. In the end, the boys could only watch the third-level youth as he confidently walked towards the elder's office, accompanied by guards. This was not just any room, but the most elite room of the establishment, where major transactions were conducted, and where only the most important guests were admitted. Entering the room, Kevin saw a small old man with a long gray beard who politely invited him to sit down and thanked him for his visit. The old man suggested skipping the formalities and getting straight to business, since they needed to discuss a very important deal. He directly stated that despite the value of the demonic crystal, its 15th level had to be taken into account when making this deal, and there was no point in talking about too high a price here. Kevin immediately realized that the elder was going to lower the price and warned him that he knew the true value of the crystal, which was offered for it in other markets. Looking at the guy, the old man noted his strong character, despite his low level, and offered to pay 100,000 instead of the 200 that was usually given for such a crystal. But Kevin was never a simpleton, and knew that a real crystal was worth at least 200,000, even at the most modest prices of the black market. Having said this, he was about to leave, but the old man immediately stopped him, ordering his guards to block the exit. Then the elder declared that the youth had misunderstood the essence and that it was not for him to decide the terms of the deal. Realizing that they wanted to rob him, forcing him to sell the crystal for a pittance, Kevin still did not want to activate his new account and put the lives of his loved ones at risk. Even if he managed to escape, it was not profitable to make a noise, because it would only bring problems, not profit. The old man threw a wad of money on the table, saying that he was offering a huge amount for a boy like Kevin, and that he should accept. Just recently, the young man could not even imagine that he would face such a problem. But it looks like he will have to come to terms with this greedy old man's offer. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appeared in the room, standing next to two guards, and it was clear that this person did not come here for the sake of trading. Then the stranger stepped out of the shadows, grabbed both boys at once, and ordered them to get out of the way. It turned out that a girl named Monica had known all along about the negotiations for the sale of valuable goods in this room, and wanted to personally participate in it. The elder recognized the girl as the eldest daughter of an influential clan and, with a smile, asked the purpose of her visit. Monica stated that free trade meant freedom to choose a price, and, under the laws of the black market, the old man had no right to impose a price on this boy. Kevin suddenly remembered that he had heard her name somewhere, and he became curious why the girl stood up for him. This attractive person stated that the rare demonic crystal was very valuable, and she was willing to pay 300,000 for it immediately. The elder was clearly not happy with this, because the boy had just named a price of 200,000, and Monica, for some reason, was offering 100,000 more. The girl replied that the rich have their own whims, and she was not going to deceive a third-level boy who probably already had money problems. Realizing that he had missed his chance, the elder hurried to the exit, and Monica wished him a safe journey, and asked him not to be offended by her. Kevin had heard of the two clans represented by Monica and the elder before, but he never thought he would find himself in the middle of their conflict. He thanked the girl and immediately offered to buy her other interesting things from his inventory, but the girl asked Kevin not to bother, because in fact, she didn't care about his fate and she just wanted to teach the old man a lesson. As a parting gesture, she ordered the bodyguard to give the boy the money and throw away the crystal if it was not useful. Despite Monica's coldness, Kevin decided to remember her favor, because this money was very much needed to pay for the hospital where his loved ones were staying. Meanwhile, in Kevin's father's room, a routine checkup was taking place, and the doctor, surrounded by the patient's relatives, was preparing to deliver the news. When asked about the duration of Morris's treatment, the doctor honestly admitted that his condition is still very serious. Before he could finish speaking, the clinic director burst into the room and attacked the doctor for accepting poor patients. The doctor began to justify himself, because the patients had paid for the first aid, and he could not abandon them just because they had not made an advance payment for the ward. The director grabbed the doctor by the collar, declaring that the lives of these people meant less to him than the elite drugs supplied to the hospital from abroad. However, before leaving the hospital, Kevin promised that he would get the entire amount today, and asked to wait at least until the evening, without kicking his family out. But the director, not wanting to hear anything, slapped his subordinate, confident that the boy would never find such a sum. Having suffered the blow, the doctor could only hope for a miracle and wait for the boy to keep his promise. The director even wanted to remove the oxygen mask from Maurice's face, but Linda swore that her brother had gone for money and would soon pay for the clinic's services. The cruel director advised them to go out into the streets to die, and declared that there was no place for poor patients in his elite hospital. At that moment, Kevin, hearing the screams, burst into the room, loudly kicking the door down. Kevin, looking at the bald man, demanded that he take his hands off his father and sister if he valued his life. This did not impress the director, and he angrily attacked the guy, continuing to yell at him. Kevin noticed that it was with this very hand that the director had tried to remove the oxygen mask from his sick father's face a moment ago, but he would regret it. A second later, the man saw that his palm was engulfed in flames and realized that he was dealing not with a newbie, but with a powerful creature. With his hand on fire, He quickly ran out into the corridor, trying to call for help and demanding a fire extinguisher. The young doctor didn't understand how a third-level rookie could set the director's hand on fire. The guy replied that the director had no right to kick out his relatives, and that he was lucky to be alive at all. Kevin added that if the director had a doctor as good as his father, then he wouldn't have to worry about his hand. In fact, the doctor understood that the man had long deserved punishment, because he constantly abused his position and humiliated the staff. Then Kevin turned seriously to the doctor and said that he had obtained $310,000 for the treatment of his relatives, 10 of which the doctor could keep for himself as a thank you. He understood that only thanks to the kindness of the doctor, who gave him time to collect money, his family was now out of danger. The doctor, of course, replied that it was his duty, but he became increasingly convinced that Kevin was not an ordinary young man, since he was able to heal himself and find such a large sum of money. Meanwhile, Linda cried quietly, feeling guilty that she couldn't protect her brother and parents from this monster. Kevin asked her with a smile not to blame herself, because it was he who should have protected them, and it was only his fault that they suffered. Linda still couldn't accept that, because of the treatment, she would not be able to participate in the school competition that she hoped to win. But will there really be a competition this year again, where the main prize will be $500,000 from the school fund? Looking into his sister's eyes, Kevin declared that she had nothing to worry about, because he himself would participate and would definitely win the main prize. Soon, the school held the opening ceremony of the very competition that everyone was talking about, and the students were eagerly awaiting its start. A loud voice greeted the assembled students at the annual festival, the cash prize of which was so large that it could have fulfilled the dreams of any of these young participants. The school principal announced that this year the prize starts at $500,000, and the winning amount could even double. He explained that the prize this year is so big because their event is sponsored by very influential and rich people. Roger then asked to applaud the young woman, the main sponsor of the competition. The boys immediately recognized her as Monica, the daughter of a representative of a famous clan, and each of them knew how this beauty could blind anyone with her beauty. In addition, the director had another piece of good news, because the winner would not only receive a cash prize, but would also be able to join the combat squad of Monica's clan. Everyone knew that this clan was one of the top 10 most influential clans in the dungeon, and getting into their fighting squad would be an instant success for any student. Only Kevin at that moment realized that Monica was thus gathering the most talented newcomers from school, and tried to understand what she had in mind. However, he decided not to attach too much importance to this for now, since he was only interested in the cash prize. Roger then said that the task in this competition would be very difficult, and no student had ever managed to complete the quest in the Shadow Forest to the end. After all, there wasn't a single monster below level 5 in the dungeon, and the final boss of this quest was an elite level 10 creature. It was unclear how the school could send inexperienced students to certain death to a level 10 monster, which was a very serious indicator for a mutant. Everyone thought so except Kevin, who was so confident in himself that he considered this task a gift from fate. Principal Roger then asked the students not to panic, as this year they were allowed to form teams of 5. The students calmed down a little, because everyone wanted to join the team of the strongest and defeat the main monster together with them. However, some doubted the correctness of Roger and the organizers' decision, fearing casualties among the still inexperienced students. As Kevin watched, he realized that the school wanted to give students real combat experience and teach them how to survive in their future lives after graduation. But one of the guys asked a question about how the individual progress of each participant would be assessed. Roger explained that the points for killing Shadow Forest monsters would be divided among the party members and added to everyone's individual points. The winning team will receive all the points earned by the other groups, which will greatly increase their own points. This statement was unexpected, as it seemed like Roger was encouraging the students to fight each other instead of focusing on killing the main monster. But the director did not answer, but only announced the start of the competition, wishing good luck to the participants and saying goodbye until the awards ceremony for the winners. Soon after, a group of students began discussing the possibility of recruiting a senior girl to their team if they had at least a level 5 player among them. One of them, noticing Kevin nearby, asked him to speak more quietly so that this third-level loser would not ask to join their team. But Kevin had already heard their conversation and decided that he would not join this group, even if they themselves begged him. Seeing his young teacher Suzanne, Kevin asked to be enrolled in the competition while the recruitment was still ongoing. But Suzanne didn't see the rest of the students from his group anywhere. Was he really going to fight a level 10 monster alone? After all, everyone knows that Kevin is only a level 3, and he should think twice before exposing himself to such danger. At that moment, Frank appeared from behind, advising not to waste time on Kevin, saying that no one would be upset even if he died during the quest. Noticing Kevin's brash tone in his conversation with Frank, one of the latter's friends warned him that they needed to be treated with respect. And Frank himself, interrupting his friend, said that he had an idea of what to do with this low-level student. Placing his hand on Kevin's shoulder, he ordered Kevin to get on all fours and bark loudly, promising to take him on his team after that. But Kevin replied that he didn't know how dogs barked, and asked Frank to show him how it was done first. Not realizing the trick, the fool immediately began to impersonate a dog in front of his friends, who had already guessed Kevin's plan. The next second, Frank realized that Kevin had made fun of him, and he swung his fist at him in rage. But Suzanne stood between them, telling them to go to the dungeon and sort things out there if they really wanted to fight. Realizing that there would be no fight today, Frank promised to meet Kevin in the dungeon and show him what he was capable of. Kevin wanted to say something else to Frank, but Suzanne asked him not to escalate the situation. The young teacher liked Kevin's bravery and wished him luck, winking at the boy and wishing to see him at the awards ceremony. With such parting words, the most interesting thing in the young man's life began, because he was about to enter the dungeon alone for the first time. At the entrance, Monica noticed him from afar and recognized him as the same boy she had recently met at the black market. She immediately found him interesting, because he not only dared to come to the black market, but even intended to complete this task alone, and she liked such courage. One of Monica's bodyguards was also surprised that a third-level person was trying to do something that even experienced fighters don't always succeed in doing. Soon, Kevin descended into the dungeon and found himself in a shadowy forest, where he had to complete a quest and fight a level 10 monster. Luckily, he quickly passed through the portal and found himself in a small area of the forest, where there were no too dangerous monsters. He had little time to look around, and the location of the move was chosen specifically so that the teams would not start fighting right at the entrance. This was to Kevin's advantage, since he first wanted to clear the immediate area of weak monsters. Without delay, he immediately began to carry out the plan and destroyed all the monsters, gaining experience and testing his new account in the dungeon. Kevin made extensive use of his flaming blade, and none of the mutated spiders were able to cause him any significant damage. However, he soon realized that fighting small monsters would take too much time, and that to win, he would need to defeat at least one high-level mutant. Suddenly he noticed how the small spiders, as if on command, ran into the thickest part of the forest, and it was unclear what made them change direction so abruptly. Kevin, running after the spiders, decided to follow their path, deciding that at the end he would meet the main mutant, who had called them to him. However, soon, having gone deeper into the forest, he heard a female voice calling for help somewhere very close. After walking a little further, he saw a huge red web above him, in the center of which was a girl trapped by a giant spider. It was Julia, who had fallen behind her group and was now easy prey for the mutants of the dungeon. The poor thing understood that she would not be able to get out of the web without outside help, and calling for help in the dense forest was useless. But she still screamed desperately, hoping that someone on the edge of the forest would hear her and save her from the sticky web. Luckily for Julia, that savior turned out to be Kevin, who asked her to keep quiet if she wanted to get out alive and unharmed. He warned that her screams could attract other monsters, and then he would no longer be able to put his life on the line to save her. In response, Julia, noticing Kevin's low level, advised him to run away from here, because with the third level of power he still wouldn't be able to kill the mutant. However, this girl was a friend of Linda, Kevin's younger sister, and he knew that Linda would not forgive him for losing her best friend. Of course, Julia was happy that this guy appeared, but she still didn't believe that he would be able to cut the web of an 8th level elite monster. Although judging by the appearance of the young man, the 8th level of the spider did not impress him at all, because the fire sword that he had already learned to control could destroy someone even stronger. However, Kevin acted more cunningly, and without entering into an open battle with the monster, carried out his plan. Turning around, Julia realized with surprise that the guy had simply set fire to the web, and it began to quickly melt like wax. After freeing the girl, Kevin warned her that she needed to find her group as soon as possible, as it was too dangerous to be alone in the dungeon. But then he felt a green drop on his shoulder, and realized that they were not alone here. And this liquid was the poisonous saliva of a mutated spider. Raising his head, he saw a level 8 red widow right in front of him, who was already preparing to attack. Kevin immediately pushed Julia away, and did it just in time, because the red widow sprayed poison at them, almost hitting the young people. Suddenly, they found themselves in a new web, quietly set by the red widow, and it became clear that this monster's traps were everywhere. If Kevin were alone, it would be much easier for him to avoid the confrontation. but the presence of the girl complicates everything. His fears were confirmed, and they both instantly found themselves wrapped in a thick red web. Julia began to desperately try to get out, but Kevin asked her not to make any sudden movements, because this would only entangle them more in this sticky trap. The spider was biding its time, its attack carefully planned, and Kevin, although he had received new abilities, had not yet managed to increase his level. Suddenly the Red Widow turned sharply and then quickly disappeared into the forest. But what else scared her? Julia couldn't understand. Did the monster really consider them unpalatable prey, and now they had a chance to escape? But Kevin knew that Red Widows usually laid eggs in their victims' bodies after capturing them, and the spider would most likely return soon. These words made Julia feel uneasy, and the thought that there might be spider eggs in her body was simply terrible. She twitched so desperately that Kevin had to call her to calm down again, reminding her of his previous request. Kevin himself didn't know what to do, because they were tightly connected by the web, and if he used the abilities of the Emperor's account, he could accidentally hurt Julia. Suddenly, Kevin pressed his face against her, which greatly embarrassed the girl, who immediately took it for flirting at such an inopportune moment. But it turned out that he was trying to tear apart the strong web with his teeth, and again asked Julia not to interfere and not to invent stupid things. Fortunately, the web, unlike the spider's saliva, was not poisonous, and it was fresh and not yet hardened. However, it was very difficult to tear it apart with his teeth, and Kevin tried hard to cope with it without using his abilities. Julia suddenly began making strange sounds, preventing Kevin from concentrating, while the web quickly hardened, and the chances of salvation melted away with every second. Suddenly, a strange atmosphere arose between the young people due to the forced closeness. The girl's fear was replaced by completely different feelings. Julia made another strange, drawn-out sound and admitted that Kevin had accidentally touched her at the very bottom when he was trying to break the web. After another moment, he finally succeeded, and the young people felt solid ground under their feet for the first time in a long time. Julia burst into tears of happiness, because they were saved, and she would see her family and friends again. However, after the stress she had experienced, her legs were wobbly, and her body was unusually relaxed. But it was too early to relax, and looking into the thicket of the forest, Kevin realized that the Red Widow was preparing to return. Realizing that too much time had been lost, Kevin again asked Julia to find his group, as he was used to completing tasks alone. But knowing about his low level, Julia suggested running together and completing the quest as one team. With a grin, Kevin replied that he had gone down into the dungeon not to run away from monsters, but to find the strongest of them. He was going to hunt these creatures, not hide behind a weak girl who almost became food for the Red Widow herself. Taking a step towards the giant spider, Kevin used his ability to create a protective circle, limiting the mutant's room to maneuver. Turning to Julia, the guy honestly said that he didn't care whether she ran away or stayed, and the main thing was not to interfere with him during the battle. Forgetting that her 5th level was much lower than the monsters, she still decided to repay Kevin with the same kindness that this brave student had shown her. But suddenly the Red Widow felt a powerful aura around Kevin and realized that he was hiding his true powers and abilities. Approaching the monster, the guy said that he still remembers the pain that the mutants who burst onto the earth recently caused his family, and now this creature will feel all his wrath. Having deftly dodged the monster's first attack, he realized that the Red Widow was much weaker than the demonic spider he had destroyed on the first day after receiving his new account. He had no intention of listening to pleas for mercy from this 8-legged creature, and with one deft movement found himself above his opponent's head, holding a fiery sword in his hands. With a powerful blow, he brought the sword down, cutting the overgrown creature in two, and the spider's insides were instantly engulfed in bright flames, leaving him no chance. Julia couldn't believe her eyes as she watched how quickly the newcomer dealt with one of the most dangerous monsters in the dungeon, and couldn't understand where Kevin got such strength from. After all, this was an elite mutant of the 8th level, and if her guess was correct, he knew how to hide his true level and abilities. The system announced that as a reward for destroying the Red Widow, Kevin received 1,000 points, and Julia 500, simply because she was next to him at that moment. She was surprised that she didn't do anything, but this was the first time she got points for killing an elite monster so easily. She finally found a person who would give her a lot of points just by being around him. She immediately pounced on him with questions about how he managed to hide his true level and whether this was his original plan. At one point, she pressed herself so close to her young hero that the guy began to doubt whether Julia was looking for a simple excuse for intimacy. Not wanting to quarrel with his sister's friend, he quietly asked her to stay away and warned that if she hugged him again, she would regret saving him. The girl was ready to do anything for Kevin and agreed that he would take all the valuable items obtained in the battle with the mutant. Holding one of these items in his hands, the guy understood that it could be sold profitably on the black market. Looking at the poisonous fang of the Red Widow, he decided that the properties of these items could be improved, and in the future, he could collect a whole collection. He remembered that he had recently received a ring as a reward for defeating a clairvoyant demonic spider, and soon learned that these items increased account strength. For example, this Ring of Luck was considered a legendary item, and the guy could already sell it in the Elder's shop, where he sold the crystal to pay for the treatment of his relatives. The only thing the young man didn't know was how to improve these items and what artifacts were needed to double their power. And then the guy suddenly realized that he hadn't been able to concentrate for several minutes because the girl continued to be too close. Julia replied that she didn't want to do anything bad and that she was just scared, but that she felt much calmer next to him. She tried again to find out where he got such abilities from, but the guy warned her that she should keep what she saw a secret if she wanted to continue the journey with him. Then he stopped, and honestly said that anything could happen to her in this place if she did not obey him. At that moment, young people appeared behind them, watching them and eavesdropping on their conversation. Among them was Tommy, who had recently kicked Julia off his team, leaving her alone and in mortal danger. She immediately accused Tommy of almost becoming bait for the Red Widow because of him, because he cowardly ran away after seeing the 8th level mutant. Tommy tried to laugh it off, but his friend realized that if there was no Red Widow nearby, then someone had killed her. He saw that the mutant was still burning, and it became clear to everyone that someone had dealt with the level 8 monster. But who? Tommy couldn't believe that this talentless girl who thought she was a sorceress managed to single-handedly destroy an elite mutant. Julia proudly stated that she did it together with Kevin, and none of these guys can be a rival to her friend. The boys laughed in response because they knew Kevin as the only student left on the 3rd level. The girl could tolerate everything, even jokes about herself, but not insults directed at her new hero, who risked his life for her. As Tommy approached the dead mutant, he realized that he was ready to believe anything, except that Kevin was capable of destroying this spider. Suddenly, the control panel of her interface appeared in front of the girl, which announced an invitation to the group. Then she saw the guys who were cheerfully discussing her victory and offered to return to their team since she had become so strong. Tommy's friend supported him, saying that she was being given a second chance to join their team without any effort, instead of competing on the same team with this loser. This phrase finally drove Julia crazy, and she forbade him from insulting Kevin in her presence, threatening to use his fists. But the very next second, the girl jumped into Kevin's arms out of fear, hearing a sharp, loud sound and deciding that another monster had attacked them. That roar that echoed through the forest belonged to a demonic Tyrannosaurus, the kill of which was worth 5,000 points. And it was strange that this monster had gotten so close. Realizing that the boys were overconfident, Kevin warned them that they could die in a fight against the demonic Tyrannosaurus. This phrase hurt Tommy's pride, who was not used to advice from 3rd level losers, and he asked Kevin to keep his opinion to himself. Kevin continued to urge them to give up on this idea for their own good, smiling, since with their abilities they wouldn't even be good enough for a Tyrannosaurus to eat. After these words, Tommy wanted to pounce on Kevin, but his friend stopped the guy in time, because you can't waste time and wait for someone else to take the boss. The friends took Tommy away, who continued to yell at Kevin, although he only wanted to warn them of the danger and help. Left alone with Kevin, Julia suggested clearing the area of small mutants to easily score points. But the boy knew from experience that fighting small monsters would not lead to victory in the competition, and if they wanted to win, they needed to do something more important. Looking back, he cheerfully suggested that Julia catch up with those guys and wait until the Tyrannosaurus loses its strength in the fight against them. They eventually decided to follow these students and find the demonic Tyrannosaurus, defeating which would guarantee a huge amount of points. Meanwhile, the mutant was already pursuing a giant bird, which became his next victim. Choosing the moment to attack, the dinosaur grabbed the bird and almost immediately swallowed it, leaving only its legs sticking out. This level 8 monster, although it looked huge and dangerous, was unlikely to frighten Kevin, who now had a powerful Red Emperor account. In a fight with a dinosaur, he lost 15% of his health, and Tommy and his friends decided to take advantage of this to defeat the monster and earn a lot of points. However, the power emanating from the dinosaur was so overwhelming that one of Tommy's friends began to doubt his victory. Tommy angrily objected that 4 level 5 players could not lose to 1 level 8 mutant, especially since it was the only elite boss in the entire location. He urged his friends to attack immediately, confident that even if they didn't defeat the final boss, today's victory would ensure their place in the top 10 players. In addition, Tommy dreamed of taking revenge on Kevin, and was waiting for the moment when Julia, disappointed in her new friend, would begin to beg him to accept her back into the team. It seemed to him that now was the most opportune moment for them to attack, which could not be missed. He commanded his comrades to attack the Tyrannosaurus, staying together to prevent it from getting behind them. As he got closer, Tommy suddenly remembered the description of the demonic black-green Tyrannosaurus and began to doubt, because this mutant was red. But it was too late to run, because they had come too close to their target and risked becoming victims of the Tyrannosaurus if they turned back. Seeing the mutant's furious gaze, one of Tommy's friends realized that they had overestimated their strength and that Tommy might have guessed the monster's true strength. The next moment, the giant, without fear of the group of mid-level players, swung his tail, which was his main weapon, towards them. With one blow, he scattered the players, causing them serious injuries and putting their survival in great question. The young man, who had warned everyone about the danger, fell to the ground and began to call for help in despair. And Tommy just watched from afar as the mutant released fiery lava from his mouth, and his friend, stretching out his hand, burned alive in the hellish flames. Seeing this, he realized that right before his eyes the mutant instantly killed his friend, and he alone was to blame for this death. But then, quickly realizing that Tommy himself was the next target, the boy started running, and the Tyrannosaurus rushed after him. Tommy knew that his only chance to escape was to reach a large crowd of people and turn the Tyrannosaurus's attention to them. Running deeper into the forest, he saw the two that the guy had recently insulted, but these guys were his only hope. When Julia saw him, she realized that Tommy had cowardly fled from the battlefield where his friends had died. Tommy asked her not to be insensitive and to understand that he could not cope with the mutant, even if he stayed. However, Tommy had a special gift in store for this couple, which he wanted to present to them now. Kevin, taking a fighting stance, knew that Tommy had always been fast and was going to attack head-on. But suddenly Tommy appeared behind Julia and shouted that he would be more cunning this time. He pushed Julia in the back, but no one yet understood what that stupid smile on his face was about. Julia fell with her whole body onto the grass, losing her balance and almost breaking her leg. Turning to Tommy, she asked what he wanted and why he had come after saying goodbye to them. Instead of an answer, a huge, toothy mouth of a demonic Tyrannosaurus appeared in front of her, ready to swallow her whole. Luckily, Julia reacted in time and attacked the monster with the first ability she came across, which was a light wave. However, instead of causing damage, she only got a weak clot of energy, capable of killing only a mosquito, not a huge monster. Julia screamed in horror and ran away, loudly asking for help from the only person in this dungeon who had experience fighting such giants. Tommy watched with a smirk as the braggart who claimed he could complete the entire quest alone now just stood there in silence. And then he decided to cowardly disappear, wishing his rivals a great hunt and confident that he was seeing them for the last time. A second later, Tommy disappeared into thin air, and Kevin could only stare into space, but he was not going to give up. He couldn't let this insolent guy just leave and wanted to grab him before he moved. From the outside, it looked like Kevin was standing alone, but in reality, he was seeing Tommy, who was unaware of the newcomer's hidden skills. Tommy's invisibility ability was still poorly developed, so he could not completely hide from Kevin. Kevin could even see the heat coming from Tommy's body, and could locate him in complete darkness if necessary. Tommy immediately shouted that he understood everything, and asked to let him go before the Tyrannosaurus killed Julia, and then them. But it was clear from Kevin's expression that he disagreed, and was determined to show this idiot who he really was. He ducked and released a wave of energy so powerful that it caused the ground to crack and spill lava towards the dinosaur. A bright energy funnel began to swirl from the bottom up around the dinosaur, and Kevin used his red-hot eruption ability for the first time, creating a strong cage for the monster. Tommy had never seen such a strong player, especially one so young, since Kevin had just recently turned 18. He suggested that Kevin destroy the T-Rex together, and then split the victory points between them. But Kevin, shocked by Tommy's impudence, decided to first find out the opinion of Julia, who was probably offended by him. But Julia at that moment was thinking about something completely different, and the proximity of such a powerful man made her heart beat faster. Tommy clung to Julia's leg, begging her not to leave him there, and finally admitted that he had made a mistake when he kicked the girl off the team. Turning around, she declared that such a vile person as he needed to endure the punishment he deserved. Meanwhile, the monster managed to escape from Kevin's fiery cage and was ready to attack again. Having destroyed the wall of fire, he was going to tear apart those who had locked him here. At that moment, all of Tommy's apologies were forgotten, and, choosing the right moment, he decided to take revenge on Kevin. While the boys were desperately trying to figure out how to defend themselves from the monster that was trying to tear them apart, Tommy was sneaking up behind them with a knife in his hand. But at the moment when he was almost close to Kevin's back, the tip of his blade hit an invisible barrier, as if it had hit a steel wall. It turns out that the fire sword that Kevin was about to pull out from behind his back to attack the Tyrannosaurus activated at the perfect moment, foiling Tommy's plan. If Kevin was initially ready to forgive this guy for his betrayal, now he pierced Tommy with his huge fire sword, the blade of which passed right through. With a smile, Kevin declared that he would gladly accept all of Tommy's artifacts as trophies, as well as the personal and team 5,000 points that his opponent had managed to score. Of course, Tommy didn't really die. He just lost the duel and was thrown out of the dungeon, ending his quest ahead of schedule. After Tommy's disappearance, Kevin had hopes of profitably selling the valuables he had collected on the black market at the end of the quest. As expected from a child of wealthy parents, Tommy already had excellent equipment at level 5, but Kevin didn't have time to properly examine the prey, because a devilish Tyrannosaurus suddenly appeared behind him, and Julia didn't have time to warn her friend about the danger. Turning around, Kevin realized with surprise that he had not expected the T-Rex to return so quickly, and it seemed strange to him how it had managed to get here so quickly. The Devil Tyrannosaurus was known as the monster of the Shadow Forest, and its main element was fire, but Kevin also had an excellent command of this ability. In a tutorial detailing all the monsters in the dungeon, the author recommended that when encountering a Tyrannosaurus, one should immediately fall to the ground to increase their chances of survival. However, at this point the Tyrannosaurus did not pose a serious threat to Kevin, but was merely an annoying obstacle that he wanted to get around as quickly as possible and continue the quest. Kevin unleashed several fire waves on the Devil T-Rex, hoping to quickly whittle down its health to make the fight easier, despite the monster's high level of 8. This tactic worked and the mutant's health rapidly decreased, but unfortunately, after killing such monsters, valuable items usually did not drop. Suddenly, Kevin came up with a plan to make this fight more interesting than just killing a T-Rex and earn his trophies that way. The guy immediately rushed towards the dinosaur at maximum speed, not wanting to prolong the fight and hoping to throw the monster off balance for at least a few seconds. It hit the Tyrannosaurus like a fiery meteorite, and for a moment the monster actually lost its balance. Kevin immediately asked Julia to cast pacifying magic on the demonic Tyrannosaurus, but the girl did not understand why this was necessary and what this newcomer had in mind. The guy didn't have time to explain his plan, because the dinosaur quickly recovered from the blow and was already preparing for a counterattack. A stream of fiery energy burst from the monster's mouth, and it seemed that only now did the Tyrannosaurus realize the power of this third-level newcomer. Julia loudly warned that the spell might not work due to the large difference in levels, and she could only use it once per battle. However, Kevin had no intention of using the spell right away. He loudly ordered Julia to wait for his command and act only at the right moment. At first, he wanted to reduce the Tyrannosaurus's health to at least 20%, which required a series of powerful blows, which Kevin immediately dealt to the monster. Watching the courage of her new friend, Julia could not believe that the strength of this newcomer was comparable to professional players. Of course, the dinosaur was not going to give up without a fight, and responded with a powerful blow with its tail, hoping to knock the enemy off his feet. Kevin managed to block the Tyrannosaurus's attack, but he knew that his opponent's blows were very strong, and a series of such attacks would break through his defense. Therefore, in order not to take unnecessary risks and prevent new attacks, Kevin decided to grab the demonic Tyrannosaurus by the tail and hold it for a while. The dinosaur desperately tried to pull out his heavy tail, which was his main weapon, but the guy held on tightly. Then Kevin, still holding the monster by the tail, deftly tossed the huge carcass over his head and threw it far to the side. After such a throw, the devilish Tyrannosaurus fell to the ground with such a roar, as if an atomic bomb had exploded somewhere nearby. Only then did Kevin turn to Julia and command her to use the ability he had spoken of earlier, which could turn the tide of the fight. Without a second's hesitation, the girl raised her staff, radiating the power of beauty and wisdom, ready to fulfill the boy's request. This ability was the embodiment of magic, bringing love into the world, and Kevin's choice of this ability was not accidental. Blowing a magical kiss to the demonic Tyrannosaurus, the girl spoke words that could heal the monster in the name of love. The next moment, a huge, heart-shaped clot of energy appeared above the Tyrannosaurus and rushed towards it to pacify the evil creature. Just in case, Kevin asked Julia if she had used the spell correctly, and the girl, after thinking for a bit, replied that she simply didn't have another one. Suddenly, instead of a giant monster, a small dinosaur appeared in front of the boys, looking more like a newborn baby than a formidable killer. Julia was extremely surprised that her spell had reduced the size of the giant monster, and Kevin immediately wanted to finish it off and get the coveted experience points. But the girl rushed to protect the little creature, begging him to spare him, because now he did not pose any danger. One look at the pitiful baby in her arms should have awakened compassion in any heart, and the girl hoped that Kevin would not act like a heartless scoundrel. But the angry expression on the guy's face left no doubt that if Julia continued to interfere with his plans, he would kill not only the dinosaur, but her as well. Realizing that this guy was not to be trifled with, the girl put the dinosaur forward and said that there was no need to repeat it twice, and she understood everything. Still not understanding what was happening, the once giant mutant, now turned into a cub, looked with curiosity at the one who wanted to destroy him right now. But in this world, only the strongest survives, and the guy warned that it was useless to look at him with pity and try to convince him otherwise. Of course, Kevin felt a little sorry for the baby, but people and monsters were the same, because in order not to become prey, they have to become stronger every day. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the girl's interface panel about the accrual of 2,500 points, which became a reward for the destruction of the dinosaur. Kevin also received a reward, which was even greater than for killing the demonic clairvoyant spider, and amounted to 50,000 experience points. Closing his eyes, the guy decided to carefully study his interface and find out what benefits the new items received after killing the dinosaur give. Inside the interface, he found that the accumulated experience was significantly greater than it had been a few days earlier. Kevin unlocked many new features of the Red Flame Emperor account, allowing him to become stronger and fight monsters even above level 20. In anticipation of unlocking other accounts, Kevin decided to see what other special abilities were available to him. Besides the fire sword, he discovered 3 new great abilities, but each one came at a high cost. He was especially interested in the ability of Keen Sight, which could help find the final boss and win this quest. Kevin finally unlocked this ability for 70,000 experience points, spending almost all of the points he had earned. Now, with his new ability, Kevin was confident that he would find the well-camouflaged Shadow Elder first. Suddenly, Julia happily pointed out to Kevin something interesting that she had managed to notice not far from her. The young people saw an egg from which a bright beam of energy emanated and froze in place for a few seconds. The system informed players that they could spend experience points to raise a pet from an egg, or if they wanted, simply fry it with rice. Julia liked the idea of getting a battle pet, because such eggs usually hatched into powerful monsters comparable to a level 5 player. Kevin immediately began to imagine himself riding a huge armored dinosaur, fighting the most powerful mutants. But Julia suddenly leaned into Kevin and asked if she had been of any use to him this round. Kevin immediately realized that this was a woman's trick and decided not to give Julia the egg with the pet. He was determined to go in search of the mutant, and Julia ran after him, assuring him that she didn't need this pet at all. And all this time, Monica was watching the quest participants, surprised at how a 3rd-level newbie was able to defeat even a demonic Tyrannosaurus. Determined to meet with Kevin again, Monica ordered her men to bring in Principal Roger for an important conversation. She was confident that such a strong newcomer to her team would increase the chances of winning the fight between the 2 influential clans, and wanted to discuss this with the director first. Entering the spacious office, Roger greeted Monica respectfully and asked about the purpose of their meeting. Monica suddenly asked how many experience points Kevin earned in the dungeon, which greatly surprised Roger, but it turned out that this student had not raised his level for a long time, although, judging by his battles, he seemed to be a high-level player. Roger explained that Kevin entered school already at level 3 and was considered a genius. But after 3 years he was unable to advance further and no one understood the reason. Monica realized that Kevin was even more interesting than she thought, and decided that he was a master at hiding his true level by pretending to be a weakling. She asked Roger to open the quest control panel, and the director, seeing Kevin in 3rd place in the ranking, could not believe his eyes. Monica decided to publish the current ranking of players in the dungeon, and make information about their location available to all participants. Of course, Roger immediately warned that this could lead to clashes between students, and Kevin would become the main target. The girl still believed that Kevin was not so simple, and wanted to test his abilities in more difficult conditions than the 10th level quest. The principal, impressed by Monica's interest in Kevin, began to realize how talented this student was. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Shadows, one of the competition leaders was preparing to fight an elite mutant to win the main prize. To do this, he teamed up with other members to work together to eliminate solo players who were easy targets. It was Frank, ready to do any dirty trick to win, despite the strict rules of this quest, which forbade such tricks. And now Frank has mercilessly eliminated another opponent who did not expect such a meeting. One of the students admired his mentor's determination, as their squads were invincible, especially in the eyes of solo players. In fact, Frank only interacted with these people for experience points, dreaming of becoming a professional player and fighting high-level mutants. Looking into their interfaces, the boys learned about open access to the rating and location of players, which made it easier for Frank to earn points. Seeing Kevin in third place, Frank decided to put an end to his luck and take all his points for himself. He then immediately ordered his men to follow him, promising an interesting fight and a lot of experience points. He decided to teach Kevin a lesson and, at the same time, take revenge on the guy for the joke he allowed himself in the presence of Suzanne. At this time, Kevin was also hunting other players, something Frank didn't even realize yet. And now he was chasing one of the rival leaders, who was trying to escape from him in panic. But suddenly there was such a powerful explosion next to the fleeing player that it almost threw him out of the game. This player's team had previously attacked Kevin, but was destroyed and he was the only survivor. And now, trapped in Kevin's fiery whirlwind, this guy realized that he definitely couldn't escape. Then both partners came out of the shadows, and Kevin asked if it was his team that tried to rob them 10 minutes ago. Holding a fireball in his hands, Kevin would push the player into battle to initiate his attack first. Realizing that he had nothing left to lose, the guy decided to fight Kevin and use at least a small chance of success in the duel. But Kevin easily parried this attack, looking into the eyes of the one who dared to attack him surrounded by a crowd, forgetting about honor and dignity. He then lifted the player into the air in one fell swoop and burned him with a flame of fire, advising him to take more people with him next time. Immediately after the end of the fight, the guy left the quest and returned to the real world, leaving behind only an empty space. Kevin was disappointed that the killed players did not drop any useful items, and he received nothing but experience points. It was now clear that Monica had deliberately opened up his location to increase competition. But in doing so, she had made his task easier. At this point, Julia happily interrupted her friend, announcing that they had gained 22,000 experience points and guaranteed themselves first place in the competition. She was already imagining how Principal Roger would congratulate her on her victory in front of all the students and present her with the cup, and the audience would applaud and consider her a real goddess. But, as we know, winners often start to be hated by everyone around them, and it is unlikely that the girl will experience the emotions she dreams of. Opening the control panel, Kevin realized that there were only 3 teams left in the quest, which meant that the matter was nearing completion, and they needed to hurry up with the search for the elite mutant. Kevin didn't understand why Frank, being ranked below him in the teams, hadn't done anything yet and tried to take his points. He suspected that Frank was more cunning than he seemed and would first develop a plan and then attack him and Julia at the most opportune moment. There was no point in thinking about that now, because if they failed to kill the final boss, meeting Frank would no longer matter. Julia had heard that the Shadow King was a master at hiding in the forest and didn't understand how they would find him in the dungeon. But the guy cheerfully replied that he was surprised by her distrust of his abilities after everything she had seen. She didn't yet know about the new ability that Kevin had recently acquired, which allowed him to find and destroy the Shadow King. Activating his keen sight ability, he saw the entire dungeon location at a glance. Now Kevin could observe everything that happened in the dark forest, and, having tried it for the first time, he realized that it was worth its 70,000 experience points. A few minutes later, Kevin found the Shadow King and now knew exactly where they needed to go. Kenai did not disappoint, because finding the boss turned out to be very easy, and Kevin realized that the ability would be useful to him not only in the dungeon, but also in the open world. Then he saw a flame that led him deep into the forest, illuminating the darkness and bringing him closer to victory in the quest. Looking at this, the guy immediately had an idea on how to use the new ability even better. He quickly ran towards where the flames were pointing, shouting to Julia that he had found the final boss and that they needed to hurry. And nearby, Frank's team was hiding in the bushes, and all of its members decided that this was their chance to win the competition by destroying the final boss. And, at the same time, this upstart with the 3rd level. Although his friend reminded him that Kevin had recently destroyed 4 teams and was probably hiding his true level. Yes, Frank could not be persuaded, because he dreamed of joining Miss Monica's combat squad and was ready to do anything for this, regardless of any losses. He ordered his friends to follow him and eliminate both targets as Kevin and the monster fought each other. Suddenly, Frank's friend reported that Kevin's location had disappeared from the navigator and tried to figure out where this strange newcomer had disappeared to. It remained unclear whether Kevin had changed his location intentionally or whether there had been a glitch in the system. Frank decided that if they found Julia, they would also find Kevin, who would hardly leave her alone in the forest. And Julia, unable to catch up with her friend, was left alone, loudly begging him not to joke like that and to come out of the forest to her. She still remembered his last words, because Kevin asked her to be bait and not to worry, promising to be by her side. Julia didn't believe that Frank and his team would be so stupid as to fall for this trick, which is exactly what Kevin wanted. But Kevin was not mistaken, because soon the opposing team appeared in front of Julia in full force, and Frank menacingly asked where her friend was. The girl, without lying at all, answered that she did not know where Kevin was because he suddenly ran deep into the forest and stopped communicating. Frank didn't believe her and demanded to tell the truth if she wanted to stay in the game. He pointed his battle axe at her, and Julia mentally begged Kevin to come over soon. The next moment, something happened that no one expected, and Frank had a concern much more important than meeting Kevin. A giant black paw appeared right behind his team, and the ground beneath their feet shook as if there was an earthquake. A huge paw, similar to the trunk of an old thick tree, instantly fell to the ground and crushed 3 players from the team at once. In front of them was a living tree. This was the final boss of the dungeon, a meeting Frank was looking for, but did not expect that it would happen so soon. Now they no longer wanted to fight him like before, because the Shadow King was so strong that he could kill each of them with one blow. Only Frank tried not to show fear and ordered the boys to take positions, confident that their team had enough people to win. The guy guessed that Kevin had deliberately lured him to the final boss of the 10th level, but he was ready to accept the challenge and fight. He actually charged in, shouting to his guys to hit the boss's weakest spots and quickly lower his health bar. He then ordered everyone to cast fire spells, confident that flames would do the best job of dealing with his wooden body. But it wasn't that easy, because the living tree attacked so quickly that Frank barely had time to give orders. At one point, Frank stood in front of the Shadow King to hold back his attack, while the rest of the team each launched a fireball at him. At that moment, Julia realized that Frank was not an ordinary upstart, and he actually had excellent fighting skills. Each fireball shot took away 10% of the monster's health, and if this continued, they would be able to quickly destroy it. It was clear from the young men's faces that they were anticipating victory, and while creating another magical fireball, Frank's friend eagerly awaited the command. Meanwhile, Frank continued to attack the monster in close combat, trying to cut through the tree trunk that made up the boss's body. Suddenly he realized that his axe strikes no longer caused damage, and the monster's body seemed to have turned to stone. Seeing the enraged face of the Shadow King, thirsty for revenge for the fact that they dared to engage in battle with him, Frank realized that the second phase of the battle had begun. It was unclear what caused such a sharp change in the Shadow King's behavior, but it was clear to everyone that it would now be much more difficult to defeat him. Until now, no team had ever had to fight a monster of such a high level, which was the difficulty of the final monster. Suddenly, the ground beneath the boys' feet cracked, and, looking at the roots of a huge tree, they noticed that something was happening to them. In the second phase of the battle, the final boss used a secret ability that was not mentioned in the quest description and was only known to the organizers and sponsors. An army of living trees emerged from the cracks and moved towards the frightened boys, surrounding them. Realizing that the game could end for them right now, Frank ordered his group not to panic and to continue fighting with all their might. But to his horror, the group immediately scattered, and Frank was left alone with the Shadow King. One of the tree mutants grabbed Julia, lifted her into the air, and wrapped her body with strong branches that looked like ropes. Julia hung upside down and called for help from Kevin, who she hoped was somewhere nearby. She was not mistaken, because a few seconds later, a rustling sound was heard, and the familiar figure of her friend flashed nearby. Kevin hit the mutant with such force that he destroyed the living tree with one blow. The next moment he caught the falling Julia, being, as always, in the right place at the right time. Smiling, Kevin praised the girl for the task she had completed, but asked her to stay away from the epicenter of the battle next time. Touched by Kevin's words, Julia asked if she had really been so helpful to him that he would not have been able to carry out his plan without her. She was clearly happy, but her gratitude to Kevin was so intense that it almost seemed like flirting. All this time, Frank fought valiantly with the mutant, realizing that the enemy had lured him into a trap and was waiting for the living tree to deal with him. Kevin, watching the fight, suddenly noted that Frank, whom he always considered an idiot, unexpectedly showed himself to be an excellent strategist and a good fighter. But Frank had no time for his rival's compliments, and suggested that Kevin team up to defeat the boss together and share the reward. And although he still considered these two to be worthless, the common goal forced him to temporarily cooperate with them. At that moment, Frank's closest ally appeared in front of Kevin and angrily ordered him to get out of the way if he didn't want to die. But the time came for Kevin to show his true power, and he said with a smile that he didn't need allies. Frank watched as Kevin destroyed his friend in a matter of seconds, knocking him out of the game and receiving 8,500 points for it. It turned out that he didn't need allies in the form of Frank's team, because these guys were too slow and inexperienced compared to him. Frank could not stand such humiliation and, abandoning the battle with the monsters, rushed at Kevin. But Kevin stopped Frank with one movement, making it clear that in a real fight his harshness would not lead to anything good, and he risked being knocked out of the game, just like his friend. Kevin decided to hold off on the reprisal and simply threw Frank away, who fell to the ground with a crash. Having recovered, Frank reminded that the final boss would kill Kevin anyway, and then all accumulated points would be lost, which meant that there would simply be no point in completing the quest. In response, Kevin stated that he was ready to kill Frank last, so that he could see with his own eyes what he was participating in the competition for. Ignoring the mutants surrounding him, Kevin raised his hand and activated his ability to quickly end all of this. He wanted not only to take the points of all the quest participants, but also to remain unharmed, preserving all his health. From the fireball above Kevin's head, like from a machine gun, energy bullets poured out, capable of destroying everything around. The first victims were members of Frank's team, who had recently tried to attack Kevin and take his experience points. Energy beams pierced the wooden bodies of the Shadow King's mutants, destroying them as well. One of Frank's friends, realizing that he had been hit with too much deadly energy, desperately called for help. All the power of the destroyed trees returned back to the Shadow King, and he regained his former strength. Suddenly, the boss's stone armor began to crack, crumbling from his body, and everyone froze in anticipation of what ability he would activate this time. Suddenly, the same Shadow King appeared before them, but without the stone armor, and he now seemed much smaller. He activated Shadow Mode and was ready for a new battle, but with different abilities and only 40% health. Watching the boss's transformation with horror, the girl realized that he had become much more dangerous than he had been a few minutes ago. Something strange began to happen to the Shadow King, as he began to dissolve into thin air, and the green glow around him gradually began to fade. Kevin realized that the boss had learned to teleport, and that shapeshifting wasn't the only difficulty in the second phase of the battle. The boss appeared from the side and attacked Kevin. Although a level 10 mutant shouldn't have such skills, it was clear that without special skills it would be very difficult to defeat this monster, because along with the speed, its strength also increased, as if it had raised several of its levels at once. Frank, with an evil grin, informed Kevin that the living tree would now deliver a series of blows, after which the guy would be reduced to nothing. But despite all the mutant's tricks, he was still at level 10, and the last phase shouldn't have been that difficult. The Shadow King wanted to perform a combination of attacks, but Kevin approached him so quickly that the boss did not even have time to start the attack. The next moment, Kevin was behind him, and behind him was a fiery whirlwind, burning everything in its path. Kevin used his main ability, and now the boss will hardly be able to avoid death in the fire, because he no longer had time to defend himself. Soon, the body of the living tree was engulfed in flames, and the system notified Kevin of victory, rewarding him with 10,000 experience points. A tall door appeared in front of the surviving guys, which was a portal from the dungeon to the real world. For the first time, Frank looked at his sworn enemy with different eyes, not believing that he had managed to kill the main mutant so quickly, while remaining on the 3rd level as before. But now was not the best time for such confessions, and having dealt with the boss, Kevin was going to sort things out with Frank, who had been causing him problems all this time. The guy immediately began to justify himself and promised never to argue with Kevin again, but to treat him like an older brother. But Kevin responded by saying that Frank was not at all suitable for the role of a younger brother, as he looked more like a pathetic loser. This answer made Frank very angry, because for the first time in his life he had so honestly and openly offered friendship to someone, and this upstart simply brazenly refused. Julia saw once again how even in such a situation Frank tried to act stealthily, as he usually did, and she realized that he remained just as vile. The next moment he suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a curtain of thick smoke, and the guys did not understand where he went. When the smoke cleared a little, a puppet card appeared in the center of the smokescreen, which helped Frank escape so quickly. From afar, standing next to the open portal, Frank cheerfully shouted to them that he still considered Kevin an inexperienced player, despite his strength. He understood that Kevin wanted to take his experience points and warned him not to even dream about it, because he was not going to give away his honestly earned points. But instead of the expected victory, Frank's body began to crumble into small particles, and he realized that this newcomer was actually much more experienced than any other player. Kevin knew all along that Frank was in the same place, and the puppet card only created a clone of him, which he controlled, remaining invisible near them. Now it became clear that there were only 2 players left in this quest, who became the winners of the competition, because there was no one else in the location except them. The guy immediately warned Julia that he would take the reward of 500,000 for himself, hoping that she would have no complaints, since it was he who killed the final boss. Julia was already happy that she had received a lot of experience points, and besides, the guy took her into his team and led her to the victory that she had only dreamed of before. One of the valuable items that Kevin obtained was a crystal that could enhance healing, and as he looked at it, the guy realized that it was quite a rare thing. Knowing that the crystal could fetch a good price on the black market, Kevin generously gave it to the girl. Julia was touched by such an unexpected and pleasant gift, because she did not deserve such generosity in any special way. But in fact, their victory was made possible precisely by Julia, who became the bait, allowing Frank to be lured out of an ambush and forced into battle with the Shadow King. Suddenly, a voice from the system was heard, warning that the dungeon would soon collapse and that they needed to leave immediately. The reason for the dungeon's collapse was unclear, and it seemed to the guy that it was just a system failure. But there was no time to think. Without wasting a second, the guy ordered Julia to run to the portal so as not to remain locked in this dungeon forever. On the way to the portal, the girl stumbled, losing her balance, and it became clear that because of this, they would lose a lot of time. Moreover, this fall was not without consequences, because the girl's leg hurt a lot, as if she had suffered a serious fracture. Sitting on the ground, Julia shouted that her leg hurt terribly, and that she most likely would not be able to get to the exit of the dungeon on her own. The girl burst into tears, apologizing for once again being the reason for their delay, and begging the guy to leave her and save himself. But Kevin simply couldn't do that, and picking up Julia, with one deft movement he lifted her into his arms. Holding the surprised girl in his arms, he admitted that she had caused him a lot of problems from the very beginning. But he does not abandon people with whom he has gone through hardships. They had been on the same team for a long time, and besides, it was Kevin who chose Julia for his group, which meant that he had to risk even his own life to save her. The next second he conceived of an act which, although worthy of respect, was incredibly dangerous. Instead of saving himself, Kevin threw Julia into the interdimensional window, thereby putting his own life at risk. Julia didn't want to be the only survivor, but she had to come to terms with the fact that the guy sacrificed himself for her. There were 3 seconds left before the dungeon was destroyed, and Julia watched with tears in her eyes as the boy remained inside. There was only a moment left before the portal from the dungeon was to close forever. At that moment, the guy had a scroll of return in his hands, which he was going to use for quick movement. He found it funny that the girl believed in his feat, because he was not going to stay in the dungeon with this scroll with him. 3 seconds later, he teleported into the real world, and was glad that he had managed to make a good impression in the eyes of the naive student. The teleportation ended, and the guy found himself in the student lounge, which he had originally chosen as the point of movement. Suddenly he discovered that the exit from the dungeon had been destroyed by someone, and realized that the reason for the portal's closure was not the earthquake. He was going to find out this question later, but right now he saw how bitterly Julia cried, unable to come to terms with the loss of her friend. He crept up on her and told her that it was time for her to stop crying, because there was no reason for it. Turning around, Julia saw that her savior, who was supposed to die in the dungeon, miraculously survived and was standing right in front of her. He explained to the naive girl that nothing could have happened to him, because when the portal closed, he used his teleportation scroll, which he always carried with him. Julia rushed to hug her new friend, although she should have studied the basic rules of the game better and never forgotten to take a teleportation scroll with her. Realizing that she was too close to the guy, the girl turned away abruptly, a little embarrassed by her behavior. But this touching moment was interrupted by the clatter of heavy army boots, and it became clear that a crowd of uninvited guests had appeared in the school. It turned out that a group of mercenaries had been wandering around the school corridors all this time, and they didn't expect to meet students here, since everyone was supposed to be in the gym. Kevin immediately realized that this was the same squad that had killed civilians in the safe zone 5 years ago, and was then exiled and removed from office for this crime. It remained a mystery how this criminal group had penetrated the safe zone and why they had chosen the school, since there was nothing for them to take. Could it be that Miss Monica was involved in this, and that she was the one who staged the school takeover, locking the teachers and students in the gym? One of the soldiers noticed that this third-level loser had a very pretty companion who would be better off being friends with him than with this young man. In response, Kevin stated that this idiot didn't even know who he was talking to, but if they had to fight, it would be too late to find out. Enraged by Kevin's insolence, the mercenaries rushed to attack, and their leader ordered that all of his bones be broken. However, Kevin was not afraid of the fight, because he had recently defeated a giant monster and was in excellent shape. With one swing of his fiery sword, he destroyed all who dared to come close. The leader was thrown to the side, and lying on the ground, he could not understand how a third-level rookie could use such a powerful weapon. Kevin approached the fallen fighter and admitted that he was sick to death of this stupid phrase, especially from weaklings like him. Realizing that his life was hanging by a thread, the mercenary offered Kevin all his money and valuables in exchange for mercy. Feeling the tip of the sword on his neck, the mercenary blurted out that they only came here for Miss Monica. Kevin chuckled and replied that this information was useless, since he had already guessed the purpose of their visit to the school. The mercenary, trying to save his life, revealed another secret that the warring clan hired them to kill Monica, providing them with easy access to the safe zone. Kevin had heard about the deadly feud between the two clans before, but he never thought they would dare to attack Monica right at school. This information was indeed valuable, and the mercenary again begged for mercy, offering it as payment. Then Kevin gave him a potion to drink that was supposed to quickly heal his wounds and restore his health. At that moment, Kevin realized that the entire school was surrounded by a magical barrier, and it was almost impossible to get out to pass this information on to Monica's clan. Suddenly, the mercenary's body was engulfed in flames, and he realized that Kevin had deceived him, and the valuable information had not saved his life. Julia asked Kevin what he was going to do, since the school was surrounded by mercenaries, and they would definitely be caught soon. But Kevin replied that only he could save everyone in the gym, and the guy would never forgive himself if he didn't try to do it. He advised Julia to find a safe place to hide and wait there until things calmed down. As they said goodbye, Julia begged Kevin to be careful and not take unnecessary risks. Kevin always acted deliberately because his main goal was to protect his sister, and now Miss Monica. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries continued to patrol the school corridors, and one of them could not understand why they were given this order. After all the students had already been gathered in the gym, and it was unclear what the management was afraid of, forcing them to go around the same rooms over and over again. Having finished the inspection, his partner said that it was time to return, and that no one would disturb them until tomorrow. It became clear that the patrolmen were level 15, and the school teachers, with their maximum level 20, were useless in resisting. Opening the interface panel, Kevin saw that there were 20 minutes left before the keen eye loaded, so Monica would have to wait a little. In order not to waste time, he decided to talk to the patrol commander and find out some details. While in the gym, one of the patrolmen reported to the commander that all the people were gathered here from all the classrooms of the school. In addition to the students, Suzanne, who was the first to learn of the invasion but could not abandon the children, was tied to the chair. The big guy, seeing an attractive teacher among the captives, even licked his lips at the sight of her beautiful female body. Grabbing Suzanne, he declared that she would have to please him if she wanted to stay alive. Suzanne pulled away from his arms in disgust, for she was disgusted even by the sight of this scoundrel. The big guy grinned, because he thought that the women in this safe zone were too brazen due to their habit of living a luxurious life. One of the commander's subordinates said that it would be better to leave Suzanne alive and that she could still be useful not only to the commander but to the entire squad of guys. Frank, watching this scene, was seething with rage and waiting for his chance to break free from captivity and show these bastards what he was capable of. The mercenary commander, without relenting, grabbed Suzanne by the clothes, wanting to continue the abuse. With a sharp movement, he raised his hands up, holding the clothes tightly, and tore them off the girl right in front of everyone. Suzanne, trembling with fear, understood why he did it and was already prepared for the worst. But at that moment, Frank jumped up from his seat and gave the big man a hard push with his shoulder, doing what any man in his place would have done. He was ready to protect the young woman even at the cost of his life, unable to calmly watch what was happening. The commander, taking advantage of the fact that Frank's hands were tied, punched him in the stomach, not wanting to engage in a fair fight with him. From the powerful blow, Frank's entire body fell to the floor, and blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Frank saw a knife in front of him, which the commander had thrown to the floor, and it stuck with its sharp blade into the wooden boards. Having lifted Frank, the big man pointed at the prisoners and ordered them all to be killed, promising a place in the mercenary squad as a reward for this. It was strange that he thought Frank would want to work with them, but with one movement of the knife he cut the ropes on the prisoners' hands. And then something terrible happened, because instead of attacking the mercenaries, Frank headed towards the prisoners. With tears in her eyes, Suzanne heard Frank cynically admit his passion for the suffering and murder of others, which he had spoken about even before the attack. But then he suddenly changed his intonation and explained that all this only applied to dungeons and quests, and in real life he was a simple good guy. The next moment he pointed the knife towards the mercenaries and shouted that he was not a scumbag like them. The commander, expecting something like this, instantly blocked the blow, putting his hand forward. He was disappointed by the guy's stupidity, and immediately swung his arm for his own counterattack. Towering over the fallen Frank, the commander declared that he deserved only death for this offense and was prepared to carry out the sentence. The boy realized that he had done something good for the first time in his life, but instead of a reward for it, only death awaited him. Fortunately, this did not happen, because a second later, he saw the commander with blood pouring from his mouth. Not understanding what was happening, Frank heard a familiar voice and began to guess who saved them. The big guy fell to the floor with a crash, and it became clear to everyone that he would never get up again. It turned out that he was killed by Red Widow venom, which was only available to one person. That man was Kevin, who was amazed by such heroism from the student he had always considered the last scoundrel. Kevin did the right thing by starting to follow the two mercenaries from whom he eventually obtained all the information he needed. At that moment, 5 mercenaries appeared behind him, eager to grab the guy and tear him to shreds. Suddenly, Frank heard a loud command to immediately lie down on the floor and not move. As the mercenaries approached, Kevin struck down everyone nearby with one swing of his fire sword, leaving them no chance. The commander was left lying down and watching as his former subordinate's head burned away after a collision with this young man. All the students, whose hands were still tied, vied with each other to shout words of admiration for their new idol, who had saved them from death. Turning to Frank, Kevin sincerely admitted that he was amazed by the guy's decent behavior, because he was the only one who stood up for Suzanne. Suddenly, Frank collapsed to the floor and declared that he no longer intended to lose battles and was ready to do whatever Kevin ordered to become stronger. Without thinking, the boy deftly kicked the knife lying at his feet to give the first order to his new student. Catching the knife, Kevin said that Frank's dream was commendable, because only when people are on the brink of death do they usually learn the basic laws of survival in this world. Having said these words, Kevin handed the knife to Frank, noting that he himself knew what he should do with this weapon. The mercenary commander saw a shadow approaching him, and realizing that the guy was not just walking towards him, advised him to think it over carefully. But Frank had already made up his mind and was not going to change it, raising the knife above his head and gripping it tightly with both hands. The next moment he stabbed the commander with a knife, finishing off with one movement the man who had recently threatened to kill all the captured students. As a reward for this murder, the system notified Frank that his level had been raised to 10th, which came as a complete surprise to all the students. Realizing that he had become twice as strong, Frank immediately rushed to thank his young teacher, declaring that from now on his life belonged to Kevin. Of course, all the students immediately began asking to join their new hero's team, promising to serve him forever if he agreed to teach them his abilities. However, in response, Kevin honestly admitted that he was not sure about any of them, believing that only a few were suitable for his difficult training. Frank immediately supported him, because the meager abilities of these guys were clearly not enough to learn from such a master. Meanwhile, Suzanne, with a smile on her face, thanked her student, who was not afraid to stand up for her when the mercenary began to pester her. Blushing slightly at the pretty teacher's gratitude, Frank replied that he had only done his duty, and Kevin, who had already begun to free the captives, asked Frank to help him, because it was dangerous to stay in this place and they had to leave quickly. The teacher immediately reminded that many students were still being held hostage in the school's classrooms, and the exit was blocked by a magical seal. But Kevin was confident that he would find a way out, and, using his keen eye, he wanted to scout out the situation. Keen Eye was ready to activate, and soon Kevin had access to the location of all people nearby. According to the map, most of the students and teachers were locked in the gym, and although the guards had a fairly low strength level, there were too many of them. In addition, one of them was level 45 and was clearly the commander, and the other, level 40, was standing at the school gate at that moment. After a quick inspection of the area, Kevin decided to engage in battle with the mercenaries, and Frank immediately asked to go with him. However, Kevin stated that Frank would be more trouble than he was worth and threw him a valuable item that was supposed to help protect the boys and their teacher. In his hands was the tooth of the Red Widow, which had killed the leader of the mercenary squad, and which now went to Frank as a reward for his recent successes. Finally, Kevin warned the boys against a direct confrontation with the fighters, because given their strength, they would all be quickly killed. Frank grinned and said he was a backstabbing specialist and would stick that sharp mutant tooth into the first mercenary who dared to enter. After that, Kevin hid around the corner of the building, assessing his chances and deciding whether to engage in battle with such a huge crowd. The main problem was that he could not fully appreciate the limits of his powers, because after receiving a new account, it began to seem to him that he was invulnerable. But now it was worth being careful and increasing the level of connection between your accounts before going all in. Having made this decision, he immediately entered the visual interface of his account to put his plan into action, if, of course, the system allowed it. Once inside, in front of the visual image of the account, Kevin received a message from the system that 50,000 experience points could increase the level of connection between accounts. It was very opportune, and Kevin's request was immediately fulfilled, after which he felt a surge of new strength throughout his entire body. The account level of the Red Flame Emperor reached 20, opening access to the talent tree. And for the new level, Kevin received 1 point for skill distribution. But Kevin thought about it, because despite the increase in the level of connection between accounts, the difference in levels was still about 20 units. He chose a defensive talent, increasing the effectiveness of his defensive ability, and decided to test the new power in practice. In addition, after unlocking this defense skill, the system also awarded Kevin with a detonation skill that was used in close combat. A glint of excitement appeared in Kevin's eyes, because now he understood how best to apply the experience he had gained. Meanwhile, the two mercenaries were talking about how peace and quiet reigned in this safe zone where they were now. However, none of these heavily armed guys dared to go far from the safe zone and explore the territory of the continent. There were rumors that in the distant regions of the continent, everything remained the same as before the new era that came after the opening of the spatial portals. One fighter told another that there were monsters everywhere, so they tried to stay closer to their base. Even the fighting units of large clans moved very carefully in those places, never entering there in small groups. Moreover, there was currently a fight between the two most influential clans on the continent for one of these areas, and the mercenary continued to talk about the essence of their new mission. But right in the middle of the conversation, he suddenly noticed a battle that had begun nearby, which the young fighter had long since become unaccustomed to, since everything had been calm for the last few weeks. Meanwhile, Kevin was rushing towards the two mercenaries, estimating that there were 6 level 15 fighters and several more at level 20 fighting next to him. Thinking that they were being attacked by a schoolboy, the fighters took this as another trick by the hostile clan and immediately opened fire on Kevin. The fiery sword in the guy's hands served not only as a weapon for attack, but also as a reliable shield. Suddenly, a grenade hovered over Kevin's head, and he realized that someone had anticipated his attack and had prepared a heavy weapon. There was a powerful explosion, and Kevin miraculously escaped the epicenter, remaining alive. The group's leader, the most experienced fighter named Bobby, looked down on the flames of the explosion, certain that Kevin was dead. The soldiers were puzzled as to why this strange child seemed to be running into the bullets himself, fearlessly throwing himself at them. But suddenly, right in the center of the flame, a young man appeared, who greeted the dumbfounded fighters with a smile and offered them to play an interesting game, if they didn't mind. Kevin spun his fire sword and created a fiery vortex around himself, instantly destroying all the mercenaries who didn't have time to run away. Bobby couldn't believe his eyes. He had already used 6 powerful grenades, and this level 4 kid not only survived, but also went on the attack. As befits an overlord account, Kevin's defensive talent proved to be quite effective, and the guy declared that he was ready to withstand another 20 grenades if Bobby had that many. But something else appeared in Bobby's hands, and without a second's hesitation, he opened fire on Kevin with a machine gun. But even this did not help, because not a single bullet hit the newcomer, despite the fact that Bobby's machine gun had an infinite supply of ammunition, allowing him to fire until the morning. Kevin had to use his fast attacks, which he had honed during the mission in the Dark Forest, where he had used them to destroy the main monster. Despite the endless ammunition, Bobby knew that shooting at such a dexterous guy was useless, because sooner or later Kevin would find a way to get closer. When Kevin was already very close, Bobby warned him that he was underestimating his level 40, and was in vain hoping to kill him with a weak blow. At that moment, Kevin realized with horror that his chopping blow had actually done almost no harm to the mercenary. Then Bobby hit the schoolboy with the butt of the machine gun with all his might, and this time Kevin was unable to dodge. Luckily, he quickly came to his senses, and using his ability, braked his fall in the air, avoiding a collision with the ground at the last moment. The commander admitted that he was carrying out this mission for the money, since there was a huge reward for Monica's head. However, Bobby noted that for a level 4, Kevin was able to do surprisingly complex tricks, which could not fail to impress the commander. A powerful energy shield suddenly appeared around Bobby, and Kevin realized that the guy's level 40 was not just a number, and that it would be much more difficult to deal with him than with his incompetent subordinates. It was obvious that Bobby had reached level 40 outside the safe zone, meaning that they had a difference not only in levels, but also in actual combat experience. Besides, the quality of their equipment varied greatly, and Kevin had only one trick left in his arsenal that was worth trying. Kevin didn't want to leave anything to chance, but he had no other choice, and decided to test his shield. Kevin stood directly in front of Bobby and listened to hundreds of bullets hit his shield as his opponent picked him off from a single step away. The problem was that using the shield at close range cost Kevin almost all of his health bar, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold out. Bobby had no idea that the shield was not Kevin's main weapon, and had no idea what awaited him next. Taking cover behind the shield, Kevin suddenly activated the detonation ability, which, when activated, instantly engulfed the target in flames, reducing the durability of the enemy's equipment. Kevin decided to take a risk and use for the first time the skill he purchased on the advice of the system in the player interface. The commander realized that it was too late to use the ammunition, and that this boy had outwitted him. However, after examining himself, Bobby discovered that his body was almost unharmed and his health bar remained the same. He opened fire again from his machine gun with endless ammunition, shouting that this was not a child's play, but a real war. Kevin noticed that the damage from each shot was getting less and less, and didn't know if he would last another minute. The system notified the player about the activation of the defensive talent of bloodbinding, and it was clear that these 20 seconds would be enough for the decisive blow. The commander continued to be indignant. How could this level 4 brat dare challenge him and still stand on his feet? Suddenly, the machine gun with endless bullets that he had been using all this time broke down right in the middle of shooting. All of Bobby's equipment, along with the rags of his clothes, flew in all directions and he was left almost naked. It turned out that Bobby had been putting off repairs to his equipment because his salary had been delayed and he had to economize on everything, including weapons. After winning, Kevin admitted it was a risky move, but the bet on new talent paid off. Bobby immediately stated that his other abilities should not be underestimated and that he still had plenty of items in his inventory to kill this upstart. But if Bobby could kill Kevin with the remaining ammunition, he would have done it long ago, and so Kevin, holding out his fire sword, made it clear who was in charge here. Now that the advantage was on his side, Kevin could easily destroy the mercenary commander. Realizing that his days were numbered, Bobby fell to his knees and admitted that he was only an executor of someone else's orders, and could not disobey the orders of his superiors. There was a safe with treasures in the commander's car, which interested Kevin and he ordered to open it immediately. The commander promised to carry out the order and even gave the password to the safe, although Kevin did not ask him about it. Realizing his mistake, Bobby was once again angry at his own stupidity, because a simple low-level schoolboy turned out to be more cunning than him. With trembling hands, Bobby began to type in the password to open the safe and take advantage of the only chance to save his life. He wanted to stall for time, pretending to be defeated, until the head of their unit showed up and dealt with this brat. But, realizing that he couldn't pretend to be an idiot for long, Bobby still opened the safe, as Kevin ordered. Turning to Kevin, Bobby happily announced that the safe was open and now the boy had to keep his promise and let him go. However, Kevin replied that this was impossible, as he preferred to immediately get rid of any possible threats, which included this mercenary commander. A few seconds later, Kevin watched as Bobby, engulfed in flames, ran screaming down the street. He never reached the nearest body of water, and after a few minutes, still burning, he collapsed to the ground. For eliminating this level 40 mercenary, the system gave Kevin only 2,000 coins, and he realized that, apart from a machine gun with infinite ammo, he essentially had nothing. An unexpectedly valuable trophy turned out to be the key to the dungeon, for which a lot of blood was spilled, and which will definitely be useful to Kevin in the future. Putting the key aside, Kevin headed towards the treasure chest, wanting to find out what was inside. The chest immediately caught his attention with its huge size and golden glow, just like they showed in pirate movies. However, the main treasure turned out to be not gold, but an ancient magic crystal, which could give him a lot of experience if he figured out how to use it. By taking the crystal, he instantly received 100,000 experience points, which was even more than he earned for winning the school competition. Now he had enough points to unlock a new account, but Kevin decided to first upgrade his main account, making it versatile for both attack and defense. He ordered the system to open the Emperor account talent interface to view available updates. To his surprise, the price of one talent was 100,000 experience points, which seemed too expensive to Kevin. The system informed him that unlocking a new account would cost 20 million experience points, and only then would Kevin be able to create another account. Kevin realized that he would still have to spend 100,000 points, and therefore it was more profitable to unlock a new account now. Not wanting to delay any longer, he ordered the system to unlock the Overlord's account and looked forward to testing it. He had to wait a little while for the system to unlock the account. warning him not to set any new parameters until the process was complete. Finally, a notification appeared about the successful unlocking, and the image of the new account gradually began to appear in front of Kevin. Kevin gains access to the account of Mad Max, a scientist from another world whose passion for inventions led to the destruction of his own world. Kevin was a little disappointed with the new acquisition, as this account was not a combat one. However, the mad scientist could be useful in the future, so Kevin decided to look in the interface to see what skills he had. It turned out that this character has no fixed abilities, because they change depending on the specialization chosen by the player. The good news was that you could level up each skill on that account, as well as the link level between the Mad Max and Emperor accounts. Kevin asked the system to switch his account to Mad Max and chose the engineer specialization to try out at least one new ability. A creature suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to tell Kevin everything about the new account and help him learn how to manage it. It was a small flying robot that was very happy to be activated after many years of inactivity. The robot introduced itself to Kevin as an interdimensional artificial intelligence named Sebastian, as the previous owner of the account had called him. Sebastian immediately offered Kevin to conquer this world together, but the guy refused, since he was not interested in it at the moment. The main feature of the account was madness, because the more insane the actions of the owner, the greater his power, and this should be remembered first of all. Kevin realized that the little robot was trying to teach him how to use accounts properly, and asked him to stop immediately. Instead, he asked Sebastian to briefly explain the basic principles of the account in 3 sentences. Sebastian kept it to 1 sentence, explaining that the account allowed engineering objects to be linked to create new, more powerful inventions. It was quite unusual, and the account turned out to be much more interesting than Kevin initially thought. However, the robot immediately reported restrictions on combining the items it wanted to improve. Kevin could not fuse items that were higher than his own level, and needed to collect invention blueprints to create new equipment. Now Kevin had to find out about the mechanism for switching between accounts and other restrictions, if Sebastian knew about them. It turned out that you can switch between accounts, but not during a battle, so you need to choose an account in advance. After learning all this, Kevin realized that they had kept Monica waiting too long, and it was time for them to hit the road. Meanwhile, in the break room, a long-planned meeting was taking place, where Monica came face to face with one of her main competitors. Sitting on the spacious red sofa, she looked at the man she had always considered a coward, but he turned out to be anything but. This impudent fellow dared not only to invade the safe zone, but also to seize her, knowing full well the possible consequences from her bodyguards. However, Magnus, that was the guy's name, turned to Monica and stated that he would not have attacked her without the support of an influential patron. He confessed that one of Monica's hostile clans approved of this daring act, and even provided him with a tier of Medusa Gorgon, thanks to which they got in here. Without this tier, they would not have been able to deal with Monica's bodyguards, who were now standing motionless behind the girl, petrified by the effects of the magical artifact. Monica had suspected the clan of being sneaky before, but she found it hard to believe they would take such a risk given her increased power. She warned Magnus that he would not be able to defeat her clan, and that the kidnapping would not change the balance of power in the region. Sitting closer to Monica, Magnus admitted with a smile that he was not interested in the showdowns between clans, and that he did it only for the money. His rivals paid him 50 million to kill Monica, but if she offered him 100 million, he would let her go. He asked Monica directly if she was willing to pay twice as much to save her life, and never have to meet him in a similar situation again. Monica replied that she would never pay a vile person like him. Magnus didn't understand how such a smart girl like Monica could provoke him into a conflict by saying things that would definitely anger anyone in his place. Monica firmly repeated that their clan would never submit to others or allow their leaders to be insulted, no matter how hard Magnus tried to persuade her, and the fact that she fell into the hands of the enemy was her own mistake. But her death will not change anything, and will not weaken the influence of the clan. An angry Magnus, not wanting to listen to Monica, attacked her, hoping to get a reward for her head, since she refused to pay him 100 million on principle. Suddenly he realized that the attack had not worked, and an energy shield appeared around Monica. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard and Monica quickly turned to the door to see the unexpected guest. At that moment, Kevin appeared at the door, offering to save Monica for a modest sum of 10 million if she agreed to this lucrative deal. Monica didn't understand why Kevin was risking his life by coming here when Magnus was already ready to attack. Magnus took his opportunity to attack again, furious that this level 4 child had dared to ruin his plans. After the first blow, he realized that Kevin had pretty strong armor for his level, because the blow with all his strength took off only 20% of his health. Although it was Kevin who should have been surprised, because at this rate he risked dying after a few blows and the price of a mistake was too high. Monica immediately urged Kevin to soberly assess the situation, because there was no point in dying for the sake of a beautiful gesture instead of simply saving himself. She had already come to terms with her death, and asked Kevin to come to his senses and help those who really needed him now. Kevin replied that Monica shouldn't worry, because if she died, he wouldn't get his reward, so he would do everything to keep her alive. The guy turned out to be very mercantile, although this is not surprising, because for the sake of money he even dared to go to the black market alone. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the energy shield around Monica had been completely restored. Magnus knew that a level 4 guy couldn't have such an ability, and couldn't understand where the boy got such a rare item in the interface. It became obvious to him that Kevin was hiding something, and his real level was clearly higher than 4th. Kevin masterfully used the ability of the new Mad Max account, and combined 3 energy shields. The recent explosion on the street could also have been the work of this guy, but is a newbie capable of providing the necessary energy for such a blast wave. Suddenly, grenades appeared above the heads of Magnus and his henchmen, and it was clear who threw them. Seeing this cheap trick, Magnus decided that he had overestimated the newcomer and prepared to deal with him quickly. At first, he was afraid that Kevin would become a hindrance to his plans, but attacking a high-level player with simple grenades showed him to be a simple fool. To Magnus's surprise, the red web Kevin had obtained after defeating the giant spider bound his body like chains. These grenades turned out to be not so simple, because Kevin created them himself, calling them sticky bombs, combining several components into one projectile. By combining the web of a clairvoyant spider and powerful grenades, he created a sticky bomb that would immobilize the target and reduce their health for 10 minutes. Magnus declared that such childish tricks would not defeat him, and with one movement he tore the red web. He repeated that this was no place for children's games, and that the real battle was just beginning. Hardened in brutal battles, he wanted to show Kevin his true strength and the reason for his high level. Putting the jokes aside, Magnus pointed the gun at Kevin, wanting to show him what a real fight was like. Kevin was a little upset that the low-level item didn't work on Magnus, and he was left with only one way to win. Magnus's strength and speed suddenly increased, and he attacked Kevin with such fury that he was able to break through his defense in the first minutes. Kevin understood that if he took a couple more hits, he wouldn't survive and wouldn't have time to drink the health restoration potion. There was no time to panic, because in order to defeat Magnus, Kevin had to follow his plan strictly, using only his best abilities. Kevin knew that contact with the lightning armor in Magnus's hands could kill him, but he still continued to fight. The system notified the account owner that Kevin's health had dropped below 10%, and his defensive talent of rapid blood clotting had been activated. Magnus declared that it was a useless trick and that such tricks would not defeat him. A level 45 master. Monica, realizing where things were heading, again demanded that Kevin run, otherwise he would definitely die. Kevin has already gone too far to back out, because after all the trouble he caused Magnus, he will not let him go. He was sure that the most interesting part was just beginning, because he had not yet given up and lost the battle. Judging by the brave guy's words, he was full of confidence, and Magnus asked him to show all his signature tricks. Magnus didn't have time for such fun. He wanted to finish with Kevin as soon as possible, without coddling him like a small child. To his surprise, Kevin's trump card turned out to be a hellish grenade launcher, in the settings of which he clearly changed something. This grenade launcher used to belong to Bobby, whom Magnus knew well, and it was obvious that Kevin killed him to take the weapon. Looking at the frightened Magnus, Kevin asked with a smile if the sight of one grenade launcher had made him change his mind about the newcomer so quickly. Although now he had no time for talking, because the energy shield could not withstand the shelling, and the weapon still had not run out of ammunition. The grenade launcher's rate of fire, damage, and infinite ammo were the main problem for anyone who became its target. Even if the boy himself was harmless, his weapon had to be disarmed first. Otherwise, Magnus risked losing too much health. He was surprised by Kevin's trick, but turning a great weapon into a stationary target seemed stupid and a waste of time to him. However, this no longer mattered, because after the death of the newbie, Magnus would have taken this grenade launcher for himself, because there was nothing like that in his interface. However, he was too hasty with his plans, because all this time the weapon was just a trick to distract the guy and go behind his back with a knife. Magnus did not have time to react and defend himself from his opponent's sudden attack, and this mistake cost him too much. The blow was dealt by a very famous artifact, the blade of which was poisoned with a deadly poison, which almost guaranteed the death of the enemy. Falling to the ground and bleeding, Magnus never expected a blow to his back. But even so, he understood that an ordinary knife could not cause such enormous damage, and this weapon was probably magical or had some special properties. Activating his ability, the Seal of Protection, confirmed that Kevin's knife was indeed deadly. The Seal of Protection granted its owner a one-time immunity to lethal damage and restored 30% of health. Having used this skill on some boy, Magnus became furious, because such a rare and expensive protection seal was very difficult to obtain. Kevin had also spent a lot of valuable items in this fight, and, like Magnus, he regretted having to use them against this idiot. At first, having secured the support of a clan that was at odds with Monica's clan, he thought the task would be easy. But Kevin destroyed all his plans in a few minutes. Magnus was not about to give up, and, swinging his sword, he threw Kevin aside, promising to kill them both. As soon as Kevin hit the ground after the powerful blow, the system warned him that the ability was ending, and that if he did not quickly restore his health, he risked dying. Taking out a syringe with liquid, Magnus realized that to solve the problem he would have to use his main trump card, although he did not expect such survivability from the enemy. He injected the contents of the syringe into his neck to gain an ability that even the highest level player could not withstand. Magnus's body was enveloped in a bright blue glow, and he began to make strange sounds, as if something demonic was awakening inside him. For the first time, Kevin had a chance to see what real high-level battles look like, where you can not only lose, but also die if you choose the wrong tactics. He'd always spent his time clearing dungeons and fighting small mutants for a little experience, but now it was time to do some serious leveling. Kevin looked forward and Magnus emerged from the shadows, wearing a new appearance, gained through the use of an item that gave the owner monstrous power. The huge monster that Magnus had turned into offered Kevin in a demonic voice to show off his latest tricks. Kevin had no more trump cards left, as Magnus had blocked his final decisive blow. This answer made Magnus even more angry, because he had wasted a valuable item and transformed into a monster. In a rage, he jumped at Kevin, raising the huge swords that grew straight from his hands above his head. But Kevin didn't seem to be afraid of his opponent at all, and was sure that killing him would not be as easy as this mutant wanted. Moreover, now he was not alone, because the petrification magic cast on Monica's bodyguards suddenly dissipated, and they could move again. Kevin smiled and recalled that he had overheard Magnus and Monica talking about how petrification magic worked. When Magnus told the girl that the warring clan had given him the Eye of Medusa the Gorgon, Kevin knew he knew how to counter it. Only now Magnus realized that Kevin had managed to get to the treasure chest, because when Billy was defeated, he himself had named the code to the chest and allowed Kevin to take everything valuable from there. Magnus hadn't expected that such a powerful group as the one his rival belonged to would have so few useful items. The mutant became increasingly angry, because they had spent so long collecting all these things, and the boy had appropriated them for himself in one day. But the bodyguards were not going to listen to the monster, and one of them threw him away with a powerful blow so that he would shut up and get what he deserved. Blood gushed from the mutant's wound, and Magnus realized that his life was hanging by a thread. Monica's bodyguards sent a powerful stream of energy at the monster, and it, exhausted, could only take blow after blow. A strong wave threw Magnus into the wall, which he broke through with his body, finding himself in another room. Kevin felt goosebumps run down his spine from the power of the blows from these two guys, the combined strength of which reached level 120, because each of them was level 60. Approaching Kevin, Monica asked why he didn't remove the petrification from her bodyguards as soon as he entered the building. Kevin was confident of his victory, and wanted to fight Magnus personally to gain valuable experience that money cannot buy. Monica had seen many different people, but she had never met anyone as strange as this guy. Kevin suddenly changed the subject and said that 10 million for saving Monica was no longer enough, and that another 500,000 needed to be added. Monica finally understood what was driving this young man, but his calculation only fueled her interest. The transformation ability ended, and the bodyguards brought a half-naked Magnus, who had returned to his normal appearance, to Monica. Looking at the defeated enemy, Monica allowed Kevin to finish him off and take his experience and equipment as a bonus to the 10.5 million. Kevin, without thinking, took out his huge fire sword to personally finish off the one who had long deserved it. Before his death, Magnus tried to explain that there were monsters outside the safe zone, and if they did not unite, they risked encountering them. But this cheap trick didn't work, and a few seconds later Kevin did what he had to do. After killing Magnus, Kevin still thought about his words, and Monica explained that there was no need to worry, as it was just a conspiracy theory. She then invited Kevin to join her clan's fighting squad, since with his abilities, he could become one of its leaders. The offer was interesting, but first Kevin wanted to know more about the benefits that joining the squad would give him. Monica was surprised that such a young player needed to be explained the benefits of her offer, because anyone in his place would have immediately agreed. Kevin was quick to explain that he was very careful in life, and was used to thinking carefully about everything before making decisions so as not to regret it later. After hearing such a bold answer, Monika's bodyguards approached Kevin and advised him to choose his words more carefully in the future. But the girl immediately told him to leave the guy alone, because when he saved her today, he acted decisively and habitually, without thinking about the consequences. Before leaving, Kevin asked the brothers to leave him the bodies of the mercenaries so that he could remove valuables from them and sell them on the black market. The girl never ceased to be surprised by the guy's love for money, although in fact this approach was understandable and even beneficial to her. She knew that all men wanted beautiful girls, big money, and influential friends, and did not condemn these natural desires. Besides, people who were obsessed with some goal were united by a common feature that Monika always liked. While talking to the girl, the guy studied her carefully, trying to understand her true character and the reason why she was forcing her friendship on him. Coming close to Kevin and touching his face, the girl said that she knew how to quench the thirst that drives passionate people like him. Hearing the girl's intonation, the guy understood that he couldn't allow her to manipulate him. Otherwise, it would lead to his defeat. Monika then decided to show Kevin all the benefits of joining her squad, since he was so interested in specific benefits. A bright beam suddenly shone from the small robot that appeared under their feet. It was a modern projector, with the help of which Monika wanted to initiate her new friend into her affairs. She explained that after the dimension of their planet changed and the old world disappeared, the new structure of the universe brought unprecedented opportunities and a new future. And the main goal of any rich clan with a fighting squad became the fight for this future, hidden in the depths of dark dungeons. Their squad occupied a leading position among competitors thanks to their own strength and financial support from the clan. By joining their squad, Kevin will not only gain access to resources from the best dungeons, but also priority access to various valuable items. Kevin almost jumped for joy at the opportunity, but Monika interrupted him and asked him to let her finish. In the city, in addition to the center, there were 9 security zones, and beyond them there was an unknown territory that was not patrolled even by the most powerful clans. And if the safety zone is attacked by monsters, then all the inhabitants of the settlement will die. This time, the girl came to the school of the 9th security zone to select talented fighters for her reserve. But after assessing the situation, she realized that only chaos reigned here. So, by joining her squad, Kevin will be able to leave this dangerous place and live in one of the first 3 zones, like all members of her clan. Seeing Kevin's reaction, the girl realized that he began to take the conversation more seriously, having learned that he would be able to ensure the safety of himself and his loved ones. In addition, at a crucial moment for each member of the squad, the medical support and quality of equipment of Monika's clan reached the highest level. They themselves produced individual sets of weapons and equipment, taking into account the abilities of each fighter. The constant readiness of the emergency medical team ensured high survival rates for the team and prompt medical support. Rising from the sofa, Monika suddenly began to explain the real reason why she so easily ended up as a hostage to the mercenaries. In fact, she didn't expect a frontal attack and was already unaccustomed to such impudent guys like Magnus. And secondly, for their clan and for herself, the life of each fighter was much more valuable than her own, because she was used to relying only on herself. After listening to Monika, the guy realized that he simply couldn't refuse such an offer, because it gave him a chance to become one of the most influential people in the safe zone. It seemed to him that this young woman had figured out all his weaknesses, but he was ready to accept the offer not only for himself, but also for his parents and younger sister. And yet, with a smile, he asked to give him a little time to think over all the details and return with an answer. Monika, as if anticipating such an answer, gave Kevin 3 days to think about it and threw him a contact card. Kevin thanked her for the offer with a smile, but reminded her of the 10 million she had promised to pay for her rescue. However, the card the guy was holding had 20 million on it, and Monika expected that this amount would be enough. Quickly hiding the card in his inside pocket, the guy, barely containing his joy, modestly said that he was completely satisfied. Suddenly they heard someone's loud voice at the front door and, turning around, tried to see their guest. It turned out that it was the school principal, Roger, who begged for forgiveness for failing to protect the girl from the mercenaries. The old man collapsed to the floor, realizing that if there was even one scratch on the girl's body, her clan would grind the school into dust along with him. But Monika suddenly smiled and said that it was she who should apologize, because the mercenaries came for her, and she was the one who caused all the commotion. Hearing this, Roger shouted even louder that the school would never forget the girl's kindness, and that she would always be a welcome guest within its walls. Despite her tough temper, Monica never spared money and was fair in her decisions, which made Kevin very happy. But suddenly she said that she hated false compliments and reminded him once again that she would be leaving the 9th zone in 3 days, so the guy should hurry up with his answer. The offer was too tempting to refuse, so after thinking it over with a cool head, Kevin was determined to accept. After waiting for Monica to leave the office, Roger rushed to Kevin, not believing that the guy had actually managed to save Miss Monica and the entire school along with the students. But the guy immediately replied that he acted according to Roger's famous advice, because as long as a person is strong in spirit, everything is possible. Roger didn't expect any other answer from the student who everyone had previously called a genius, even though he hadn't managed to improve his level in 3 years. He then told the secretary to gather everyone urgently because he wanted to publicly thank Kevin for saving the students. But the guy replied that he didn't need any special thanks, and that he would like to limit himself to a cash reward for winning the competition. But if you add up all of Kevin's prize money, it only came to 1 million, and that money was too little to thank their new hero. At parting, the old man said that the next 3 days at school would be declared holidays, and advised the boy to get some proper rest. As Roger watched him go, he became increasingly convinced of what a wonderful student this young man was, who always behaved unnoticed, but at the decisive moment took on the role of leader. He ordered the school's finance department to be contacted so that they could prepare the 2 million in prize money for Kevin and the thing he wanted to personally give to the boy in 3 days. True, no matter how hard he tried, Kevin could not figure out what the director and his assistant were talking about. He thought it would be easier to just name the prize rather than keep him guessing for 3 days. Meanwhile, Kevin went to the hospital to see his father, who was seriously injured during a clash with monsters in the 9th zone. The father assured his family that he felt well, but Linda still asked him to follow his mother's advice and conserve his strength by staying in bed. Kevin was eager to ease his father's suffering, knowing that it would take a long time to recover. Taking advantage of the lull, Linda asked her brother how the competition went and what rating he received. At that moment, a young doctor entered the room, who had previously allowed the family to stay in the hospital, even though they had not managed to pay for the treatment. This time he was not alone, and the chairman of the hospital came with him to personally examine the patients. After making sure Maurice was okay, the chairman apologized for a recent incident where one of the staff members had tried to discharge patients for non-payment. Despite the chairman's stern appearance, Kevin realized that he was dealing with a man of honor, since he had come to apologize personally for his colleagues. As the chairman was about to leave, Kevin extended his hand and asked him to stay for a minute. The young man had an important question about whether there was a way to quickly cure his father of his illness as soon as possible. The chairman replied that the hospital had an excellent medicine for instant recovery, but it was so expensive that Kevin would hardly be able to pay for it. Maurice immediately assured his son that he was fine. He just needed a little time to rest, and Kevin should not worry. But Kevin was already holding the card in his hands, which he was going to use to pay for his father's medicine. This was no ordinary card, and the chairman immediately recognized it, because it belonged to the clan's eldest daughter, Miss Monica. The old man was puzzled as to where the young man got this map from, and who gave it to him. In fact, it was Miss Monica herself who gave Kevin the card, and he hoped that she could also pay for hospital services. The chairman suddenly assured Kevin that he would not charge him for the medicine, since this card entitles him to free service in their hospital. He immediately ordered the doctor to bring medicine here and transfer their dear patients to the best ward. The thing is, the hospital was one of the branches of Monica's clan, and seeing this map was a great honor for the chairman. Kevin was amazed because the object in his hands opened any door, and his opinion of Miss Monica became better and better. Linda couldn't understand where her brother got this card from and what he did to get it. Kevin replied that it was a long story, and he would tell everything later, when they sorted out his father's treatment. Suddenly, the young doctor, who had just left the ward, quickly returned with loud shouts. It turned out that the top-notch medicine they were going to use to treat Maurice had disappeared from storage along with other expensive drugs. This was the worst news Kevin could hear, because he was so close to his goal. Kevin suspected that the thief was one of the hospital staff, and he had one guess. After reviewing the surveillance footage, the doctor recognized the kidnapper as the hospital director, with whom Kevin had recently had a conflict. The chairman, of course, regretted hiring such a scoundrel, and would have been glad to punish him. But now it was more important to find the stolen medicines. He apologized for the incident, and promised to prescribe Maurice a special treatment that would speed up his recovery. Just in case, Kevin asked where he could buy this medicine himself, so as not to delay this important matter. The man advised him to contact Monica directly, since such an influential woman probably had many friends among the black market sellers. Kevin thought it would be awkward to ask for help again, after she had already given him 20 million and her card. And the chairman kept apologizing for not being able to help Kevin's family fully. He ordered that Maurice be immediately transferred to a separate ward and assigned the best nurse to him. Kevin remembered that it was thanks to this young doctor that his family received treatment and believed that he deserved a promotion. Taking the hint, the hospital chairman suddenly informed the doctor that they had just had a vacancy for a director and that his experience was entirely suitable for the position. The doctor, not expecting such a turn of events, began to thank Kevin, but he said that this was a well-deserved reward for honest work and attentive attitude towards patients. Kevin then said goodbye, explaining that their family had some important matters to discuss. He assured his father that he would definitely find the necessary medicine and would not keep himself waiting too long. Maurice was touched by his son's concern, but asked him not to risk himself for this. Although Linda was still angry with her brother because he never told her how he got Miss Monica's card. Noticing his sister's displeasure, Kevin hastened to assure her that there was nothing between him and Monica, and that she had given him the card simply in gratitude for his help. Linda began to suspect that her brother was hiding something, and she was eager to find out the details of their relationship. She decided to go with Kevin to look for a cure, even though he didn't ask her to. Linda begged her brother to take her with him because she was tired of sitting in the hospital. And besides, they had a lot to talk about. Linda's father forbade her from participating in the dangerous search, but she stated that she was no longer a child and that she was even offended that they were treating her like a little girl. In the end, Kevin agreed to take his sister, realizing how much she would be offended by his refusal. On the way, Linda learned that her brother not only won the competition, but also saved Monica, who, in gratitude, gave him 20 million. However, it remained unclear why Kevin preferred the black market when it seemed safer to visit an official auction. But the black market offered far more goods than the auctions. And besides, Linda could feel safe with Kevin. After all, he had finally gained self-confidence, having become much stronger and richer in recent times. Approaching almost to the very entrance, suddenly 3 guys immediately warned the guys that they would have to pay to enter. Pushing her brother aside out of habit and standing in front of him, Linda declared that she would sort things out herself and would not allow anyone to hurt Kevin. This reaction amused the guys, because they found it funny how the young man was hiding behind the girl. Kevin, although grateful to his sister, asked her not to interfere, assuring her that he was now capable of resolving any conflict himself. Kevin's look said that he was no longer going to tolerate humiliation, and especially would not allow his sister to be hurt. The bully, placing a huge hand on Kevin's shoulder, declared that today was not their day, and they would have to give up all their valuables. But the guys were very surprised when Kevin demanded that they get out of the way themselves, and then he promised to spare their lives. Such insolence could not go unpunished, and the big guy with a knuckle duster on his fist rushed at Kevin to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, someone from the side threw a long metal object at the big guy's forehead with such force that he had no chance of survival. Kevin saw the metal rod go through the guy's head, but he didn't know who did it. Turning around, he saw another young man who was attacking this entire gang with incredible dexterity. As if he had a lot of experience in such fights. He easily threw them aside, mockingly calling them weaklings, unworthy of a fair fight. When it was all over, Linda asked the stranger in horror who he was and why he decided to help them. In front of them, with his back to the boys, stood a stranger with a sword in his hands, hiding his face. And then he turned around abruptly and replied that he was just an ordinary passerby who decided to help them. Kevin liked his humble answer and the fighting skills the stranger possessed. The young man added that the main thing for a man is the ability to quickly solve problems, and he did not like to waste time on such weaklings. Kevin noticed from his sister's unusual behavior that she clearly liked the stranger. Then a young man named Anthony warned them that the black market was a dangerous place, and if they were going there, they had good reasons. The boys were lucky, because Anthony was also heading to the black market, and holding out his hand, invited them to join him. Linda suddenly asked her brother to step aside to say something important in private, quickly apologizing to Anthony. While the guy stood behind, the girl explained to Kevin that free help was too suspicious, and they did not know Anthony's true intentions. Realizing that they were talking about him, Anthony assured that he had no ulterior motives and simply wanted to help, just like a few minutes ago. He suddenly mentioned that they went to the same school, and Linda remembered seeing him in the school corridors. It turned out that Anthony was known as the most brilliant student in the school, and already in his first year of study, he got into the professional team. Kevin thought for a moment, and remembered that by the end of his training, Anthony had reached level 20, and if he hadn't used any cheats, he could truly be called a genius. Therefore, the guys could completely trust him, because his honesty was beyond doubt. Kevin told his sister that they should watch how things developed and go with Anthony. Besides, their new friend was only level 30. And if Anthony had something evil in mind, Kevin was sure that he could deal with him. As they went to the black market together, Kevin admitted that he had heard about Anthony's success, which led to him being accepted into a professional team. Although, in fact, Anthony was only in the reserves and not in the main team. Unexpectedly, on the way to the black market, the system switched Kevin's account to Mad Max, and at first, he couldn't understand why this happened. Immediately calling Sebastian's robot, Kevin asked him where he could get a device to study his target. But in the end, the stupid robot had to explain that we were talking about a device for scanning thoughts. Of course, he mentioned other types of scanners, such as devices for turning young girls' clothes completely transparent, although he immediately clarified that he had no need for one of those. The robot warned that it would still not be possible to create such a device at the player's current level. The guy was talking about technologies that can detect lies by breathing or heart rate, but judging lies by breathing or heartbeat would be unreliable, and Sebastian suggested conducting several experiments. Kevin, obeying the robot, quietly asked his sister which of her companions seemed more beautiful to her. The girl, without hesitation, answered that her brother was much more handsome than Anthony, and the robot immediately realized that this was a lie. Leaving this idea behind, Kevin turned to Anthony and asked if he had heard about the incident at school yesterday. Anthony replied that he had not heard any news and was already prepared to learn about something very bad. The robot quickly confirmed that the answer was true, and Kevin immediately assured Anthony that nothing special had happened. It was just a funny rumor going around the school, that's all. However, he wondered what rumor could have interested Kevin so much and why he decided to remember it now. They soon reached the entrance to the black market, and Anthony immediately began talking to the guards who knew him well. The guards turned out to be fans of the team that Anthony was accepted to, and respectfully invited him to come in, hoping that he would soon make it into the main team. Anthony promised to work hard to live up to their expectations and perform well next year. And then the guards saw Kevin in front of him, and at that moment, it seemed to Anthony that a fight was about to start between them. Anthony immediately stood up for his new friends and honestly said that he would fight for Kevin and Linda, even if he had to kill someone. However, this was not necessary, because both guards were happy to see the guy and even offered him a cigarette. It was the first time Anthony had seen these guards so happy, and he didn't understand why they were talking so nicely to Kevin. Kevin replied that he was still a schoolboy and didn't smoke, but that he had come here for a completely different reason. The guards greeted Kevin so well because they knew about Miss Monica's offer to join her fighting squad, and only the best of the best received such an invitation. Linda was surprised to hear this, because her brother had not told her that Monica had suggested that he move to the first safe zone. But there was no time to talk about this, as the doors of the establishment had already opened, and one of the security guards warned that the floor inside was slippery. Anthony still couldn't believe that this guy, who looked like a weak rookie, could easily handle those guys on the street himself. While Linda was asking Kevin about Monica's offer, Anthony was still thinking about how a guy with a level 4 was invited to her place by Monica herself. If this is true, it means that they have a close relationship, and this young man is worth paying special attention to. They soon found themselves in the center of the main hall of the black market, and this place was not at all like what Linda had imagined. She looked around, considering this place the most dangerous in the entire safe zone, and was constantly expecting an attack. Anthony immediately warned that there was no point in chatting too much here, since local visitors were used to spending money and not thinking about anything. Kevin turned around and thanked Anthony for seeing them out, promised not to keep him any longer, and immediately said goodbye. Suddenly, Kevin saw a friend invitation from that guy on the interface panel screen and decided to accept it. By adding Anthony as a friend, Kevin could now freely communicate with him at any time. Finally, Anthony shouted at Kevin not to stay here too long, as this place was still dangerous. Kevin smiled back, but a voice inside him told him that this guy was suspicious, and he needed to be careful with him. Linda was still nervous and thought that they could find anything at this market, except the medicines they needed. At that moment, Kevin suddenly wanted to turn around, because some inner feeling told him that he was being watched. Seeing a beautiful girl behind the bar, he decided that she had been following him since their appearance in the building. Realizing that she had been noticed, the girl admitted that she knew all the visitors, and that Kevin was a newcomer, and suddenly offered the guy to buy her a glass of wine as a sign of their acquaintance. Linda immediately intervened, saying that her brother was still a child, and they had not come here to meet people. This answer amused the girl, because she just wanted to joke about Linda's older brother, and did not expect such a violent reaction. Leaning over the bar to clear away an empty glass, the girl suddenly called Kevin by name and said that everyone had already heard about this brave student. Then, turning to him, a girl named Teresa introduced herself as a member of a famous clan whose job it was to know everything that happened in their safe zone. Sebastian, hiding behind Kevin, quickly told him that the girl was not lying, and she was not a simple visitor like all the others. The robot even started laughing, because he immediately realized that Teresa wanted to seduce Kevin when he noticed the flow of pink spectrum around her body. And indeed, Teresa came very close to Kevin and took his hand, clearly trying to seduce him. She then whispered quietly in his ear that she could take him to a room where he could do whatever he wanted. But then she smiled and clarified that he could buy anything he wanted there, since that was exactly why he came to the black market. The bartenders couldn't believe their eyes, because the girl, who was even difficult to talk to, walked up to this young guy and took his hand. But Linda had a different attitude and considered it her duty to protect her brother from dissolute women. After some time, they reached the private room of the clan that Teresa represented and where she often spent time. Inviting the boys inside, Teresa said they could do whatever they wanted and enjoy the highest level of service. In front of them stood a black market trading terminal, allowing them to make purchases easily, although the selection of goods was not very large. Teresa explained that their terminal has a high level of access, and if they have enough money, they can even buy rare secret items. But Kevin didn't care, because he only needed the antidote to cure his father. And then Kevin saw on the screen of the trading terminal the necessary drug that could help Maurice, and it was sold freely. Kevin immediately realized that the seller of the antidote was the director of the hospital, who stole it from the storage facility. The price of the medicine was exorbitant, since they were asking $600,000 for one bottle instead of $100,000, its real value. The inflated price was quite understandable, because apart from this person, no one else sold such a medicine on the black market. It remained unclear how Kevin could begin negotiations with the seller in order to then arrange a personal meeting with him. Teresa then asked the system to contact the seller of the antidote to discuss the details of the deal. Unfortunately, the seller refused to talk in person, and Kevin understood perfectly well the reason for his fear. Kevin then asked to send the seller another message, saying that he was willing to pay $1 million for the bottle if he agreed to negotiate. Linda immediately objected that $1 million was too high a price for this antidote, and they did not need to talk to this man personally. But if the seller had agreed to meet, Kevin would have taken the antidote for free, simply by taking it from the thief. Soon, screams were heard in one of the corridors of the black market, and a man angrily demanded to be allowed to go to the toilet. But no one was going to listen to him, and, opening the doors of the negotiating room, he had to come face to face with someone who had long wanted to look this scoundrel in the eye. Director Ronald finally appeared in the hall, and was roughly pushed in the back by 2 security guards. Kevin, who was waiting for him in the office, warned him that Ronald had kept him waiting too long and he was starting to get nervous. Ronald hoped that the wig would help him disguise himself, and no one would recognize him as the thief of the antidote, who had been stealing drugs from the hospital for a long time. He immediately angrily declared that he was not going to lower the price of his goods, even if these people dragged him here by force. Then Kevin revealed his plan and said that under the wig there was a face he knew. Ronald couldn't understand how the young man had managed to see through his disguise and knew he had to leave immediately. Looking at the guards, he asserted his right to refuse the deal and demanded that they let him out. Kevin, however, was serious about the deal and was ready to pay for the expensive purchase with his black card. Teresa, having recognized the card, understood that the credit limit of such a card was enormous and was no less than 50 million. Ronald was shocked when he heard the figure of 50 million, unaware of Kevin's wealth. It remained unclear where Kevin had such connections with Monica and why she gave him her card. Suddenly, Kevin announced that he had confused the man with Director Ronald, to whom he wanted to offer a much larger sum. Believing this ruse, Ronald tore off his wig, not wanting to miss out on such a lucrative deal. With a gleam in his eyes, he accepted Kevin's apology and offered to sign the contract immediately. However, Kevin first wanted to look at the product that Ronald promised to sell, because he was not ready to part with such a large sum of money without seeing it. Ronald quickly pulled out a small safe containing the goods Kevin had come to the black market for. Opening the safe, he declared that it was a first-class antidote that would cure the patient of any disease. Kevin finally found what he was looking for, but asked where Ronald got the medicine from. Suddenly, Ronald snatched the case from Kevin's hands, who had already begun to examine the inscriptions on the antidote ampoules, where information about the customer could be stored. Then Kevin admitted that he had recently heard from the hospital director about the theft of 3 ampoules of antidote and suspected Ronald of this. Realizing that he had been exposed, Ronald rushed to the exit, refusing to continue negotiations. However, he was unable to leave the office, as the guards immediately blocked his path. Teresa, not wanting to continue this farce, warned that the leader of her clan would take over the investigation, who would find out whether Ronald was guilty. The guards grabbed Ronald and dragged him into another room where he had to wait for the results of the investigation. Teresa wondered if she should personally handle this case, which was ideally within her jurisdiction, and allowed her to control the entire process. Kevin interrupted her thoughts by loudly declaring that he was ready to pay the $5 million that Ronald was demanding as moral compensation. Visibly cheered up, Ronald suggested that Teresa personally check the ampules to make sure that they did not belong to the hospital from which the antidote had recently been stolen. He was sure that he had replaced the ampule a long time ago, and it could be checked as much as he wanted. However, upon taking the ampule in her hands, Teresa realized that this medicine had nothing to do with the clan, to which, according to Ronald, the antidote belonged. It suddenly seemed to Kevin that Teresa's right eye was artificial and, probably, with its help she could scan the true origin of objects. Turning away abruptly, Teresa ordered Ronald to be seized, suspecting him of the recent theft. Ronald was immediately thrown to the floor, despite his accusations of lynching without serious evidence. In response, Teresa stepped on his face with all her might, and Ronald realized that this woman was not to be trifled with. The scoundrel believed that a simple replacement of the ampule would hide his crime. But he was unlucky, and Teresa was not so easy to deceive. She explained that special harmless components are added to the antidote, and with their help it was easy to establish the origin of the drug. Ronald was simply unlucky to meet such an experienced girl, because anyone who dared to steal anything from her clan could only suffer one fate. Linda immediately began to persuade Teresa not to kill Ronald, so as not to bring unnecessary problems upon herself. Teresa had no intention of killing him, considering it beneath her dignity to dirty her hands with him. Her words were immediately picked up by Ronald, who was still lying on the floor and saying that he was just dirt that needed to be thrown out into the street. When Teresa removed her foot from his face, Ronald realized that his words had had an effect on the girl. However, she immediately ordered her people to throw him out to be eaten by monsters outside the safe zone. Realizing that he was facing a painful death, Ronald, with tears in his eyes, began to beg not to leave him alone with the monsters. He still swore that they wouldn't get away with it, but the guards, not listening to him, were already dragging the former hospital director towards the exit. Ronald's panic in the face of death was understandable, but other people could have suffered because of him, and the antidote he stole was an indispensable remedy against serious diseases. Kevin thought about Ronald's last words about some government of the old god in whose name he did his dirty work. This was worth paying attention to, since Kevin had already heard twice that day about the possible capture of the safe zone. His sister decided that Ronald really believed all these fabrications, and therefore decided to take a desperate action. But Teresa assured the girl with a smile that it was an old tale that had appeared during the construction of the safe zone, and that Ronald's words should not be trusted. After all, in the 50 years of the existence of the 9th safe zone, there has not been a single attack by monsters, and all such talk has remained at the level of rumors and gossip. The settlement was built in a quiet area so that its residents would not have to worry about a possible mutant invasion. Kevin was surprised to receive a case with an antidote from the girl, because according to the rules of her clan, the one who finds the stolen item becomes its owner. The girl pressed herself tenderly against Kevin and asked if he wanted to thank her for saving her $3 million. Looking into Kevin's eyes, the girl promised to teach him something that he was still inexperienced in. Taking the hint, Kevin's sister thanked Teresa for her help and said it was time for them to return to the hospital. Kevin was too young for such an adult relationship, and it seemed completely inappropriate to Linda. Linda misunderstood Teresa, who was simply asking her to buy her a drink at the bar if Kevin didn't mind. Not wanting to go to the bar herself, Teresa ordered her bodyguard to bring 2 glasses of strong alcohol, and he promised to carry out the order immediately. Teresa saved Kevin a lot of money, and he was willing to pay for any alcohol from the bar for this girl. True, she didn't want to discuss such trifles right now, and suggested exchanging addresses so that they could talk about it later alone, even all night long. The conversation went back to the same direction, and Linda, realizing that she had to leave, grabbed her brother by the hand and pulled him toward the door. Suddenly, Kevin revealed that in addition to the medications, he had planned to spend a whole $5 million on equipment for Linda, and was now ready to add another $3 million to this amount. Linda couldn't believe that Kevin was willing to spend so much money on her equipment, and in general, no one had ever given her such gifts before. As long as Kevin was around, their family would no longer be in need, and now the most important thing is quality equipment for Linda, because she was the main protector of their parents. Linda began to consider what gear to choose, realizing that such expensive purchases needed to be made wisely. Suddenly the bodyguard called Teresa, saying that it was time for them to leave. The secret auction was about to start, and Teresa invited Kevin if he was interested. This monthly black market auction offered valuable items, many of which were found by commanders in the dungeon. The offer sounded tempting, but Kevin doubted whether he could attend such an event without the proper level. Realizing that Teresa could arrange for him to enter the auction, Kevin asked Linda to stay and wait for him outside. Seeing Linda's excitement as she looked at the gear, Kevin thought that all women were the same when it came to shopping. Teresa assured Kevin that Linda was completely safe under the protection of bodyguards and that he had nothing to worry about. Soon a portal opened before them to the dungeon, where a monthly auction was taking place for select guests. Such events were not carried out in the black market itself, as it was too dangerous a place. The auction was held in a heavily guarded area, with portals to 9 black markets throughout the security zones. Teresa realized that she had spent too much time explaining the basics of black trading to Kevin, and suggested that he relax and enjoy himself. Although Kevin had planned to save money, there was no point in doing so now, since he needed to prepare for a possible monster attack on the safe zones. Kevin was a little nervous before the event that Teresa was taking him to, because he had never been to such a place. After passing through the portal, they found themselves in a secret dungeon, which could only be accessed with special permission. Teresa announced her arrival, and said that Kevin would now see how people with special status who were allowed into this place lived. Interestingly, black cloaks appeared on the guests automatically upon entering the dungeon. The huge hall was decorated with expensive materials so that people would spend as much money as possible here. The name of the place seemed strange and stupid to Kevin, and he could not get used to it. Once they reached their seat, Teresa invited Kevin to sit down as the auction was about to begin. A few minutes later, the auction host appeared in the center of the hall and greeted the guests. Kevin asked his mechanical pet Sebastian to advise him during the auction. Sebastian promised to evaluate each lot, comparing it with Kevin's preferences, so that he would not buy some nonsense for himself. It was a very sound approach, and if Kevin had unlocked more of Sebastian's skills, he would have been able to do even more in-depth analysis. But the guy decided not to think about raising the robot's level now, and to return to this issue after the auction. Suddenly, Sebastian announced that among the auction participants, there was an interesting person whom Kevin had recently met. This man's status and wealth were so great that he was not supposed to participate in black market auctions. But he, like many others, secretly made his way here. Without further ado, the host presented the guests with 10 valuable lots that would go to the one who offered the highest price. It was time to announce the first lot, which could become one of the most valuable items ever seen at such auctions. The first lot was an ancient level 70 magic crystal, which could only be used by those with the highest levels of power. The audience was delighted to see the crystal, as it was unlikely that one would see this valuable artifact twice in a lifetime. The host explained that the crystal was obtained by a group of mercenaries who lost several of their guys in a battle with mutants, and then announced the starting price of 1 million. The ancient level 70 magic crystal was a real find, and someone from the audience immediately offered 1.5 million. Teresa suspected that Kevin was hiding his true level, and he could certainly use such a crystal in practice. However, Sebastian did not consider the crystal to be a very useful item, and rated it only 2 stars, saying that it was not worth spending money on. Meanwhile, the fight for the crystal continued, and one of the participants raised the price to 3 million. Even for such a valuable crystal, the sum was impressive. So the host, confident in the success of the bidding, immediately began counting down the time. And indeed, 3 seconds later, the host announced the winner, who took the first lot. The winner turned out to be the same senior student that the robot had pointed out earlier, and Kevin was amazed that the guy could afford such an expensive item. The second lot was a small bottle of a potion that allowed the owner not to lose health for 30 seconds, even under heavy attack. Due to the rarity of such a potion, the starting price of the second lot was 2 million, and the minimum increase was 500,000. Sebastian once again stated that the potion was useless, since Kevin, as a master alchemist, has the opportunity to unlock the recipe for this drink for free. Kevin had no idea about such a skill, and decided that it would be possible to set up production and sale of these potions at auctions. Soon the host congratulated guest number 11, who purchased the potion for 4.5 million. The third lot was a cloak that allowed the owner to fly at high speed for 5 minutes. The robot rated the cloak at only 1 star, calling it a useless toy, unsuitable for serious long-distance travel. Kevin was already reaching for the black card to buy a cloak, but Sebastian warned him that the money would be needed for more important purchases. He reminded Kevin of his recent intention to purchase a new weapon, which would require significant expenditure. To everyone's surprise, Teresa raised her hand and made a winning bid of 6 million, which no one could beat. They immediately brought her a small box with a beautiful bow, and the girl admitted that she simply enjoyed making small purchases. To everyone's surprise, Teresa decided to give the coat to Kevin, knowing that he could not afford such an expensive item. Kevin, whom Teresa had already helped a lot, could not accept such an expensive gift and deprive her of this little joy. He decided to keep the cloak for the time being and, if he needed it, buy it from Teresa for 8 million, adding 2 million to the original price. It seemed as if the girl was simply manipulating Kevin, wanting to leave him in her debt. The fourth lot was an epic-level engineering blueprint that would be perfect for developing a Mad Max account. This news inspired Kevin because the drawing could be useful for his future experiments. With the help of the blueprint, Kevin could create a humanoid mechanical robot that would be his bodyguard or just a regular assistant. The starting price for the lot was 2 million, although last month a similar drawing was sold for 8 million. Some bidders thought that the high-level requirements for the owner of this drawing would immediately scare off all buyers. Kevin heard that only 10 people in the entire world had achieved the required level of skill, and the engineering profession was extremely rare. Sebastian confirmed that in order to use the blueprint, it is not enough just to have money, but also an outstanding mind and talent are needed. It was on this day that Kevin decided to focus his efforts on developing his engineering skills and leveling up his Mad Max account to the maximum level. Teresa also believed that no one would buy the drawing due to the lack of such high-level specialists among the participants. She explained that even a master engineer would have to spend intelligence points when using a blueprint of this level, which was disadvantageous for most. Kevin, realizing the benefits of the offer, decided to buy the drawing for himself, especially since he had no competitors. The host already wanted to withdraw the lot from the auction, since no one had offered the required amount for it within 10 minutes. The only one who raised his hand was Kevin, ready to pay 2 million for the drawing. Many were surprised by Kevin's decision, and some considered him simply a fool, spending a lot of money on a trinket. Teresa was also amused by her friend's choice, because even if the drawing were resold, the profit would be laughable. However, Kevin had no intention of selling the drawing, and replied that the thing might be useful to him in the future. Those around him didn't understand the true value of the item, but for Kevin the purchase was completely justified. The presenter, having finally found a buyer, ordered the purchase to be delivered to Kevin immediately. Kevin soon received a large box containing a blueprint, planning to create an invention in the future to protect his family in his absence. The ring of fortune that Kevin already had improved the characteristics of his new acquisition, and he felt doubly lucky. The blueprint description stated that an engineering level was needed to create a robot that would serve its master forever, and Kevin had to develop this skill. The starting level of the blueprint was raised to 20, which would allow the future robot to fight monsters even of the level that the clairvoyant demonic spider possessed. Robot Sebastian immediately imagined a beautiful girl that Kevin could create from this drawing and give to him. Yes, Sebastian got carried away by his fantasies, and his owner Kevin already guessed about the main dream of his iron pet. In the end, everything worked out better than Kevin expected, and after this lot, he became seriously interested in auctions. The host presented a few more items, including a beautiful dragon skin battle shield, but Sebastian again rated it only 1 star. The bloody dragon fang blade with vampirism effect also failed to impress the robot, receiving only 2 stars. Suddenly, the host announced the 7th lot as the most surprising of all, and capable of causing a real fight among the participants. It was a rare beast summoning magic crystal with a starting price of 10 million and a minimum increase step of 1 million. Kevin, familiar with various crystals, heard for the first time about an object that could summon magical creatures. Teresa confirmed that the summoning crystals were some of the rarest, and everyone wanted to have at least one of them. Then, gently touching Kevin's face, the girl said that he should accept Monica's invitation if he wanted to get such items. Kevin suddenly felt helpless, like a frog at the bottom of a well, constantly waiting for help from somewhere above. However, Teresa considered him to be the lucky one who could get out of any difficult situation on his own. After intense bidding, the lot was sold for 50 million, and the host loudly congratulated the winner. Robot Sebastian understood that Kevin would not have been able to compete in the final auction anyway, because the price of the lot was too high for him. The presenter suddenly jumped up and announced that they needed to make room for the next exhibit. Suddenly, there was a loud crash and smoke rising from behind the presenter, as if a bomb had exploded somewhere nearby. A huge electromagnetic tank, armed with the most advanced weapons and seemingly created for storming dungeons, drove onto the stage. The audience was amazed, realizing that they had entered the most incredible auction in the dungeon. Kevin was amazed by the idea of storming dungeons in a tank, because he was used to relying only on his gaming skills and accounts. This tank could easily destroy all level 40 monsters and even slightly stronger in any dungeon. The starting price of the lot was 20 million, and the minimum increase was 2 million, which was appropriate given its enormous size. Immediately after the start of trading was announced, hands shot up, and within a minute the price jumped to 30 million. The host's words about storming cities sounded too cruel, and many auction participants immediately paid attention to this. But the more dangerous the dungeon, the more valuable the rewards were, and for them people were ready to make any sacrifice. Although there was no time to think about it for too long, since the lot was almost immediately sold for 88 million, becoming the most expensive acquisition of the evening. Finally, the host announced the penultimate lot, in which a small but very valuable item was put up for sale. It was a key to the 100th level dungeon, opening access to its most secret corners, worth 30 million. One of the spectators, an experienced employee of the auction house, saw the key to the dungeon of the 100th level for the first time in his long career. Precious resources from such a dungeon usually cost no less than 500 million. But today, for some reason, there were very few people willing to bargain. The girl explained that these keys have a limited validity period, which begins immediately from the moment of purchase. Kevin was surprised by such a short period of use for such an expensive purchase, and asked the system to show a description of the key. But the system only had information about the key to the 40th level dungeon, which was located in the 87th area outside the safe zone. Despite the rust that had appeared, Kevin was interested in learning more about the key, which might come in handy for the guy a little later. His thoughts were interrupted by the host, who announced the final price of the key at 150 million, since there was already a buyer among the guests who was ready to pay this amount. It was as if Kevin had once again realized that day the importance of big money in this era, because without buying valuable items, it was impossible to truly raise your level. Although the 100 million mark was passed quite late, it only fueled interest in the culmination of today's auction. To showcase the last lot, an attractive girl personally brought the box onto the stage, afraid to trust it to anyone else. Opening the wooden box, everyone saw the legendary potion for resurrecting angry spirits with a starting price of 100 million. Many could not believe their eyes when they saw the legendary potion at auction, and were ready to give everything for the opportunity to possess it. Teresa, although she wanted to buy the potion, knew that such an expensive purchase would exceed her authority in the company, and was annoyed that she had not been warned about it in advance. Even Sebastian acknowledged the value of the resurrection potion, as it was impossible for humans to create it, no matter their level. Only monsters could create this potion, and even a master pharmacist could not replicate its recipe. The host announced that by drinking a potion to resurrect angry spirits before death, a person will be resurrected even after dying in battle. The side effect of turning into a monster lasts only a month, after which the person returns to normal. A bidder higher in rank than Kevin immediately offered 150 million for the lot. Kevin didn't understand what kind of angry spirits the host was talking about, hearing about them for the first time today. There were other races besides humans and monsters, but information about them was not in the books and was probably kept a closely guarded secret. The bidding continued, and one of the guys offered 300 million, which most likely no one could surpass. This huge amount was offered by Kevin's friend, and the guy was surprised by his ability to make such purchases. Looking at the senior's happy face, Kevin already began to suspect him of colluding with an influential clan, but decided to deal with it later. After congratulating the buyer, the host thanked everyone for their participation and announced the closing of the auction. He reminded that next month 10 more lots will be presented, even more interesting than today's ones. Soon, Kevin was glad to return home after a long day in the dungeon, confident that his parents and sister were already waiting. Suddenly, he saw Linda at the vending machine, who was still standing in the same place, and asked him to wait a little longer. The guy thanked his new acquaintance for the valuable information he received at the auction, which helped him understand the real world a little better. After waiting for Linda to make her last purchase, they went home together. At home, Kevin opened his game interface and thought for a minute, looking at his two accounts. He understood that other players could be stronger, and he needed to level up his new account as soon as possible. So the engineering drawing he bought for the Mad Max account came in very handy. The materials for the new invention were easy to find, although they had to spend 4 million on the black market. And now the most pleasant thing remained to assemble the robot according to the drawing, in which Sebastian, of course, had to help him. Kevin only had to choose the gender of the robot he wanted to create using the Mad Max account. Sebastian advised him to keep things simple, and reminded him that choosing the robot's gender was the easiest thing to do. Kevin thought it would be better to create a male robot for protection, but something pushed the young guy to make a different choice. He admitted that some inner voice forced him to choose the female gender, and he could not resist it. Sebastian honestly said that Kevin did not need to look for strange justifications for his desire to create a female robot, because it was an ordinary human desire. Ultimately, Kevin chose the female gender, deciding to return to this issue later, and next time create a man who would become his bodyguard. Kevin could customize the parameters of the future robot or choose one of 3 standard models. Kevin had little time for detailed customization, so he wanted a robot with powerful abilities out of the box. But his electronic pet was against this, and asked the owner to adjust each parameter of the robot himself. Kevin still chose the starter kit, and the system announced the start of robot generation. Soon, the Snow Queen, the first robot on his list, was almost ready, waiting for the parameters to be saved. And then a female robot with standard settings appeared in front of them, who became the first personal robot in Kevin's life. But during generation, the system detected unknown interference that neither Kevin nor Sebastian had heard of before. Fortunately, the problem was quickly resolved, and the system reported that the creation of the Snow Queen was ongoing. Finally, the Snow Queen's generation was complete, and Kevin, anticipating a miracle, waited for the result. Sebastian seemed even more eager to see the robot he had built from black market parts than Kevin. But instead of the Snow Queen, they saw a robot girl, because due to a glitch, there was an error with the type. The baby robot had already been generated, and Kevin saw the little girl open her eyes for the first time. The girl immediately realized that she was made for Kevin and immediately introduced herself to her owner, calling herself Ella. Kevin and Sebastian were surprised at how well-mannered Ella was, like a real girl from a good family. The girl rushed to Kevin, saying that she had long dreamed of this meeting and was glad to see him. Kevin, stroking her head, said that her birth was a joy and there was no need to cry, because now she would live as a human. Ella agreed that her birth was a blessing, but a sly smile flashed across her face. It turned out that Ella believed herself to be the strongest robot in the universe, reborn to take over this world. When robot Sebastian saw Kevin and this little iron girl in a strange pose, he realized that he needed to reboot urgently. Otherwise, he would continue to see various wild hallucinations in front of him. But the spectrum around the girl Ella fluctuated at a tremendous speed, showing an abnormal black color. Ella knew she couldn't scan Sebastian's primitive mechanism, but she hoped to solve the problem soon. Sooner or later, the whole world will become her property, because that is why she was born. Kevin smiled and said that she was the best robot he had ever seen, but warned that Ella had to follow his orders. The girl assured that she was ready to carry out any order from her master, because that was the meaning of her existence. The first thing Kevin did was ask her to wash the dishes, because he himself didn't like doing it, although his parents always forced him. Ella hizo un trabajo ligero de la tarea simple, parada en una silla para alcanzar el fregadero alto. Linda liked the idea of a robot washing dishes, although she found it odd that such a little girl was doing housework. Teresa liked Ella too, but it seemed a little wrong to load her with household chores right after her creation. Kevin believed that his mother worked hard and deserved a rest, especially since this work was no trouble at all for Ella. The house became more cheerful, and in addition to washing dishes, the robot could be trusted with washing and ironing. But it was clear from Ella's expression that she did not like this role, and she swore to herself that the first thing she would do, once freed from control, would be to kill her master. 3 days later, a meeting was held at the school, where Principal Roger spoke about the recent mercenary attack. It was a carefully planned high-level attack that even the school's security system could not prevent. Everyone was happy that the attack was stopped, and more serious consequences were prevented. The news was that today, among those present, there was a person who saved Monica and the entire school. All the students tried to guess who this mysterious savior was, whose name Roger was about to announce. The director knew about the rumors circulating among the students and was now ready to reveal the truth, because the hero turned out to be one of them. To applause, Roger asked Kevin, to whom everyone owed their lives, to come forward to present him with the award. Everyone was shocked that this guy, who had been unable to level up for 3 years, was able to stand up to a group of mercenaries. Although many immediately doubted the director's words, because Kevin did not look like a hero. But there was a man nearby who knew Kevin's abilities well and was ready to stand up for him. Frank, hearing how they were trying to slander his mentor, said that anyone in Kevin's place would be scared, so he should be grateful to him. However, it is not so important who exactly saved the school, because the main thing is that all the students remained alive. It was hard for Linda to be around classmates who didn't believe in her brother's feat, but to her, he was the bravest guy of them all. Roger was shocked that the students did not believe him, and instead of thanking Kevin, they cursed him with the worst words. But the guy immediately explained that people tend to believe only what they see with their own eyes, and everything incomprehensible always makes them distrustful. Seeing the boy's composure in such a tense situation, the director gave him 101 points, adding 1 point as an incentive for his fortitude. And then he announced that although the 9th zone was not the richest, Roger had prepared valuable prizes for worthy students. He showed the mountain of money that was part of the prize fund collected thanks to Miss Monica. The 2 million on the table was only a small part of the reward, and the main prizes were waiting ahead. The main prize was a map of the monuments of the old world, and one of the students had to receive this valuable trophy. Kevin couldn't believe that this relic, which had long been a treasure of the school, could now be his, something every student dreamed of. Roger knew that everyone in the room had heard of this map, but today he decided to tell about it in more detail. After all, it was once created by the greatest graduate of their school, a legendary treasure hunter. Treasure hunters are famous people who risk their lives exploring dangerous dungeons around the world. This daredevil dedicated his entire life to creating a real map of the world, and then drew a map of dungeons and relics within a radius of 2,000 kilometers around the safe zone. The guy remembered that he had already heard this story, which had a continuation, because that man had gone too far into the unknown depths of the dungeon. And there, faced with ridicule and threats, he only smiled, because he knew much more than all these fools. Roger admitted that he would never forget the day that guy handed him the dungeon map and then disappeared into the desert outside the safe zone. As Roger handed the map to Kevin, he felt like he was fulfilling his destiny right now. He saw in Kevin the same courage as that hero, so he passed on the school's treasure to their new leader. After accepting the valuable gift, Kevin vowed not to let his teacher down and to do his best for the good of the school. Suddenly, during the ceremony, stones began to fall from the ceiling, and everyone thought that an earthquake had started. But looking up, the disciples saw a bright circle, similar to a huge fireball, and many immediately guessed that this was only the beginning of their troubles. Understanding the origin of the orb, Roger ordered the students to flee to shelter and the teachers above level 15 to prepare for defense. Could the warnings about monster attacks have been true, and a school in a crowded place has become a target for their takeover? A spatial portal opened in the sky, and it became clear that the first monster would appear from there, so it was necessary to urgently evacuate the students. And just a minute later, a black silhouette of a mutant began to appear from the spatial hole, who was at the forefront of a huge army of aliens. Having burst into the building, the mutant knocked down several students with one blow, and it became clear to everyone that the invasion had already begun. The monster stated that pathetic humans could not compare to him, a level 15 mutant, because survival in the desert had perfectly tempered and prepared him for battle. Seeing one of the students, the mutant wanted to attack, but the guy warned that his father was a very powerful magician who would avenge him for his son. But the mutant immediately replied that in that case he would first eat the boy and only then have a snack on his dad. Suddenly the giant boar saw a bright beam of fire that could not belong to any of the young students. He didn't even have time to react to the cosmic speed of the attack of an unknown player, who could destroy several such monsters at once, single-handedly. Shedding tears, the student suddenly saw the black silhouette of a man with a fiery sword, and realized that Kevin had just saved him from death. Kevin ordered him to run to the shelter, and looking at the pitiful appearance of the guy, decided for himself that he would never want to have such a son. But he, grabbing Kevin by the hand, asked for forgiveness for not believing Roger, and now understood that Kevin was a real hero. Kevin didn't need this pathetic apology, and repeated that if the boy didn't follow the order, he would end up in the boar's mouth. Seeing Kevin's menacing look, the boy realized that he was not joking and ran to the shelter. The invasion was aimed at capturing Zone 9 and was most likely well planned by a group of mutants. But the scale of the attack was too small to capture the entire territory, because almost all the monsters were only level 15, and for such a purpose at least level 30 was needed. Nearby, Kevin saw his loyal comrades, among whom was Frank with a huge axe in his hands. The space rift through which the mutant entered could not be closed, and would take several days to heal. Frank calmed everyone down, saying that they would first evacuate the students and then guard the portal. While the portal was open, danger threatened the 9th zone, and huge bird paws were crawling out of it right now. It was a giant fire rooster that jumped out of the rift to continue its takeover of the 9th zone. Kevin shouted to his comrades that he would attack the mutant first, and asked them to stay behind. After a few blows with the fire sword, Frank and Julia should have finished off the monster, because their level was quite sufficient for this. And so it happened. And soon the huge bird realized that not only weak newcomers were studying at the school, although it was already too late for the mutant to think about it. Having dealt with the monster, Kevin ordered his friends to kill them one by one, but to avoid opponents that were too strong. Many of the students who did not manage to reach the shelter were captured by mutants who continued to climb out of the spatial cracks. It seemed that the entire 9th zone was under attack from all sides, and the conspiracy theory Kevin had heard about was being confirmed. One of the monsters, blocking Kevin's path to the shelter, declared that he would not escape and that this day would be his last. But instead of listening to this nonsense, Kevin struck the monster with his sword with both hands, and it felt the full force of his blow on its skin. While he was fighting the huge monster, he was more concerned about the fate of his sister and parents, who were left without his protection. Of course, it was urgent to talk to Linda. But despite his concern for his family, Kevin could not abandon his teachers and classmates. Suddenly, Kevin noticed a group of young students nearby who were in serious danger. Next to the students was one of the most powerful monsters, who entered the school territory through a spatial crack. The bravest student, despite being seriously injured, stood up to protect his friends, ready to sacrifice himself to save them. The mutant, thirsty for human flesh, swung his huge paw, intending to kill the brave young man with one blow. Raising his hairy paw, the monster suddenly felt a piercing pain because someone had cut off his paw with one blow. The mutant was horrified to discover that his right paw was now empty, and the rest of his arm was bleeding. At that moment, everyone saw a familiar student who, with one blow of a fiery sword, destroyed the wounded monster, leaving him no chance. Students who had previously dismissed Kevin now saw with their own eyes why this boy was considered a hero. Looking at the corpse of the monster and the frightened students, Kevin asked Frank to take the guys away, fearing the appearance of new creatures. Kevin decided that now was not the time to worry about his family, since Linda had probably already taken care of their safety. He immediately got down to business, realizing that there were too many monsters to hesitate, and that they all had a long battle ahead of them. A Cyclops head appeared from the portal, and seeing a school next to him, he was glad of such a convenient place to move. Anticipating a hearty dinner, the Cyclops hurried out of the portal and found some prey. His plans were not destined to come true, because the next second the Cyclops' body was cut in two, and someone was waiting for his appearance in advance. It was Frank, with a heavy axe in his hand, ready to immediately finish off the mutant before he had time to recover his health. Frank was irritated by the fearlessness of the evil creatures, and he wanted to prove to them that people are not as weak as they think. For destroying the mutant, Frank received experience points and reached the 15th level of strength, which allowed him to fight higher-level monsters. Kevin, although happy for the student, told the guys not to relax and not to get carried away with developing their accounts until all the monsters were destroyed. They managed to destroy about 20 level 15 monsters, but much stronger creatures could appear in their place. While Kevin was giving commands to the students, a new portal appeared behind the boys, from which a mutant was looking at them. The level of the monsters gradually increased, and this meant a quick meeting with the main boss of level 40. The speed of the mutant was so high that in the first seconds it seemed to the guys that his strength far exceeded his actual level. He chose Julia as his first victim, as she was the closest, and he was sure that the girl would not dodge his jump. However, he underestimated her skills, because Julia was no longer a rookie who could be easily killed. The monster quickly realized that he was not facing weak students, but rather almost professional players with powerful abilities. The friends quickly destroyed the monster, but Kevin was about to face a much more dangerous enemy, for which he was prepared in advance. In front of Kevin stood a giant mutant, in comparison to which any human seemed tiny. Kevin had already fought opponents 20 levels higher than him, so he dealt with this mutant just as successfully. Every day he became stronger and more determined, promising himself to never give up and go all the way. Kevin asked the system to activate the Keen Eye skill to find surviving students on the academy grounds. From a bird's eye view, he quickly spotted the remaining students and teachers in need of help and decided to split into two groups. Kevin wanted to go to the packing room alone and instructed Frank and Julia to go to the cafeteria, where 3 students were hiding and needed help getting down into the ravine. Noticing that the guys had started arguing, Kevin abruptly stopped it, threatening to leave them alone with the crowd of aliens if they spoiled his mood. Frank took the teacher's hint and assured him that he could be relied upon, wishing Kevin good luck. Kevin immediately ran to the office to get ready, and Frank already understood that ordinary monsters did not pose a threat to him. He didn't expect to be paired with such a wonderful girl as Julia, and she replied that she was also pleased to work with him. Just recently they were feuding with Kevin, and now he has completely changed their lives. Looking at Kevin's confidence, Frank believed that he was capable of leading them into a bright future and teaching them to fight their fears. Running along the forest, Kevin did not know what level of monsters might be there and was prepared for anything. First of all, he needed to know how many experience points he had, and he asked the system for information about his achievements. The experience points were more than he expected, thanks to defeating Magnus's mercenaries and Magnus himself without any outside help. Looking at his account, Kevin asked the system to use experience points to strengthen the connection with the Red Flame Emperor's account. 20,000 points were spent on strengthening the connection, but Kevin did not regret it, feeling a surge of new strength. In addition, his own level rose to 5, and although he was much stronger than his peers, Kevin continued to develop. The system suggested that Kevin improve his defense talent, which could withstand a level 40 monster's attack, but his attack talent was still not developed enough. So Kevin decided to improve his attack talent first, and the system followed his command, unlocking additional skills. One of the new skills was the ability to attack an enemy for 3 minutes, with each subsequent blow being twice as strong as the previous one. Kevin checked with the system to see if he already had the body transformation ability that was supposed to unlock when he acquired the first skill on the Emperor's account. Everything was correct, and the system switched him to the attack talent mode. Since the connection level with the Emperor's account reached the required level, Kevin couldn't wait to get this over with and start developing new skills not only for the Emperor account, but also for the Mad Max account. Meanwhile, several students and 2 teachers were hiding in one of the academy's offices, and one of the teachers was cursing the monsters that had attacked the dungeon again. The girl hugged her teacher and cried in fear, but she immediately calmed her down, assuring her that Kevin would soon come for them. This turned out to be true, because at that very moment Kevin finished off another monster and, having fried it like a grilled chicken, threw it out the window. Soon the teacher saw in front of him the burning corpse of a level 18 monster, which Kevin dealt with as easily as with an ordinary untrained mutant. And then Kevin himself appeared in the office, delighted that all the students and teachers were alive and well, and his talent in close combat had become even stronger. Of course, Suzanne had already heard about this guy's abilities, but now, for the first time, she had the chance to see the power of this young man with her own eyes. Everyone immediately began to thank and praise Kevin for his courage, but one of the teachers stood to the side, clearly envious of his student's success. Unable to contain himself, the man lashed out angrily at Kevin, accusing him of still not having destroyed all the monsters around the academy and not daring to take on the role of leader. Suzanne immediately stood up for Kevin, reminding him that he was the only one who was there for them when they were in danger. He wanted to show himself as a formidable male, but Suzanne and the young guy quickly put him in his place, not giving him a chance to get a word in edgewise. Then the big guy turned around abruptly and, as if by accident, hit Kevin with his hand, although it was clear to everyone that he did it on purpose and out of anger. After this collision, he felt such a strong pain in his arm, as if he had broken a bone from just touching Kevin. Suzanne asked them to ignore the teacher and added that Kevin could leave the students in the staff room where she would take care of them. As Kevin left the office, all the students sincerely wished him luck, and the girls, as expected, were head over heels in love with him. The guy headed to the library to find the necessary information and at the same time check if there were any more students hiding there from the monsters. It was the college's legendary library, which also served as a reception area for important people, and ordinary students were not allowed to enter. There was a magical seal on its doors, and only 2 people could open it. But now the library door was open, and as he walked inside, Kevin tried to remember who he had seen there when he had used his keen eye ability. It seemed to him that he heard a rustling sound, and if it was another mutant, then it was too early to relax. Entering the library hall, he saw only treasures, blinding with their beauty, and he wanted to know what happened here. And suddenly he realized where the sound he heard as he opened the library door and took his first steps into the hall came from. A girl was kneeling next to the chest, not expecting to see anyone else here. Kevin didn't hide, but immediately turned to the student, and she flinched from the unexpected sound. Of course, Kevin didn't expect to meet such a beauty here, especially since everyone else was busy saving their lives, and this girl seemed to have time to search for treasures. The girl sharply replied that it was none of his business, and if he wanted to live, he had better get out of here. Kevin tried to explain that the library was not a place for regular students, which meant she had something to hide from the school principal. More than anything in the world, the girl hated being followed, and, without a second's hesitation, she launched several sharp blades at Kevin, intending to kill him on the spot. She couldn't understand how he was able to find her, because she always knew how to hide her location and made her way into the library unnoticed by everyone. But the guy had his own ways, and he wasn't afraid of her blades, even when one of them hung right in front of his face. Everyone has their own secrets, and how Kevin managed to stop this student's main weapon in midair will remain a mystery to her. Deciding that no one here needed his help anymore, Kevin headed for the exit, because there were still many strong monsters outside. In fact, one of them was much closer to the girl than she could have imagined, because the wall suddenly became covered with cracks, and someone was trying to break through it with powerful blows. The next moment, a huge monkey burst through the wall with its huge fists and headed straight towards the student. The monsters that attacked the academy had already reached level 30, and their development was much faster than Kevin expected. The mutant immediately smelled the human scent and, delighted with the easy prey, rushed towards it, especially since he had become very hungry during the journey. The student immediately launched the same knives at him that she had recently used to attack Kevin, hoping that they would be able to kill the monster and save her life. With such weak attacks, she could only give this giant monkey a massage. And to kill the mutant, it would take at least 1,000 of such knives. The monster didn't want to spend much time playing with this girl. He just needed to get some food and go in search of his next victim. He stretched out his paw towards her, knowing full well that her level was not enough to hold out against him for even 5 minutes. It was funny for him to watch such a confident student who seriously believed that magic would save her from death. But with one movement, the monster squeezed the paw, and the protective shell that the girl was trying to use crumbled like a shell. The next moment, she saw with horror in front of her the huge mouth of a giant in which she was about to find herself. Luckily, Kevin had not yet managed to leave the library, and with one swing of his sword he cut off the thug's tongue, and he immediately unclenched his paw and released the girl. Kevin picked her up, telling her not to panic, because despite her attempt to kill him, he was not one to hold a grudge against women. He asked her to keep quiet and save her strength, because next time he might not be there. Now she had nothing to fear, because the overgrown boy was busy with Kevin, and she could calmly run away from here, without looking back. Clutching his bloody mouth with his only remaining hand, the mutant realized that this level 5 boy had been hiding his true abilities. The student thought about this too, but Kevin had already warned her not to ask unnecessary questions about his actual level. However, the mutant did not calm down and decided to interrupt this scene by stretching out his only hand. He did it in vain, because his guess about Kevin's real level turned out to be correct, and the guy had already destroyed mutants of a much higher level more than once. In order not to waste time, the guy began to collect fire energy in his fist, and soon there was so much fire that with one shot of a fireball, he could destroy several mutants at once. The giant saw the last seconds of his life, never knowing who this guy was and where he got such strength from. Directing destructive energy at the monster, Kevin shouted that he was just an ordinary guy, who almost lost his family because of the same freaks as this big guy. The next second, when the mutant was defeated, the system informed Kevin about the accrual of 5,000 experience points for killing the monster, and awarded him a level 30 magic crystal. The girl had to take refuge in an underground shelter, because the level of monsters was constantly growing, and it was unclear what their next encounter with the aliens would be. As she was leaving, she said that she was very sorry that she had not paid attention to Kevin earlier, because then, the 3 years at the academy would have been completely different. She promised to meet him again and never forget how he saved her life today. After that, she disappeared into thin air, moving to another dimension, leaving Kevin to ponder the meaning of her words. Now the main thing was to decide where to put the treasures, because they could not be left in the library with the door open. He decided that it would be best to take them for himself so that nothing would get lost, and then return them to the director. After placing the items in his interface, he opened the map and saw that all the teachers and students had already taken refuge in the shelter and were probably safe. At this moment, the system reported that a level 45 elite monster was approaching the underground shelter. At the entrance to the shelter, the director assured the students that the building's defense level was high enough to hold out until all the monsters were destroyed. Reinforcements were expected soon, and the shelter could withstand even the onslaught of elite monsters above level 40. One of the students asked why the shelter was still level 40, because if the monster was at least level 45, they would all die. Everything was explained by the fact that the monsters that attacked the dungeon last time were almost all level 30, and no one expected to see more powerful aliens. The Academy had spent a lot of money and dozens of magic crystals to build this shelter, which was now at their disposal. Listening to this, Frank thought that if he was going to worry about anyone, it would be about those monsters who would be unlucky enough to meet his young mentor. Julia also knew how strong this guy was, but she was still worried about him because he was still nowhere to be found. Suddenly, looking at the front door, the girl realized that the strange sound from the street could only mean one thing: something terrible awaited them. Everyone realized with horror that they were being attacked by a monster, although some believed that their fortress could withstand even a simultaneous attack by 10 mutants. Frank, without waiting for a command, rushed to meet the uninvited guest, despite the fact that everyone tried to dissuade him from this idea. When the monster smashed its claw through the gates of the shelter, it became clear that it was an elite monster, whose strength was equal to the combined might of many ordinary mutants. This demon impressed even Frank, who had managed to destroy dozens of aliens, but was not ready to meet a real elite boss. The student closest to the door rushed into the shelter in horror, because the monster, having broken the gate with several blows, almost penetrated inside. It was hard not to panic, and Frank had a hard time containing his fear. Once in the shelter, the mutant stated that only worms like to dig holes, and he didn't think that people liked it so much too. He was glad that he had found this place, and now he could eat all the people at once, providing himself with food for years to come. Frank realized that this was the end, and they were trapped in their own underground shelter with no way out. He was the only one who did not run away, and containing his fear remained in place. With each passing day, he fell more and more under Kevin's influence, and felt the courage to confront strong enemies rather than run away like other students his age. Before setting off to search for survivors, the mentor gave him tasks that the boy intended to complete. Frank, casting aside his fear, was even prepared to die if it would help save someone's life. Everyone saw how the strongest elite monster dealt a nearly fatal blow to Suzanne's favorite student, leaving him with only 8% health. The mutant did not like brave people because they caused him a lot of problems, and he had to spend energy to pacify them. He used his ability, and the internal organs of the people nearby seemed to burst out. The magic shield that Suzanne had created to protect at least 2 students was useless against a monster of this level. The monster easily grabbed one of the students, opening its mouth and preparing to swallow the unfortunate man. But he was stopped by Director Roger, who released a stream of powerful energy into the worm, hoping to distract it at least for a short time. Despite his age, he could not allow the giant to harm his students, although another young teacher begged him not to risk his life. Taking on the mutant, Roger found himself face to face with him, and the monster used his high-voltage strike ability, which could kill the director in seconds. The old man felt a hellish pain in his chest, and realized that he had missed a fatal blow, and was unlikely to survive this unequal battle. The demon pierced Director Roger's chest, stating that his ability was nothing compared to the surprise he had in store for him. Lifting Roger in his paw, the monster advised adding the study of worms to the school curriculum, because these small creatures are very dangerous, especially when they turn into such giant mutants. Opening a huge toothy mouth that appeared on his chest, the mutant wanted to throw Roger inside his body and increase his level by eating the old man. Before he died, Roger remembered a man who once went outside the safety zone alone, because Roger gave that guy his word to protect the academy. He was glad that he had managed to pass on the maps he had drawn to Kevin, and was confident that he would become a worthy replacement for the outgoing generation. He believed that one day Kevin would discover the truth of this world, complete the work he had started, and fill in the missing parts of the underground map. When the mutant let go of Roger and he flew into his mouth, the teacher, closing his eyes, mentally said goodbye to his students. At that moment, he was saved by the very man on whom the teacher had placed his hopes and to whom he had given the cards. Having attacked once, Kevin managed to catch the falling director of the academy, but, unfortunately, it was too late, and it would have been difficult to save him. Kevin, having reached the limit of rage, decided to destroy this scoundrel without any pity. Activating his special red flame attack talent, Kevin heard a 3-minute countdown given to him by the system to deal with the mutant. The monster, looking at the impudent student who challenged him, realized that this madman had nothing left to lose. Then, at the sight of their battle, Kevin used an ability so powerful that both were thrown back by the blast wave, leaving behind only dust and flying rocks. Kevin wanted to kill the mutant with one blow, cruelly avenging the murder of Director Roger, whom he had tried to devour just a minute ago. A blow capable of splitting armor fell on the mutant's head, causing him to regret his intention to have a hearty snack on the school principal. All mutants who underestimated Kevin's abilities usually ended badly, and the guy, preparing for the next breakthrough, was going to support this tradition. Like a fiery meteor, he rushed at full speed towards the giant worm, which was too confident in its own strength. After a series of powerful blows, the worm encountered such an opponent for the first time in its life, and realized that it had no answer. Even though he was an elite monster, and the strongest of all those who invaded the 9th zone today, he couldn't do anything to this boy. However, he still managed to activate his defensive ability and throw Kevin back before he could completely drain his health. The monster understood the boy's strength, but did not want to mess with him, and so used its ability to shift this task to other creatures. He set Kevin's own classmates on him, who, like zombies, rose up and headed straight for him. Kevin couldn't attack these students without first determining if they were dead or under mutant control. The system notified Kevin that the recharge of the keen eye skill had finished, making it possible to observe targets. This was very convenient, because Kevin immediately activated his talent so as not to kill the academy students if they were still alive. He was immediately pleased with the amount of information that the improved version of the keen eye provided, because now he could study in detail the characteristics of each student. Realizing that there was no other way out, Kevin instantly destroyed the bodies of the students, who had become puppets of the evil monster, with a powerful burst of deadly energy. The worm, watching how mercilessly Kevin dealt with his comrades, wanted to set a dozen more of the same innocent people on him. But these zombies, instead of attacking Kevin, went to ordinary students, infecting and turning them into the same zombies. The giant worm was happy, knowing that only Kevin could save these people. But in the end, he would have to kill them with his own hands. Frank, seeing that his young mentor needed help, shouted that he would deal with the zombies himself, and that Kevin should focus on the elite boss. Julia, wanting to help her friends, activated the deadly flame, burning the zombies one by one. After this, Kevin created a protective energy shield around himself and his friends, cutting off the zombies' access. He shouted that half of the people remained alive and asked his partners to listen to his instructions and not harm the students. The defense was passive, and it was necessary to deal with the monster before the transformation time ended. While Kevin was not paying attention to the mutant, he decided to quietly leave, not wanting to get involved with a strong opponent. But suddenly he saw a strange object in front of him, and did not immediately understand who put it there and why. It turned out to be a machine gun with infinite ammunition, from which they opened fire on the monster, forcing it to feel every bullet. Immediately after this, Kevin jumped on his back, not intending to let the monster go and not wanting to repeat their meeting again. The monster roared in unbearable pain as Kevin ripped its wings out with one powerful movement, green blood gushing from the wounds. Kevin received 20,000 experience points for the torn wings, and the monster, admitting his guilt, begged for mercy. But the guy wasn't going to let him go, and with a powerful kick to the jaw, he began a series of deadly attacks. In response, the mutant warned Kevin that, despite his strength, he should not underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, they would both die here. But Kevin, having already accumulated energy, was ready to fire an explosive bullet of a fire dragon at the mutant, showing the difference in their real levels. With this, he interrupted the mutation that the worm had started, and it realized that Kevin was acting as if he could foresee his every move. Only mutation gave a chance to resist Kevin, but the guy blocked this process every time. The best solution for the worm now was to hide in a safe place to buy time and try to mutate again. He turned around and tried to run away, hoping that the guy wouldn't follow him. But Kevin had already completed the complete transformation of the red flame skill, which should have immediately destroyed the demon. For a moment, the worm felt like Kevin was attacking him mentally, creating the illusion of a level advantage. After all, legends said that only the most gifted were able to summon chaos into space, and perhaps this man was one of them. At that moment, Kevin pointed his finger to where the fireball had already been prepared, and if the monster had raised its head, he would have seen his death there. This Death Star belonged only to Kevin, and the worm was in for a quick and unpleasant encounter with it. This black hole of the sun has been seen by many, and most of those who have seen it at least once have died on the spot, turning into ashes in seconds. Kevin pointed it at the monster, despite his apologies and promises to give the guy treasure in exchange for his pathetic life. After all, by killing this mutant, Kevin will achieve nothing, and the main monster that will soon appear will be too tough for him. But an experienced fighter could not be bought with such words, and soon the level 46 chitin worm was destroyed by a nuclear explosion, for which Kevin received 200,000 experience points. Now he needed to regain his strength as quickly as possible in order to fight the crimson-tailed monster that the worm had mentioned before his death. Now he could take a little time to examine the valuables left behind by the monster. The guy got a caustic gastric juice that seriously injured and weakened enemies, and chitinous legs that could be thoroughly fried if no other use could be found. Additionally, the chitinous wings could replace other pieces of equipment, and the skill book contained a mind control spell. However, apart from these things, nothing useful fell out, and the guy decided that he was not very lucky. But then the system reminded him of another valuable item, that strange egg, which needed to be carefully examined. Looking at the egg, the boy did not understand whether this was the egg that the devil dragon dropped and what would happen if he connected it with the chitinous leg of a worm. Suddenly, the egg itself grabbed the chitinous paw and swallowed it whole, obviously very hungry. The guy saw an egg that eats meat for the first time, and it was scary to imagine what kind of monster would hatch from it. Having eaten its fill, the egg even licked its lips and immediately became attached to Kevin, hoping that its new owner would continue to feed it with tasty paws. It became like a pet, and Kevin decided to give it everything he could get. Suddenly the boy heard a loud female voice, which joyfully greeted him, almost crying with joy. It was Julia, who threw her arms around his neck and admitted that she had been terribly worried when Kevin had fought the worm. Frank supported her, saying that if it weren't for his young mentor, he wouldn't have reached level 15 and would most likely have been killed by an elite monster. It's a shame, but many students were hurt during the mutant attack because they were too weak to defend themselves against the stronger ones. But in the face of grave danger, losses were inevitable, and besides, only their team was capable of protecting the inhabitants of the 9th zone. The students who surrounded their heroes vied with each other to say that without them, everything would have been much worse, and that tomorrow might not have come for them. Nearby, several students along with Suzanne were trying to figure out what would happen to Roger, who had suffered the most, being the first to fight the elite monster. The teacher asked the children not to despair, because now they had hope for salvation, which was this brave young man. Kevin announced that all the monsters on the college campus had been destroyed, and that their cafeteria had enough food to last for a long time. Director Roger was very exhausted after the fight with the elite monster and needed to be brought back to his senses urgently. Kevin had a lot of things to do, as he wanted to use the spellbook to strengthen the gates of the shelter, as well as send Julia or Frank to the campus for trophies. Gathering his friends near the college, Kevin gave each of them an urgent task, as they were still in great danger. Walking around the academy grounds, the boy saw a large crater from an explosion, in the center of which lay the corpse of a man he knew. It was the same teacher who had recently attacked Kevin, and the boy realized that he had been killed even before he tried to escape, abandoning his students. Yes, very soon the time will come when people without high skill levels will become easy prey for aliens, and they will all suffer the same fate. In the evening, Kevin tried to contact his sister, but instead of her voice, he only heard static and saw a distorted image. He started calling out loudly for Linda, trying to find out what had happened to their parents and if they were safe right now. Suddenly he heard his sister calling him for help, and immediately after that the connection was suddenly cut off. Looking at the monitor, the boy understood that his sister's quick training before leaving was not enough. He tried several more times to re-establish contact, but it was all in vain, and there was only one way left to find out what happened to his family. Rushing to his family, he dreamed only that they would wait for his return and be able to hold out for at least one day. Soon he found himself near the multi-story building where his family lived, and realized that his nightmare was becoming a reality. But if the entire area was attacked by monsters, his parents and sister, like the rest of the residents, would certainly not sit idly by. Nearby, he heard a girl's plaintive cry and realized that there were people left here who had separated from the main group. It turned out that the security officer who arrived to save people had herself fallen into the clutches of a giant monster. Kevin was there in an instant, pierced the monster's head with one blow of his fire sword, and quickly solved the problem. The girl was grateful to him, but there was another problem, because her leg was crushed by a stone and she would not be able to get to the shelter on her own. Then Kevin smashed the stone into small pieces with one blow and freed the girl, who had almost lost hope. Then he asked her where the people from the apartment building where his parents and sister lived had gone. After drinking a magic potion to restore her health bar, the girl said that most of the residents were evacuated, and she fell behind and ended up surrounded by monsters. But the question remained, where exactly were the residents of this area evacuated to, and where should Kevin look for his relatives? It turned out that they were sent to the nearest underground shelter under the protection of 2 security detachments. However, the level of these units was no more than 30, which could not guarantee the complete safety of the surviving people. This security service belonged to the corporation that built the apartment complex and was responsible for most of the houses in the area. No one expected a sudden mutant invasion, and the corporation planned to send another squad to the 9th zone this month. The girl suggested that Kevin go with her, because sooner or later those remaining in the 9th district would still be eaten by hungry monsters. But Kevin couldn't abandon his parents and the rest of the residents here, so he immediately refused to run away with her. At that moment, another mutant appeared next to them, who just wanted to feast on fresh human meat. The monster's appearance was so unexpected that Kevin didn't even notice its approach, realizing that it was much faster than the others. And then the unthinkable happened, because this girl pushed Kevin in the back, right into the clutches of a hungry monster. But why did she do it? Crying, she ran away, realizing that she had committed a terrible act, but more than anything in the world she was afraid of dying in the clutches of these monsters. And the monster, surprised by her cruelty to her own kind, overtook her from behind with one jump. Realizing that she could not be saved, she turned to Kevin and begged for help before the monster tore her apart. But Kevin didn't even turn around and only heard her dying cries for help, which echoed throughout the entire area of the 9th zone. But the next moment he suddenly sent a powerful energy beam at the mutant, instantly turning him into ashes. Then he approached the girl who had brought death upon herself, because a security officer should protect people, not destroy them. Looking at Kevin, she begged for forgiveness, realizing that she was dying from the deep wounds inflicted by the monster. At such moments, anyone clings to their life, even at the cost of terrible actions. But today, she had to pay for her choice. Before she died, She gave Kevin a map of the area so that he would not get lost and encounter dangerous monsters. In tears, the girl begged for forgiveness, admitting that her vile act was committed only out of fear for her life. But she didn't need to ask for forgiveness at all, because the reason for this act was not her selfishness, but the weakness that the girl was never able to overcome in herself. In this world, weakness was the main sin, and many had to pay for it, because at the decisive moment, it always prevents one from resisting threats. It doesn't matter if you are a monster or a human, only the strong stand at the top of the food chain, and the weak are destined for a miserable existence and death. Kevin, taking the map, hoped that his parents would be able to deal with the mutants that were probably wandering somewhere nearby. At this time, one of the combat squads was escorting the survivors to the shelter according to a carefully thought-out plan. The captain of the 32nd level squad did not understand where these creatures came from and who opened the portal for the monsters to attack. A junior lieutenant who had served in the detachment for a long time reported that some detachments had fled to the 8th district under various pretexts. This guy knew more than the captain thought, and the captain jokingly told him that he talked too much. Suddenly, they received a radio message that the detachment had lost contact with the group at the rear of the column and had not been able to receive a response for several minutes. It was about the same girl who pushed Kevin towards the monster, and the captain decided that she simply ran away from them. The junior lieutenant asked the captain to send him to search for the girl, believing that leaving her alone was too dangerous. But if she left the squad herself, then it was her choice, even if she had to pay for it with her life. The girl was more than just a friend to the lieutenant, and looking at their photograph together, he realized that she could already be dead. Meanwhile, the captain noticed among the survivors that strange family that the level 20 guy usually walked with. Linda tried to contact her brother, but there was heavy interference all day. Suddenly she saw the robot Ella with a huge bag on her back, and people who thought she was human could not believe that a child could lift such a weight. She asked Teresa not to worry, because for Ella, this weight was insignificant, and carrying the whole family's things was no trouble for her. In fact, Ella had a hard time getting back to life and was irritated by the need to do these useless things every day. The rescue team reached the safe zone, and the lieutenant explained to the guards that they had to get the survivors to shelter. The password turned out to be correct, and the group was allowed into the territory, the gates were opened, and everyone who arrived was waved to. Suddenly the whole group felt a strong vibration under their feet, and at first it seemed like an earthquake had started. But at that moment, a demonic centipede appeared in front of them, and it became clear that this was another attack by monsters. In addition to the centipede, other mutants also took part in the attack, who had been waiting in ambush for a long time, and were now happy with such a large amount of easy prey. Several monsters attacked the rescue team at once, and the fighters immediately opened fire. But the monsters even found it funny, because attacking people was the best entertainment for them, and besides, they were terribly hungry. It was strange that one of the clans had united with the monsters. Otherwise, how could one explain that the monsters knew the location of the rescue team? The captain ordered the lieutenant to leave the low-level monsters and help him detain the level 30 mutants, who posed the main danger. He was ready to take the centipede's attack and try to grab it, and the lieutenant had to take advantage of the moment and deliver the finishing blow. Panic broke out among the people, and scattering in different directions, they rushed towards the open gates of the safe zone, not paying attention to those who remained behind. The monsters looked at the prey swarming around them, where every person was an easy victim for them. One of the first victims was Teresa, because she tripped over someone running, fell to the ground, and the monster immediately noticed her. The monster decided to start its meal with the fallen woman, who couldn't even run, and swung its huge paw at her. But the next second, 2 arrows shot from a bow by someone in ambush pierced his paw. It was her daughter Linda, who was ready to do anything to protect her mother, and the equipment bought on the black market came in handy. The mutant could not believe that a level 7 child had caused him such pain, and was ready to take cruel revenge on the impudent girl. By rushing at her, he wanted to prove to Linda that even a good weapon would not save her from death. In the last jump, finding herself face to face with the girl, Linda did not retreat, covering her parents with her body. In her mind, she apologized to her brother for not being able to protect her mom and dad from the attack, because after her death, the monster would most likely tear them apart just like Linda. But at that moment, the mutant was interrupted, and with one movement of the magic sword, his paw was cut off as easily as butter with a knife. It turned out that Ella had been nearby the whole time, and after carrying out a series of fatal blows, she easily destroyed the monster. It's strange, but at first she didn't want to fight the mutant, and her body, as if not obeying her, itself led her in that direction. She happily realized that she was beginning to control her body, and the new feelings that were emerging somewhere inside this robot in the form of a little girl. It seemed that her goal was much closer than she thought, and this simple thought pleased her more than anything else. Having decided that it was necessary to destroy as many mutants as possible in order to quickly gain control over the body, she wanted to exterminate all these creatures. Meanwhile, one of the mutants was pursuing a surviving member of the squad, who was calling for help, realizing that he definitely couldn't escape. Ella dealt with the giant so easily that after a few hits she immediately received 5,000 experience points for killing him. She finally realized that the higher the level, the more experience is required for the next promotion. Finding himself behind her, another mutant saw how this girl destroyed 2 of his brothers with one blow, and realized that she possessed incredible strength. Unfortunately for him, this was true, and the mutant had to experience her speed and power firsthand. Instantly appearing behind him, the girl cut his body in 2 with one swing, and these were the last seconds of the giant's life. Interestingly, this monster was level 30, but Ella felt like he was a complete newbie compared to her. Meanwhile, the fight between the demonic centipede and the captain continued, and at that moment it became clear that the mutant was one of the strongest. From afar, he saw how the little girl dealt with several monsters, while he himself still could not defeat one. The centipede was only level 30, but the captain had already reached level 32, and he was assisted by a junior lieutenant. Suddenly, the centipede released its larvae, and it became clear that they would now have to confront a huge number of individuals. Having bitten into the captain's body and covered him from head to toe, the larvae began to suck out blood, and the man screamed in unbearable pain. The lieutenant rushed to his aid, but unfortunately he ran out of mana and all his ammo. Drowning in insects, the captain ordered the lieutenant to stay away because his fate was sealed, and the lieutenant still had a chance to escape. It seemed like this was his end, and before he died he remembered the most important moments of his life, realizing that it was coming to an end. Outside the safety zone, in a refugee village, lived his family, to whom he had once promised that everything would be fine. It was the captain who once promised his wife and daughter a carefree life full of joy and happy days, and now, remembering his promise, he could not come to terms with the fact that he had not kept it, and had not saved his loved ones from death. The damned monsters killed his entire family, and so the man joined the rescue squad, seeing this as the only meaning in life. He swore that he would not rest and retire until he had exterminated all the monsters in this world. And now, as if reliving all these events, he angrily threw the larvae away from himself, not wanting to die such a stupid death. Oddly enough, the girl was not happy that the captain was freed from the larvae, because she wanted to wait until he died and take his experience points. But the next moment, she found a new target and destroyed half of the demonic centipede's body with one blow. In response, the centipede wanted to tear the girl into pieces and make her experience the same pain. But it was unlikely that these words could frighten the robot in the form of a girl, because such threats only made her even more angry, and she headed straight towards her. And then she prepared to use the weapon she had long kept secret for just such an occasion. It turned out that she had a special skill of a mechanical empress, and a heavy weapon consisting of several energy guns appeared behind her back. The centipede could not believe that an ordinary person was capable of using such a weapon, because she, like everyone else, did not know who Ella really was. Having activated the maximum power of her weapon, the girl directed all the energy that was loaded into the guns of the device attached to her back at the centipede. Then, where they were, there was such a powerful explosion that it seemed as if a nuclear bomb had gone off. As a reward for destroying the monster, she was awarded 10,000 experience points, and the system instantly increased her level. In addition, she received valuable items, the main one being the legs of the demonic centipede. Suddenly Ella realized that her body no longer obeyed her, because from that second on she could not move even a finger. Running to her little savior, Teresa placed her on her lap, trying to understand why the girl couldn't move. The captain told Linda that this attack of the monsters seemed very strange to him, and there was a feeling that the aliens knew every nook and cranny of this settlement. Trying to contact Kevin again, Linda found that the connection was established, but due to heavy interference, she could not hear anything. It was at this moment that she wanted to tell him that they were in the 5th shelter and would soon be heading to the 8th security zone. But the signal was interrupted again, and only the captain knew how to convey the message to the girl's brother. He suggested that Linda simply tell him her message, and he would convey Linda's words to the guy at their first meeting. Soon, Kevin himself found himself at the gates of the 5th shelter, which were completely destroyed, and the bodies of dead monsters lay nearby. Linda ended up writing the message she wanted to give Kevin right on the stone wall next to the gate, saying that they would see each other soon in Zone 8. Looking at the message, Kevin remembered that he had seen somewhere similar encryption, which Linda wrote this message with. Then he realized that it was a special security code for long-distance radio communication, which one of the invited agents at their school had told them about. Kevin felt sorry for the dead soldiers, but he was forced to examine their bodies, because one of them might have had a communicator. Having found several such means of communication, he realized that his level was not enough to repair the main components of the radios. There was another problem, because his keen eye ability had not yet recharged, and Kevin could not go to the 8th zone right now after his sister. Not far from there was the Zone 9 black market, where Kevin hoped to find a communicator and soon came across the entrance to a building, around which lay the bodies of dead mutants. Instead of a greeting, a roar of gunfire came from behind the door, and Kevin saw hundreds of bullets pierce the door of the black market. He was, of course, glad that the people behind the door were alive, but the effect of his protective armor was coming to an end. Suddenly, the already familiar Teresa appeared in front of him, whose mood had changed dramatically after a recent unpleasant encounter with monsters. She invited Kevin inside to discuss the matter that had brought him to the black market. Upon entering the building, Kevin was surprised to find that despite the devastation outside, people were still drinking and partying inside the black market. He didn't blame them, but he felt bad that they were hiding out here and drinking themselves into oblivion while others died. In Teresa's office, Kevin immediately asked if she had any means of communication for sale so he could contact his sister. Teresa, as usual, made an inappropriate joke, asking Kevin to take care of her first. But when she realized that they were talking about Kevin's family, her face became serious, and she said that Kevin's parents and his sister should not have left the 9th district. Kevin's assumption was confirmed, and the interference that prevented him from contacting Linda was not accidental. Kevin couldn't make any definite conclusions yet, but that didn't matter now, and he had 3 requests for Teresa. In addition to a means of communication, Kevin needed a healing elixir, and he would not refuse the royal cloak that Teresa bought at auction and wanted to give him. Kevin reminded him that he could buy a coat for 2 million more, but this conversation about money could even offend Teresa, and she immediately sent people for everything they needed. A notification appeared in the interface panel that Teresa was handing him the royal cloak, and Kevin happily accepted her request. The guy began to examine the radio in his hands, trying to understand how it worked and whether Linda had the same one. Soon he managed to contact his sister, and he was very happy to hear her voice after so many days of separation. Kevin asked about his parents first, and wanted to know immediately if they had managed to avoid meeting the monsters. Linda said that everything was fine with her parents, because they had packed their things just in time and left for the 5th shelter, and the robot Ella used up all her energy fighting the monsters and still couldn't move. Now the whole group was heading to the 8th district, considering it the safest place, and hoping to avoid meeting monsters along the way. Sebastian warned that the best time to use the magic crystal now is to charge Ella and restore her mobility. Kevin quickly relayed this to Linda, reminding her that the magic crystal needed to be above level 20, and that they needed to make every effort to restore Ella's powers. Having handed the radio over to the captain, Kevin reported that it was impossible to go to the 8th district via the connecting bridge, since there were many refugees there. The captain realized that Kevin had somehow found out about the secret passage, and couldn't figure out where he got this information from. Not missing the opportunity, Kevin bought several valuable items for repairing communications equipment on the black market, which, as expected for such markets, cost him more than usual. Suddenly, Kevin saw a girl being harassed by local hooligans, although she just wanted to ask them for help. She begged him to help her find her parents, who were left outside, but the guy didn't understand how she could pay for it. Then, he said that he was ready to help if the girl agreed to pay for his service with her body. The girl, of course, was not ready for this, and with tears in her eyes began to beg him to leave her alone when the guy's hand reached out to her. But Kevin was there in time, grabbed the bully's hand and squeezed it tightly, preventing him from touching the girl. Holding the impudent fellow back, Kevin promised to help the girl if she answered a couple of questions. Opening the control panel, the girl reported the coordinates of her house, and it turned out that this place was located next to the point on the map that Kevin needed. Everything was cleared up with the location, but Kevin asked the girl for exactly 1 million for his service. The girl replied that she was ready to make an advance payment of 1 million, and if he found her family, she would pay the same amount again. The guys didn't believe that the girl had that kind of money, deciding that an ordinary drink vendor couldn't have 2 million in cash. Teresa explained that the girl had the ability to sense other people's energy, which is why she was able to easily win over guests and sell them expensive drinks. The other guy, not wanting to give up the girl to Kevin, said that for that amount he was ready to go and look for her parents himself. Deciding that he needed to get rid of his competitor first, the guy headed towards Kevin with his fists, threatening to smash his head. But Kevin couldn't stand it when people interfered with his ability to earn money, so he activated his first ability and threw the guy aside. With his next blow, Kevin almost took the head off his other friend and stopped only at the last moment when he began to beg for mercy. Looking at Kevin, the girl realized that he was not only handsome, but also incredibly strong, and she could not take her loving gaze off him. Teresa also noted that in just a few days, Kevin was able to improve his level so much that he was able to take out several people with 2 blows. Kevin asked the girl not to lag behind and warned that she must obey all his orders on the way. Taking Kevin by the hand, the girl promised to follow all his instructions, and they headed towards the exit from the black market. This behavior, of course, did not please the local bouncers, and one of them said that he would kill Kevin if he did not immediately apologize. But Teresa immediately ordered him to calm down and declared that she herself would go with them to search for the girl's parents. The guys had to watch as Kevin left, accompanied by 2 beauties, each of them dreaming of taking revenge on him for today's humiliation. Once outside, Kevin had to wait a bit while the girls changed into comfortable clothes. Luckily, it didn't take long for Teresa to ask Kevin, in a suggestive tone, if he was fascinated by her new outfit and how it accentuated her feminine figure. But there was no time to admire its appearance, because lightning had already flashed in the sky. But it was not ordinary lightning, but something completely different. Looking closer, they saw that another spatial rift had formed in the sky, from which a giant mutant claw was slowly emerging. Teresa realized that if this giant completely exited the rift, they all faced imminent death, because he most likely possessed incredible strength. This mutant was clearly different from ordinary aliens, and if it appeared on Earth in full, people would simply have nowhere to run. Kevin suggested that this was an ancient deity that descended to Earth before the transformation of the world. Then Claire, the girl whose parents they were looking for, suddenly fell to the floor and screamed loudly. She felt a cold, ominous energy spreading throughout the land and realized that something terrible was happening. All this energy was coming from the direction where the lightning had just struck, and now they would have to change their original plan. Although Kevin first needed to meet his family and the rest of the group, and something told him that evil forces were concentrated right next to the place where lightning struck. He then declared that he intended to go straight to the source of this power to find out what was going on. The girls had 2 options, stay here or go with Kevin, and Teresa immediately agreed to accompany him. Without wasting any time, they headed to where all the evil energy had gathered to find out the connection between the appearance of the ancient deity and the recent attack of the monsters. Moving deeper into the settlement, Claire, using her ability, reported that evil energy was coming from somewhere very close. Peeking out from around the corner, Kevin asked the girls to hide in the shelter, and he himself listened to the human voices that were coming from outside. He soon froze in horror when he saw a large group of people dressed in strange costumes gathered nearby. It turned out that these people in black cloaks had gathered around a magic crystal and were performing an occult ritual. Kevin realized that these people were feeding the spatial rift in the sky with crystal energy, although the strength level of each of them was low. Then Teresa was the first to attack, followed by Claire, and a powerful volley of fire rushed towards the crystal. However, the young people immediately encountered an energy shield surrounding the ritual, which turned out to be the main trump card of these low-level magicians. It was obvious that they couldn't leave such an important magic circle unprotected, so Kevin decided to use his Fire Dragon explosive bullet ability to break through the defense. But on the first attempt, he failed to break through the shield, and it became clear that the level of its protection was much higher than he had assumed. After this, Kevin tried to break the shield with his fire sword, not wanting to believe his failure. Finally exhausted after several unsuccessful attempts, he realized that the shield had at least a 60th level of defense, and he simply did not have enough experience to cope with it. In order to unlock new capabilities, he needed to gain more experience, which would give him a chance to solve similar problems faster in the future. Without losing hope, Kevin assured everyone that he would definitely deal with this problem, and asked his robot Sebastian to check if the shield had any weak points. It turned out that the weak point was not the shield itself, but one artifact, merging with which guaranteed Kevin would break through the shield, temporarily weakening its defense. The system soon completed merging the item with the Red Emperor's account, and congratulated Kevin on receiving a new force shield generator. This was great news, as after the merger, Kevin gained a more powerful energy shield with increased duration and durability. With this new power, he wanted to destroy the invisible shield that surrounded the crystal, since it was much easier to destroy it from the inside than from the outside. The girls were delighted with this idea because using an energy shield to neutralize their barrier was simply a brilliant solution. The idea was that by using the opposite pole's force field, Kevin could cause a short circuit inside the barrier, which is what happened a few minutes later. The young people could only watch as the situation inside the dome grew tense, and the magicians soon no longer felt safe. They were hit by their own energy, and in the blink of an eye their clothes were reduced to rags, leaving them cursing their fate for meeting Kevin. However, the energy shield began to crack, and Kevin realized that it would not last long. He immediately ordered the girls to hide behind his back, as there was about to be an explosion, the shockwave of which could kill them. The explosion inside the shield was so powerful that it seemed as if the most powerful bomb on the planet had exploded. The explosion created a deep crater, and the mages inside the dome barely stayed on their feet, and most of them turned into charred silhouettes. Luckily, Kevin managed to activate the defense mode, but he was worried about why it was becoming more and more difficult for him to breathe with each passing second. It turned out that the explosion had thrown Claire right into Kevin, and the girl found herself in an awkward position, sitting right on his face. The worst part was that Teresa also ended up in an awkward position between Kevin's legs, making it look like they were doing something indecent. But now was no time for jokes, and Claire asked everyone to immediately look at the sky, since the spatial rift for some reason decreased immediately after the crystal exploded. The girls began to look at the crack in the sky, but Kevin reminded them that they first needed to get out of this situation, and only then continue talking. Approaching the crater, Kevin discovered that 2 magicians who had participated in the occult ritual had somehow remained alive, despite being at the epicenter of the explosion. He immediately asked one of them who they were and what they were trying to achieve by feeding the spatial rift with the crystal. Suddenly, a bright yellow light burst from the eyes and mouth of the magician, and he loudly shouted that the old god's government would take revenge on Kevin for ruining their plans. With horror, Kevin realized that the magician was going to blow himself up, and if they stayed here, they would die along with him. From afar, the girls saw how a huge energy dome formed in the place where Kevin was, foreshadowing a monstrous explosion. Kevin didn't expect the mage to resort to suicide to dispose of the bodies of his comrades and hide the evidence. But fortunately, Kevin's defensive skills were high enough, and he managed to save not only himself, but also the surviving magician. Instead of gratitude, the magician again raised his hands to the sky and proclaimed that the government of the old god would rule this world forever. Unfortunately, these people took their secrets to the grave and were most likely thoroughly brainwashed before being sent on this mission. It was clear from the guy's expression that he was still under hypnosis and did not fully understand the danger of the task entrusted to him. Suddenly he stood in front of Kevin, folded his arms across his chest, and bowed low to him. He then fell to the ground in front of Kevin and called him God, whose followers all these people were. Teresa was surprised to notice that the man's mind seemed to be controlled by Kevin, and it was unclear when he had acquired such abilities. The entire group of people who fueled the spatial crack in the sky belonged to an underground religious community that united many believers under its leadership. Despite the different origins and social status of the sect members, they all sought to revive the ancient gods in this world. Kevin found it strange that they genuinely believed this nonsense, which made their behavior seem even more ridiculous than the suicide attempt next to him. There are many such sects, but their activities are usually limited to fanaticism, since none of these people even know what the ancient gods look like. At the moment, Kevin was interested in the origin of the giant red magic crystal and the meaning of the identical tattoos on the bodies of these people. The man replied that the tattoos depicted a magical ornament, and the crystal was only a means for summoning the ancient gods. This answer did not satisfy Kevin, and he felt that the religious fanatic was hiding something. To prove his devotion, the man began to bang his head on the ground with such force that his forehead was split open and bleeding. It became obvious that this man was either fanatically devoted to his religion or simply crazy. Kevin asked him about the connection between the government of the old god he spoke of and today's monster invasion. He honestly admitted that he did not know the answer to this question, but admitted that it was this group of religious fanatics that organized the attack of the monsters on the city. Then he suddenly raised his head. His face again lit up with a bright yellow light, and he shouted that they were ready to sacrifice every inhabitant of the planet for the sake of the government of the old god. Realizing that the man had been pretending all this time, Kevin realized that an explosion was about to occur, and that he would try to destroy himself again. And so it happened, because not even a minute had passed when Kevin suddenly lost control over this man, forgetting that the effect of his ability was not infinite. Luckily, he managed to take the girls to a safe distance and, looking at the dead madman, wondered when he had managed to go crazy. The girls were grateful to Kevin for another rescue, and wondered where he got so much strength from. Kevin let the girls go, although Teresa wanted him to hold them in his arms a little longer, to feel his warmth longer. After spending half a day in one place, Kevin still achieved a result, thwarting these people's plans to let the giant monster into the safe zone. He took one of the magical items left after the crystal was destroyed, although its properties remained a mystery to him. To unlock the item's abilities, special equipment was required, and Kevin asked the robot Sebastian to find information about it. A moment later, the robot reported that this ancient bloody magic crystal was created from a mixture of human and mutant blood. Looking at the crystal, Kevin tried to understand why it was necessary to mix the blood of sacrificed people with the blood of monsters. Suddenly, the radio in his pocket started making strange sounds, and Kevin realized that it was this crystal that was creating the interference. Claire then asked everyone to immediately look at the sky, because after the crystal was destroyed, everything began to change before their eyes. The spatial rift stopped growing, but it didn't disappear and still remained in the sky. Kevin knew that if he continued to disrupt the plans of those trying to open the portal, his family would be in danger. But he couldn't do nothing. He constantly had to confront various creatures, and another fight began right now when a monster suddenly appeared behind him. Turning around, Kevin realized that he had again not foreseen the mutant's approach and began to get angry because he was getting pretty tired of these monsters. However, he did not have to use his abilities, because unexpectedly for the monster himself, someone showed that he could sneak up no worse than he did. Behind the mutant stood another stranger, who, like Kevin, was fed up with these monsters, and he dealt 2 fatal blows, cutting the mutant into pieces. Kevin saw Anthony in front of him, hoping that he wouldn't be upset about his help in the fight against mutants. Anthony's sudden appearance aroused suspicion among some of the boys, as it was strange that he was here at this particular time. It seemed Anthony had saved Kevin's life again, although Teresa thought they could have done it without him. Moreover, it was unclear how the main star of the new team ended up in the 9th district, where the magic crystal was destroyed. Teresa pointed the gun at Anthony, claiming he was acting suspiciously and demanding to know what he was doing in Zone 8. But Anthony replied that the differences between their clans were not a reason for personal enmity for him. Kevin agreed with him and suggested that they first solve the common problem and then discuss everything at the negotiating table. He thought it was necessary to start with polite phrases, but he himself wanted to find out what secrets Anthony was hiding. Teresa promised to listen to Kevin's opinion, but did not stop suspecting the stranger of conspiring with the enemies. Anthony apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that he was on a mission in the 9th district, which is why he ended up there. The explosion occurred due to Kevin's destruction of the monster summoning magic circle, which he quickly reported. In response, Anthony stated that he could not stand by and watch as monsters tried to destroy his home area. Moreover, completing this task contributed to Anthony's promotion, which allowed him to combine business with pleasure. Claire admitted that she had only been in the way all this time, watching their battle with the mutants. Teresa encouraged her by reminding her of her abilities, and that once the remaining magic circles were destroyed, they would be able to go in search of her parents. Without wasting time, they ran to look for the places where the remaining crystals were located. And on the way, Anthony asked Kevin about what he knew about the previous circle for summoning mutants. However, now was not the time for long conversations, as the day was drawing to an end and they needed to find a new group of fanatics as soon as possible. Luckily, the search didn't take long, because a couple of kilometers from there they came across people who looked the same as those creatures in the first circle with the energy shield. Now they had to decide how to destroy the protective barrier around the crystal, since it was no longer possible to use the previous method. The security device was created by the same group that Monica's clan was competing with, and Anthony suggested that she might be in cahoots with them. Teresa continued to suspect that Anthony knew much more than he was saying, and could tell everything he knew right now. However, Anthony only laughed at this suggestion, and said that he himself found it difficult to explain today's events. It would be better if Anthony proved his words with deeds, then no one would suspect him of collusion anymore. Realizing that destroying the magic circle would immediately prove his innocence, Anthony, after thinking for a moment, agreed to do it alone. Luckily, he had a useful thing with him, without which he would not have been able to cope with the task so quickly. He launched his disc-shaped overload generator towards the energy shield, which easily penetrated the dome around the crystal. The disc easily destroyed the shield, and the people inside the dome did not even have time to understand the danger they were in. Immediately after this, Anthony rushed into the attack to destroy the entire group of magicians before they activated an additional level of defense. Claire thought that Anthony had killed everyone inside the dome, but Teresa corrected her, saying that he had only stunned them. Anthony modestly noted that he was able to do this only thanks to a special disc, and without it, the trick would not have worked. Now that he had revealed so much important information to his friends, he hoped that all doubts about him had been dispelled. However, he forgot about the main thing, because the blood crystal had not yet been destroyed, and this problem was solved by Kevin, who appeared inside the dome. After destroying the crystal, Kevin explained that they would not be able to completely close the rift in the sky if they left it there, as it would continue to feed the crack. Although Anthony was not as strong as Kevin, thanks to him the team's work became much more harmonious, and Teresa should stop her unnecessary suspicions. Now they had to move on to the next target. But Anthony was a little upset that Kevin had destroyed the crystal so quickly that he hadn't even noticed. Anthony thought that if this blow was directed at him, then his skills would most likely not be enough to dodge, which meant that Kevin was really very strong. Finally, having destroyed almost all the crystals, they approached the last one, and Anthony asked everyone to move away so that he could destroy it himself. It all happened so easily and quickly that it would be naive to think that the government of the old god had not foreseen it in advance. Right in front of them, the young people saw that something strange was happening with the last crystal. It turned out that the crystal began to attract all creatures, and now they had to merge together, creating a new creature from their bodies. The crystal began to absorb them inside, and each member of the sect felt boundless power, which, like lava, poured through their veins. Now was the time to prepare for battle, because this was the last trump card of the old god's government, and they had to show what they were capable of. Right in front of them, a huge mutant appeared, made up of the bodies of all these people, ready to tear Kevin and his team apart for their insolence. The monster was furious that people had dared to challenge him, and with one blow he nearly knocked Anthony, who stood before him, off his feet. The blow reduced Anthony's health bar by almost 40%, and it became clear that the mutant possessed enormous strength. The mutant then turned his attention to Teresa, who did not expect to meet a high-level enemy so soon. Luckily, Kevin was there again and ordered her to hold her weapon tighter and not stand there like a pillar of iron, looking at the alien. Although the monster was quite slow, its attacks were incredibly powerful and couldn't be compared to those of other monsters. Even after the shield was broken, the power of his attacks remained high, and Kevin realized that it would not be easy to defeat him. It was necessary to keep as far away from him as possible and under no circumstances get hit by his blows, because even Kevin with all his talent would not be able to withstand such a force. The only chance of victory was a quick attack, and by destroying the mutant, Kevin could immediately increase his level to 20. Using his attack ability, Kevin attempted to deliver a fatal blow with his fire sword, hoping that the monster would have nothing to respond with. However, his strongest blow only took away 5% of the giant demon's health bar, and even though he fought at full strength, Kevin was unable to penetrate its armor. Teresa shouted at him to retreat immediately, as the monster's defense was too strong and did not even allow him to be injured, let alone destroyed. But the demon was not going to let his victims go so easily, and his abnormal level of protection with the help of crystals on his body gave him confidence. He said that Kevin's tricks were useless, and that all this time he had been helped by a being sending him a lot of power from outside the spatial crack. At that moment, an energy shield appeared in front of them again. But this time it was not the crystal that created it, but Anthony himself, using his protective ability. He wanted to hold the monster inside the dome, but it said that such protection would not work against it, and Anthony should not waste time on it. Realizing that Anthony's level was not enough to fight the mutant, Kevin handed him his sword, which had a unique lightning attack effect, and increased attack speed by 30%. However, the main thing they had to do was find a weak spot on the monster's body in order to direct all their energy there with a joint effort. It was at this moment that Claire's ability came in handy, quickly finding the demon's weak spot using her ability to sense the energy of any creature. She felt something like magic coming from the crystals, and the main crystal was located right on the shoulders of the giant mutant, similar to a beating heart. Robot Sebastian confirmed that by destroying this crystal, they would be able to defeat the mutant, and they had to use the same magical blood crystal that they had received earlier to do so. Kevin then asked Teresa for her service pistol, and although she immediately handed it over, she still didn't understand why. It turned out that Kevin had planned to combine the properties of the gun and the magical blood crystal to enhance the effect of both items. Ultimately, Kevin created a long-range weapon that could simultaneously pierce an enemy's armor and suck blood out of them. Now was a great opportunity to test the new weapon in action, and if they could deal with the mutant, then the idea was a success. Teresa took on the task and began firing at the mutant from all sides with her new weapon, eventually managing to penetrate his armor. Although the damage to the armor was minor, the guys will be able to control the mutant for some time until they find a more powerful weapon for final destruction. Anthony had recently visited the black market and purchased various melee weapons that could come in handy now. It soon became clear that the monster's control effect was wearing off, and it was necessary to hold it for at least 20 seconds to keep it in place. Anthony had magical power gloves in his arsenal, but Kevin asked the robot to find an item that could enhance them. Sebastian suggested using miniature rocket engines along with the gloves to attach them to the back and instantly reach the mutant's body. By this time, Anthony's strength was running out. His health had dropped to 10%, while the monster, on the contrary, was becoming stronger and stronger. Then Anthony heard Kevin loudly apologize for the delay and immediately, like a rocket, rushed towards the mutant. Thanks to his high speed and magical gloves, Kevin dealt a powerful blow to the monster, wanting to finish it off as quickly as possible. Feeling the power of Kevin's attack, fear finally appeared in the monster's eyes, and it began to beg for mercy. However, Kevin was not going to show mercy after everything the giant had done to the city in one day. By increasing the power of the turbines and extending his hand with the magic glove forward, Kevin intended to finish off the mutant once and for all. In response, the demon used his ability and brought down a hail of sharp red crystals on Kevin, capable of killing anyone. This move was unexpected, and for a moment Kevin thought he would not be able to activate protection against such an attack. But at that moment, Anthony and Teresa came to his aid, taking the blow and telling Kevin to focus on the main goal. They took up a defensive position while Kevin prepared to use all his power for a decisive attack. Kevin was glad of his friend's resourcefulness, as he himself wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. Jumping from a great height, he developed incredible speed, which the monster had never seen before. Kevin hit the energy dome, protecting the mutant with all his might, but the protection continued to operate without losing a drop of energy. The demon mockingly warned that Kevin was not strong enough to handle his celestial sphere, and that he was only able to destroy the crystals. This was a serious problem, because while the two mutant heads were casting the spell, the magical barrier continued to work and recharge. While inside the dome, the demon sent a powerful wave of energy at Kevin, throwing him far away from the shield. The monster enjoyed seeing the defeat of these arrogant upstarts who thought they could break through his defenses. His shield was really strong, and if they couldn't break through it, they wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Kevin needed much more strength to overcome the speed of the demon's protective barrier recovery, and he asked Sebastian to search the inventory for suitable items. The robot sadly replied that there was nothing left in Kevin's inventory, not even a simple strength potion. Then Kevin loudly asked his friends if anyone had a strength potion or something similar that could really help him right now. Unfortunately, no one had anything, not even Anthony, who bought so much on the black market. There was still hope for Teresa, and Kevin hinted that she could sell him something suitable, promising to pay him later. The girl asked him not to talk about money anymore, and simply threw him the jar, hoping that it would help. She had been reluctant to give him the potion before because of the possible side effects, but at that moment their lives were in too much danger. The potion increased strength by 300% for a minute, but after the effect wore off, there was a sharp weakening. But now it didn't matter. The main thing was to deal with the demon and get out of here alive. Teresa wanted to warn her about something else, but Kevin, without listening to the end, drank the entire potion in one gulp. He decided to discuss the details later, because if they couldn't deal with the demon, there would be nothing to talk about. Kevin felt a powerful energy permeate his body, and it seemed to him that the same demon as the one standing opposite was being born inside him. The mutant watched in surprise at Kevin's strange behavior, whose level seemed to have increased tenfold. Without waiting a second, Kevin attacked the monster again with the magic glove, and it became obvious that its power had increased significantly. Each subsequent blow was so strong that the demon felt incredible power that he could not resist. If Kevin continued the series of blows, the mutant's protective shield would shatter into pieces, and the demon understood this perfectly well. Finally, Kevin succeeded in achieving his goal. A crack appeared in the celestial sphere surrounding the mutant, and then it shattered into pieces from the final blow. Having broken through the shell of the sphere, the fireball fired by Kevin last reached the monster's body and knocked it off its feet. A huge hole appeared in the mutant's body, and Kevin directed the ball there for a reason, because that was where the demon's heart was located. The demon stated that even if they defeated him, they would not stop the ancient gods from coming to Earth, and the city would be destroyed. Kevin replied that in that case he would destroy all the monsters at once, if he had no other choice. Seeing such a valiant victory over a serious opponent, Anthony approached Kevin to look into the eyes of this young warrior. He had never seen anything like it, and he knew that Kevin was surprising and inspiring him every day. Anthony then thrust his sword into the ground, realizing that approaching Kevin too quickly had aroused the suspicions of Teresa, who continued to watch his every move. Showing that he had no weapon in his hands, Anthony explained that he had only thought for a second and should not have reacted so violently. But Teresa kept the gun pointed at him and didn't believe a word he said. Anthony countered that he had no bad thoughts and did not understand why they still did not trust him. After all, if the guy really wanted to kill someone, Two fragile girls wouldn't be able to stop him, which is something Teresa should think about. In fact, he just wanted to support his friend. Because after the potion wore off, the weakness should last for 2 hours. Claire was surprised to see Kevin still trying to get to his feet, because anyone else in his place would not have been able to even get up after such a potion. Kevin replied that it was nothing special, and that it was not the first time he had experienced something like this. The robot reported that Anthony's spectral aura was indeed dark, indicating his intent to kill someone, although it was unclear who. After walking a little further, Anthony suggested taking at least a 5-minute break to recuperate. At this time, the spatial rift in the sky finally disappeared, and the rays of the bright sun broke through the clouds. The girls were happy that they had managed to prevent the coming of the ancient god, considering the greatest threat to the planet to be eliminated. However, it was worth remaining vigilant and not rejoicing prematurely, despite the fact that the rift was closed. After all the blood crystals were destroyed, the connection should have been restored, and Teresa decided to contact Monica. To her surprise, Monica had already sent a message to Kevin, and he promptly reported the situation to her. Teresa expected to receive the message first, considering herself more important on the team than Kevin. She didn't understand why Monica contacted him as soon as the connection was restored. Mixed feelings were fighting inside her, and the girl could not understand whether she was envious of Kevin or simply jealous. Meanwhile, Monica decided to tell Kevin something important in advance, before he made any decisions. Speaking to him through the interface, she informed him that they would soon arrive at the location themselves, so the group should remain where they were. In response, Kevin suggested meeting at the secret passage to the 8th district, and was ready to immediately send the coordinates. Monica was surprised that Kevin knew about the secret passage, but quickly agreed to his proposal. In addition, Kevin assured her that he would soon fully recover, and that everything would be fine with him. Anthony took the opportunity to joke about how the relationship between Kevin and Monica had gone beyond friendship. This was partly true, but Kevin, with Monica's support, should have been more careful. They soon arrived at the entrance to the safe zone, where they agreed to meet Monica. On the bridge, at the entrance to the 8th zone, a huge traffic jam of refugees formed, and the guards did not have time to quickly check everyone. So they used a secret passage, since it was impossible to cross the bridge through the crowd of people who had been queuing for several days. Linda, like her mother, was eagerly awaiting Kevin's return, and the girl tried to reassure Teresa, who was praying for his safe return. Luckily, her prayers were answered, and she saw Kevin's entire team safely arrive at the safe zone. The sister immediately rushed to meet him, glad that he was okay. Finally, their family was reunited after a long separation. Although Maurice saw that his son looked exhausted, standing nearby, Ella also couldn't hold back tears of joy, even though everyone knew she was a robot and not a human. She was ready to do anything for Kevin, and as a sign of gratitude, he stroked her head, happy to meet her. At that moment, a familiar female voice was heard behind Kevin, and Monica apologized for disturbing them a little. However, there was no time for emotions now, as the main mutant who had participated in the recent invasion of the 9th security zone had appeared near the settlement. If he penetrates the safe zone, the residents of District 9 will no longer be able to stay here, and will be forced to urgently leave their homes. Kevin angrily declared that he would not allow them to take over this place and establish themselves behind their backs. However, such behavior was quite normal for these creatures, because this was their main tactic. Teresa didn't want to argue with Monica, but she asked if the source of information could be completely trusted. Monica replied that the information was reliable, as she had seen the elite boss who threatened the settlement with her own eyes. They watched the mutant from afar as he sat on the roof of a multi-story building, and Monica realized that he was indeed very strong. It even seemed to her that one glance from this mutant could kill her, unable to withstand his energy. Luckily, her bodyguards were nearby, who immediately set up an energy shield around her, and advised her to leave before the monster got any closer. Monica still remembered that fear when the demon, being so far away, almost killed her. Kevin noted that she was lucky to survive the attack, but she shouldn't be so afraid of this alien's hypnosis. He then praised the bodyguards who were next to Monica, and realized that they also guessed about their relationship. Monica immediately reported that she had already contacted the research team, who confirmed that this elite boss belonged to the 28th constellation. After the beginning of the new era, everything in the world mutated, including the creatures that had previously lived near the planet. After the mutation, many groups tried to destroy this elite monster, but to no avail. And if you do nothing, but just watch and wait for the next invasion, then sooner or later the monster will again encounter one of the clans in the safety zone. Indeed, one of Monica's clan squads, consisting of highly trained soldiers, had already been mobilized, and was ready to be sent to meet the mutant. Moreover, this was not the only group that decided to take such a desperate step, because among the daredevils was also a group that included Anthony. Kevin realized that too many people were interested in destroying the boss, hoping to take the valuable item that could drop after his death. Monica explained that all the bosses of the 28th constellation have their own domains with many rare resources, and whoever kills a mutant will receive the key to the doors of these domains. The amount of resources in such possessions was even greater than the number of all the items in the dungeon, and by selling all the contents, one could earn 2 billion at once. Hearing this huge amount, Kevin decided that he had to try, because this money would be enough for a comfortable life. Anthony immediately put his friend in his place, asking if he seriously expected to destroy a level 90 boss and risk his life for it. This boss's powers were far superior to Kevin's, and to fight such a battle, the strongest of his accounts had to be unlocked first. Kevin soon met with the captain to whom Linda had passed the radio while talking to her sister, and it was clear that the man had an important question for him. For security reasons, the coordinates of the secret passage were hidden from everyone, and it remained a mystery how Kevin could have obtained this information. Kevin immediately replied that a girl from the security service whom he met on the way told him about it. Realizing that this was the same girl the lieutenant had been looking for so long, the guy rushed to Kevin, begging him to tell him the details. Kevin didn't expect that the lieutenant knew her, and for the first few seconds he didn't know what to answer. It was obvious that they had a close relationship, and Kevin felt sorry that he had to witness the last moments of her life. In the end, he decided to lie, saying that the girl heroically died at the hands of mutants while saving him. This news was a heavy blow for the lieutenant, because he lost forever the girl, the thought of whom gave him hope. However, he had to pull himself together, because at least this employee was not a deserter, and her sacrifice saved many lives. Kevin hoped that this lie would bring the lieutenant at least some comfort, although in reality, the girl almost killed him by pushing him into a mutant and quickly escaping. At this time, Linda ran forward, unaware of what was happening behind her. After all, the next second a rough male voice ordered her to stop and not move. She saw a man with an eye patch who declared that it was his mountain and everyone had to pay if they wanted to pass by it. Kevin asked directly how he knew about the secret passage, already realizing that they were not dealing with ordinary people. Hector, as the man was called, replied that such information was easy for hunters to obtain, since he had long heard about the monster attack on the 9th district. Besides, he knew Monica well and gradually realized that he had caught a big fish. No one has ever dared to stand in Monica's way before, and Hector must be very confident in himself to do this. He immediately assured her that it was a great honor for him to meet her, because now he was just a free hunter, constantly searching for valuable relics. He then offered them passage for free if they left all their gear there. Monica calmly replied that since her birth, there had been many who had tried to thwart her plans, and they had all ended their lives badly. After understanding the order, the bodyguards immediately attacked Hector to explain to him how to treat Monica. However, the powerful attack of the bodyguards seemed like child's play to Hector, and it was not difficult for him to stop them. He was disappointed with the level of Monica's security, who could easily be thrown into the air without resistance. Kevin knew there had to be an explanation for this, because he had seen what bodyguards were really capable of. They were now much weaker than usual, and Kevin suspected that Hector's ability was given to him by that very level 90 boss. Grabbing the bodyguards by the heads, Hector asked Monica if he should crush them right now, or if she would still think sensibly. Teresa couldn't stand to watch this, and offered Monica her help in the fight against Hector. But she immediately stopped when she saw a red beam directed at her head, because someone had aimed a laser sight at her while in ambush. She saw a guy with a sniper rifle who advised her not to move unless she wanted to get a bullet in the head. He also ordered the captain, who was standing nearby, not to make any sudden movements. The rest of the group behaved calmly, so the hunters did not take any action, and one of them even decided to have a snack. Kevin couldn't enter the fight without a strong ally, as the potion's effect had not yet worn off. It was a shame, but in the end the 2 million I had recently received had to be paid for passing the mountain. For Monica, this amount meant nothing, because she was ready to give 80 million if Hector would release her bodyguards. Hearing this, Hector let the guys go, and Monica's offer suddenly lifted his spirits. He then ordered his men to search the group members and take away all the money they could find. Monica, faced with such insolence for the first time, wanted to answer Hector, but Kevin interrupted her. He advised her not to anger them while he was weak and could not deal with them all at once. 2 of Hector's men approached the group and ordered them to hand over the money and inventory voluntarily, otherwise they would take everything by force. After they took all the money, Hector said with a satisfied look that he had kept his promise and left, thanking them for so many valuable things at once. Kevin fell to the ground in despair and only Anthony tried to cheer him up. because money is not the most important thing in life. It seemed that only now did Monica realize who these people were, recognizing them as former members of a group that was at odds with her clan. Turning to Monica, Hector realized that there was no point in hiding anymore, and she was right. This news was unexpected, and at first Anthony could not understand whether Hector was joking or speaking seriously. Before leaving, Hector stated that he would wait for them in the deserted wastelands at any time if Monica's clan wanted revenge. At this moment, something unexpected happened, because someone attacked one of Hector's men, who was standing behind him. Hector was furious and wanted to see for himself who dared to do this. It turned out that this daredevil was Anthony, who had been looking for Hector for 5 years and did not expect to meet him today. Not only did Anthony's hands sprout bone blades, but he also killed a level 50 soldier with one blow, something Kevin never expected. Taking a fighting stance, Anthony shouted that he was glad to meet Hector in this place, because all this time he was looking for him only for revenge. Hector immediately accused the guy of killing his brother, who had fallen behind the rest of the group and was closest to the attacker. Hector immediately ordered his men to open fire on Anthony, and then kill everyone else. Fighting off the bullets, Anthony shouted that this matter only concerned the two of them, and there was no need to involve the others. This self-confidence further angered Hector, who assured him that Anthony would not be able to handle 4 high-level soldiers. Hector admitted that he had hurt many people in this life, but he could not remember this young man who clearly hated him more than anyone else. Despite the fire on Anthony, who had no shield, there was not a scratch on him. Anthony then recalled the girl who had always been the main fighting force of Hector's clan. It turned out that this girl was Anthony's sister, and most likely, that is why he was looking for Hector, and his revenge was connected with this. Then Hector ordered 3 of his warriors to kill the one who was supposed to pay for the sins of his sister. Anthony replied that Hector himself must pay, and that he intended to judge him right now. Suddenly, Anthony took the form of a giant demon with wings, and it became clear to everyone that he was hiding his true level. Judging by his appearance, he was not originally human, and killed Hector's brothers with such ease that he became his sworn enemy. And Hector was only slightly annoyed that he would now have to spend time training new warriors. Anthony did not want to waste time talking and demanded to know the location of his sister. Not wanting to remain in debt, Hector also transformed into a new being, revealing his true form. But this did not impress Anthony in the least, and he rushed into battle, ready to kill Hector if he did not tell about his sister. Realizing that their attacks could harm Monica, her bodyguards created a protective dome around their mistress. Yes, this incredible power that Anthony was now displaying was something he had been hiding during their encounter with the level 40th giant monster. Very soon Hector was defeated and lay on the ground, not believing that Anthony had enough strength to destroy him. After the final blow, the blast wave tore off Hector's arms and legs, and this experienced warrior fell to a simple boy. Realizing that there would be no mercy, Hector was ready to tell everything he knew, just to save his life. He confessed that Anthony's sister was in the ravine, where she had been sent after Hector had appropriated some of the squad's equipment and placed all the blame on her. Hearing this, Anthony, in the form of a demon, lightly pressed his foot on Hector's head, and his body flew into pieces. Everyone was horrified by what they saw, especially Linda, who realized that the cute guy was one of the mutants. Looking at Kevin, Anthony said that he didn't need to explain anything, since Kevin was smart enough to figure it out on his own. Anthony had to choose this path in order to gain strength and save his own sister. He made a deal with mutants, receiving demonic power and the abilities that came with becoming a demon. It remained unclear whether the price of this power was related to the invasion of monsters that penetrated the safe zone through spatial rifts. Anthony admitted that it was he who helped open the rifts, receiving in return the power to avenge his sister. It was an unexpected confession, and the girls realized that he had put his life on the line for the sake of a loved one. Just as Anthony was about to fly away, a familiar female voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was Linda with her bow drawn, and said that too many people had died because of him to just let him go. Without turning around, Anthony admitted that since he became a demon, he no longer had a heart. It was hard for the girl to hear this, but Anthony had nothing to hide, because he was indifferent to this world and he only wanted to save his sister. Kevin slowly lowered his hand onto Linda's arrow and asked her to let Anthony live, reminding her that they should be grateful to him. After all, when Kevin's potion wore off, Anthony could have easily killed him, but he didn't. Taking off, Anthony shouted loudly that all this time he really envied his happy family and the power that the guy got without any deals with monsters. In this guy's place, Kevin would have done the same, because if his family was in danger, he would have had to take this step too. Monica suggested that they continue on their way since their problem was solved, and if they slowed down, they might get into trouble. Kevin also mentioned another important matter that has not yet been resolved. The discussion was about returning the stolen money and things that the deceased mercenary no longer needed. They were really very lucky because if Anthony hadn't gotten angry, they would have been left without money and would have had to pay for passage through the mountain. Kevin not only received the money, but also his equipment, which was found among the stolen items. In addition, they found several useful items, such as a self-destruct robot and a 4-barreled machine gun, which could be very useful along the way. Kevin, without doing anything, gained a lot of experience and once again remembered that mysterious senior with kind words. Linda also leveled up and gained 10 experience points just for being around her brother. But as soon as she remembered that all this was thanks to that unfortunate guy, the joy disappeared and she became sad. Kevin advised his sister not to think about it, because they miraculously survived and would soon be able to see their parents. Then Linda asked what had helped Kevin to become stronger all this time and not give up in difficult moments. And it was obvious that his family was something he was always willing to go forward for, no matter what. Soon they found themselves close to the place whose coordinates had been agreed upon with the rescue team, and they needed to hurry. The soldiers were ordered to watch the gates so that no refugees from the 9th District could leave the wall. This order came from the highest authorities, and if any of the soldiers were not satisfied with it, the commander suggested going outside and fighting the monsters. Otherwise, one had to remain silent and watch the gates, since anyone who missed them would face severe punishment from the authorities. Kevin understood that when faced with such powerful monsters, these soldiers could start shooting even at their own, and he increasingly understood the cruelty of people. Monica understood what Kevin was thinking, but some things are so ingrained that they can't be changed overnight. Ella, meanwhile, thought that humanity was on the brink of life and death, but still had not abandoned the habit of starting wars, which once again proved their stupidity. A large aircraft appeared right above Kevin's head, and he realized that the squad Monica had spoken of had arrived. The ship slowly descended to the ground, and the boys were already preparing to meet the fighters who were supposed to come out. The commander warned everyone that they needed to ensure the safety of the main target, and ordered them to begin the mission immediately. Surrounding Monica and her men, the soldiers pointed their guns at the 3 boys and demanded that they step back before they opened fire. But since all 3 were Monica's guests, they had to go with her, so the girl tried to prove this to the soldier, who continued to insist on his own. The soldier dared not listen to the orders of this lady, for whose sake they were sent, and thereby risked bringing trouble upon himself. However, he immediately explained that they were operating under a special martial law in this region and advised her not to go against them. Realizing that their mistress needed help, the bodyguards covered Monica with their bodies and advised the soldier to take his hands off the girl, otherwise they would talk differently. But at that moment, Jessica intervened, coming to pick up the lady, because Monica was definitely supposed to return with them. In response, Monica was surprised that Jessica personally came to meet her, and decided that she simply wanted to attack her, choosing a convenient moment. The lady probably misunderstood her. Jessica only wanted to ensure her safety, and besides, the chairman had been worried about her for a long time. But Monica still said that her guests had to go with them, and that was her main condition. However, the board of directors recently decided to temporarily limit Monica's powers, and she was now required to carry out orders issued during wartime. Looking at this, Kevin couldn't understand why there were so many disagreements within the rich family and who the young master mentioned earlier was. Monica apologized to Kevin because she had done everything she could and tried until the very end to persuade the rescue team to take them with them. Kevin immediately realized that his family would have to become part of their clan too if he agreed to join. And even though he didn't want it, now it was the only way to ensure the safety of his family, and only then could he think about other options. Just in case, Linda asked her brother again if he was sure of his decision, since he was putting his life in danger for the sake of his family. Monica was glad that Kevin agreed, and she no longer cared why he decided to join their clan. And although joining the group was the best option, knowing her brother's character, Linda understood that he did not make this decision for himself. He did it for his family, which meant they became a burden to Kevin, making him a pawn in someone else's game. Monica promised that if Kevin joined their group, he would become an important member of their team, and his family would be protected by the strongest fighters. She then asked Jessica if the board of directors had stripped her of her authority to recruit talented new recruits into their elite army. Jessica replied that there was no such order and asked if she was sure about this boy. She advised them to think carefully, because they could accidentally recruit weak fighters into their team, which would have a negative impact on the reputation of the entire clan. But they couldn't even imagine how quickly Kevin was developing, because just recently he could barely cope with a level 18 monster. And from that moment on, Kevin officially became a member of the squad, in which he was to spend many years and gain a lot of experience. Suddenly, the guy declared that he was too proud and hated being limited by any rules. He said that if Monica trusted him, she should allow him to lead a new squad, where he himself would be in charge and would be able to give orders to his subordinates. Laughing, Jessica realized that this little guy was not at all who she thought he was, and it was funny to watch his silly fantasies. Kevin didn't know yet that there were many small squads, but none of them could compare to the squad that belonged to their clan. Kevin didn't care about the squad's position. All that mattered to him was how strong his fighters were. Jessica said that she hadn't seen such a strange guy in a long time and thought that Monica had chosen the worst fighter imaginable, and now they would all have to put up with him. In the end, she said that since Kevin was so confident in himself, she trusted him with Monica's safety, and she would go fight with her comrades. Kevin simply waved his hand at her and replied that he would not disappoint his elders and would show what he was capable of. The girl didn't fully understand whether he would really do this, and then the guy said again that he was already looking for a name for the new squad. Most of all, he liked such names that would immediately show their strength and courage, which the fighters of this invincible group can afford. But Monica advised him to think carefully, because creating a new squad is easy, but developing it is much more difficult. After all, to create a squad you need money, which determines whether the squad will be successful or not. In addition, there will be rivals who will hinder them, and it is not a fact that they will be able to defeat them. And the main problem is that Monica will no longer be able to help the guys, and they will have to rely only on themselves. But Kevin was already used to such problems, and smiling, said that they did not frighten him at all. Then he looked the girl seriously in the eyes and said that she should have guessed long ago what he was trying to achieve. He did this not only for the sake of freedom, but also for her sake, knowing that his presence in a strong detachment could harm her. As he had noticed, Monica's position in her clan was not very strong. Otherwise, this woman would not have behaved like this. Therefore, it was best to create her own squad, which would protect Monica from enemies in the future. It was the first time Monica had heard such a confession, and she couldn't believe that Kevin had done it for her. In addition, Kevin was going to personally manage the team's money and did not forget about his own interests. At this point, the system reported that the weakness had passed, and Kevin would now be able to use all of his strength and the abilities of his strongest account. Finally, he asked to look after his family, because he has an important matter, and, having reached the 8th district, he is going to carry out the task again. Of course, the guy wanted to see how strong troops would fight the main boss, because he couldn't miss such a chance. Soon he met his parents, who immediately began to dissuade him, although his father had always supported him before. Linda understood him too, but their family had just reunited, and he was already getting ready to go on a new mission. But the guy tried to convince them otherwise, because they couldn't even imagine how important it was for him to see the real strength of those troops with whom he might have to fight. He asked them not to worry, because he was always careful and would not rush into the thick of the battle unnecessarily. Claire only now saw how brave this guy was and thought that her mistress probably had her eye on him. But she was still worried about how to provide a peaceful life for her parents now, since people in this region would have to start from scratch. Suddenly, the guy asked her if she wanted to join his squad too, because then he would be able to take care of her family and solve all the problems of the girl's parents. Claire immediately said that she agreed to this proposal, although Linda looked unhappy with such impudence. Monica confirmed that Kevin created this squad, and he decides who will be on the team. From that moment on, Claire promised to obey only Kevin, and no matter what he ordered, she would carry out any order. In addition, the captain reassured the boy, saying that they would soon return home and live as before, because their family was safe in the 8th district under the protection of the army. This was good news, and since everyone had a plan, the guy could now go about his business in peace. Once again, the captain realized that Kevin was not afraid at all, and, although he behaved strangely, he was not an ordinary person. The father said that their boy had grown up and become strong, which meant that he could make decisions for himself like a real man. Then, approaching Ella, Kevin asked her to behave well while he was not around, because he was leaving the protection of his parents to this girl. Kevin waved goodbye to everyone and said that he would try to return as soon as possible. Monica promised to send him the boss's coordinates and materials so that he would definitely survive the upcoming mission. But the system also showed Kevin new requests for valuable items that Monica had sent along with the materials. Among these things were a potion, a disguise, and 2 grenades, which made him happy to have such useful items. He soon reached the 9th security zone, but before leaving he decided to see what he had now. After all, even if he is just going to observe, he needs to prepare and enter his systemic space. He wanted to know what the status of his accounts was, and whether he needed to buy more things to develop his skills. He then asked the system if it was possible to unlock a really strong character and have 3 accounts at once. But the system responded that he needed to pay 300,000 experience points to unlock the main account, and the guy felt like they were trying to rob him blind. In addition, he could spend 1,000,000 experience points and immediately open a special account that would give him unique skills. Even though 1,000,000 points was a lot, the guy decided that he should open a special Overlord account. But first he wanted to exchange his magic crystals for experience to get the missing money. A few seconds later, the system reported that the crystals had been exchanged for experience, and he even had 700,000 points left. And Principal Roger was still unconscious, but Julia and the young teacher did not lose hope of helping him. At this time, Kevin came to Frank and said that he had a potion for Roger to cure the weakness effect, and that he would soon be with them. But he didn't want to talk about it in detail over the phone. So he decided to first get to the place where they were as quickly as possible, and then tell them everything. Now he needed to return to the academy, and after giving the potion to the director, go to the 9th district to kill as many mutants as possible. At that moment, a squadron of aircraft from one of the groups flew right over his head. Although usually in the 9th district it was rare to see aircraft. Looking at the planes flying away into the distance, he realized that everyone had begun to gather in one place. But the battle was unlikely to begin immediately after the gathering. The main thing now was that there were many monsters left in the 9th district, by killing which he could get 1,000,000 points. Then he quickly ran, realizing that if professionals took on the matter, the problem would be solved very soon. Besides, it was better for all these people now if he stayed here, because Kevin had already brought the medicine to the academy, and it was probably given to Roger. Soon the old man recovered and thanked Kevin for saving his life once again. But smiling, Kevin wanted to tell him something else, because during that incident he had to take all the items from the academy's storage. However, it was clear from Roger's expression that he was not at all angry at the guy, because any valuable items can be used to fight monsters. Although the director was old, this man still had a strong spirit, so young people always took Roger as an example. Finally, Kevin finished all his business at the academy, and could now calmly start destroying the monsters that had bred too many in the 9th zone. Seeing the guy in front of them, the monsters realized that the bravest student had come to them, who had fallen right into their clutches. Although they thought that all the people had long since fled from here, they believed that Kevin wanted to die so badly that he dared to come into their lair, and now they could have fun turning this guy into mincemeat. But Kevin himself was only thinking about where all the other monsters were, because since they had finally met a living person, they could call all their comrades to see it. The monster immediately disliked the arrogant tone of this little bastard, and was sure that he could personally crush him with one blow of his hammer. But Kevin immediately put his shield forward, saying that he was not wearing red clothes, so this bull should not be angry when he saw him in front of him. Then, having cut off the monster's head with one blow, he realized that the little experience the system had given him for destroying monsters was too little. Looking at this, the mutants did not understand how this boy managed to kill their fellow in 1 second, and then they saw that Kevin was trying to escape from them. Although he himself came to this place, and, having killed one of his comrades, did not want to continue the fight. As he was running down the street, a mutant appeared next to him, who had eaten so many people that he could hardly move after such a hearty meal. But seeing something rush past him at great speed, he did not immediately understand what it could be and who possessed such high speed. And then he saw his relatives, who said that a man had run past, and now was not the time to rest while they were all trying to catch up with this boy. While chasing Kevin, the monsters encountered the speed of an ordinary person for the first time, and he continued to tease them and joke, hoping to anger them even more. Realizing that there were about 30 monsters, the guy decided that all the mutants from the 9th security zone had come running here, and it was time to stop and do what he had planned. Unexpectedly for them, the guy suddenly stopped running. Although some of the mutants continued to move forward by inertia after such an abrupt stop. Deciding that the boy was simply tired, the monsters told him that it was time to die, and that they would definitely not miss the opportunity to take revenge for everything he had done here. But they couldn't get close to him, because the guy turned on the protective barrier, and within 6 minutes he could do what he had gathered all these mutants for. Cyclops still didn't understand why this guy used a protective barrier, and even made it so that he himself was trapped along with all the other mutants. But this idiot didn't understand what this chase would actually turn out to be for him, and why Kevin came up with such a cunning plan. After all, no one told them that he himself would be ready to fall into their hands, because with the kind of weapon that Kevin had, he certainly had nothing to fear. And the next moment, he opened fire from 2 machine guns at once, and many monsters were killed in the first seconds of this attack. But one of them tried to convince the other mutants that there was only a human in front of them, so they should throw 2 of them to the slaughter, while the rest pounced on the guy from all sides. But the young man's surprises did not end there, and not far from him the Cyclops saw devices that he had never seen before. These were self-detonating robots that automatically found the enemy and exploded immediately upon approaching him. Soon the battle was over, and having destroyed every mutant he could gather in one place, he had accumulated almost 180,000 experience points. Looking at the corpses of the mutants, the guy realized that at this rate he would quickly collect the remaining points. But he wanted to think about it later, because first he needed to clean up a bit after himself, since this fight turned out to be too large-scale. Unexpectedly for himself, he realized that even simple, weak monsters could drop such valuable items as a flying celestial fragment. Taking this valuable thing in his hands, he tried to understand what was written on it, because he had never seen these strange patterns before in his life. But before he had time to collect all the other items, suddenly loud voices of people who were in this place were heard behind him. Turning around, he saw soldiers who had immediately come running to the sounds of explosions, and now it became clear to them why there was suddenly so much smoke and the smell of gunpowder in the 9th zone. Right in front of him stood a level 55 Peacekeeper General and asked the guy if he was the one who had started all this carnage here. Raising his hands up, Kevin asked the soldiers not to shoot, saying that he was just a harmless student who happened to be there. The general immediately asked his assistant to check this information because having seen this guy, he immediately suspected something was wrong. After scanning Kevin, the assistant replied that the guy was fine and that he was indeed a very ordinary student. It was even stranger then, because someone was able to kill such a large group of monsters, and the squad missed the opportunity to gain a lot of experience points. And then, taking out a knife, the general ordered Kevin to confess what the 6th level rookie had forgotten in this place. He wanted to know what this guy actually saw when he was here, and who was the one who killed all these monsters. But the guy, continuing to smile, said that he didn't know anything, because when monsters attacked their academy, he immediately ran away and since then, was always alone. Ordinary people, when they see a knife, usually try to lie in order to save themselves, but Kevin did not back down from his position. But although the guy was lucky to survive alone, it would be better for him to leave here and not interfere with the squad in completing the mission. Kevin realized that the general would soon go into battle with another squad, and so he needed to play dumb to find out all their plans. The general said angrily that no matter how good the enemy fighters were, today they would learn real strength, and his unit would destroy these upstarts. He also heard that Jessica, a famous beauty from the 9th zone who also fights well, would be at this fight. The guy immediately started acting like a newbie, and asked if the general was really so confident of victory, or if he had a secret plan. Kevin was an ordinary student and wanted to learn everything about such fights, although in reality, he could easily defeat the general's entire squad. Hearing such insolence, the man swung to hit him, but suddenly saw that Kevin's head had come off his body and was hanging above his neck. He did this trick using a special ability given by the puppet card, which split the body in half. In fact, the general was the one who started this quarrel, and now Kevin decided that he had enough of the antics of fools, and it was time for him to gain experience by destroying the general. After such a strong blow from the fire sword, the guy understood that he was still alive, and he would have to change tactics to fight stronger opponents. The man wondered where this boy got so much strength from, since all this time he pretended to be a newbie to deceive the squad. Ordering his men to open fire, the general himself went on the attack again, promising to tear Kevin to pieces and feed his remains to the hungry monsters. All the fighters were very strong, and if this continued, Kevin might not last even 10 minutes. Jumping on the boy and trying to hit him with both hands at once, the general wanted to take revenge on the boy for daring to challenge them alone. But for some reason, the general thought that Kevin had no support and would simply surrender to the enemy without even fighting. At this point, the man noticed that Kevin's gun was aimed at him, so he could only defend himself, hoping that the machine guns would run out of ammunition. At this time, the general's men ran to his aid, accelerating with the help of electricity and surrounding him, cutting off his escape routes. The boy swung his fire sword at one of them, but was surprised to notice that due to their speed, he missed his strike for the first time. For the first time, Kevin saw how strong a real squad of professional fighters was, and understood how important it is when people understand each other without words. Realizing that the fighters were using electricity to be faster, Kevin decided that he couldn't keep up with them, because they were almost stronger than the general. Luckily, Sebastian gave him 2 items that could quickly increase Kevin's speed so that he could move as fast as the squad members. The robot talked about the armor that helped him in the battle with the mercenaries, because it could greatly speed up Kevin. Of course, Kevin had nothing but armor, but if he destroyed this squad, he would receive 1,000,000 experience points and would be able to unlock new abilities faster. Deciding it was time to take action, Kevin gave the command to the system to begin merging and enhancing his abilities. Looking at the energy funnel around the guy, the fighters did not understand what was happening and what this student had planned this time. And then they saw Kevin in new armor, looking straight at them and saying that he would fight to the end. Opening fire on him, the fighters were sure that the armor would not save this guy, because each of them was stronger, and there were too many of them. But Kevin didn't agree with this, and he also had surprises, and he will show one such surprise right now. The female warrior who first crossed his path couldn't believe that this guy's speed was even faster than hers. It was strange how he suddenly accelerated, but since bullets were of no help, the fighters decided to fight him hand to hand. The two women went after Kevin to win in close combat, because they had spent their entire lives learning to fight, and the student, in their opinion, did not know how to do it. It was Kevin's first time fighting women, and he immediately apologized for what he was about to do a second later. And then he kicked both women with both feet, realizing that he had no other choice to deal with the professionals. With each blow, the fighters' clothes flew apart, and Kevin realized that the armor he had put on was a very good thing. But suddenly lightning flashed in front of him again, and there was so much electricity, as if a power station had exploded nearby. It turned out that the woman wanted to use a grenade with an electric charge, hoping that this would be the last thing the guy would see in his life. But Kevin was amused by such confidence, because it had long been impossible to defeat him by simple means. Now he knew where all the energy in his body came from, and he realized that his opponents, without wanting to, were charging his armor with electricity. Suddenly they realized that Kevin's armor was taking their attacks, and turning the damage into the weapon he wanted to use now. If that's all the squad could do, then it's Kevin's turn to have some fun and try out some new moves. The next second, he attacked the entire squad so quickly that it seemed as if Kevin was in several places at once. From such a fast attack and powerful charge, even the clothes of all the women in the squad were torn into small pieces. In the end, all the girls lost consciousness, and each had only 10% health left, so Kevin could leave the battlefield. But he was curious about the general who ordered the girls to kill Kevin. The general did not understand why the machine guns were still firing, since the ammunition should have run out. Finally, both machine guns fell silent, and the general was afraid to go out, because he thought it was some kind of trap. The shooting stopped abruptly, which could mean that the machine guns were out of ammo, or that Kevin had died in the battle. Coming out from around the corner, the general shouted that the squad had been messing around with Kevin for too long, and that the boy could have been killed 10 minutes ago. But instead, he saw Kevin sitting next to the women lying nearby and said that if the guy hadn't stopped shooting, he would have stayed around the corner of the building forever. The man was surprised that the guy was still alive, because he was fighting professional fighters, and each of the women had a strength level of at least 45. He was angry that his subordinates could not cope with an ordinary student, and it seemed to him that they were only pretending to be dead. Looking at what was happening, the guy realized that instead of helping his loyal comrades, the general simply hid behind the backs of these women. It turned out that the general never considered them his comrades in arms, but always perceived them as slaves who had to carry out his every order. And indeed, the remote control that he had in his hand could activate an electric discharge, and each of the suits, like a stun gun, issued a current. It turned out that this was a special skill that allowed the general to control the consciousness of his subordinates by influencing their nervous system with an electric discharge. At one point, Kevin even thought he saw tears seeping through the iron masks of these unfortunate women. He actually electrocuted his own comrades just because he wanted Kevin dead. But the general didn't care. He believed that in the modern world it doesn't matter what methods a person uses, and victory in a duel decides everything. In fact, the guy agreed with the general's previous words. But there were many other ways to win. And then, with a lightning-fast movement, he struck the general with his sword, and the man's hand was cut off the next second. Then the severed hand fell to the ground, and the remote control with which the general controlled his subordinates flew out of his palm. The general immediately begged for mercy and said that he could give Kevin all these women, although they were just useless trash in his eyes. These dirty words were no longer bearable to listen to, and Kevin kicked the general with all his might right in the face, knocking out several of his teeth. Realizing that this guy clearly didn't like this approach to the matter, the general loudly asked him what he wanted and how a man could beg Kevin for forgiveness. Then the guy demanded to know the general's plan, which he had prepared for the battle with another professional detachment. It turned out that he had agreed in advance with the Emperor's group to join forces in order to extract greater benefits from this alliance. But judging by Kevin's expression, this explanation was not enough for him, because he could have found out this information himself. After all, he had not yet managed to tell him about other important things. and this tactic that he told about was known even to a 3-year-old child. According to their joint intelligence, the main mutant was constantly located in the central square of the 9th district, and it was in that place that he should be looked for first. However, there were a lot of elite monsters in those surroundings, although the distance between them and their leader was quite large. This meant that the task of the group that the general led was to keep all the elite monsters away from the central square. The second group of fighters was part of a very large organization and had no reason to enter into an alliance with anyone. But even though their team was indeed part of a large company, 80% of the business was owned by other people. The general then admitted that the business's main investor always called them only to do the dirtiest work. But if they were so dissatisfied with the state of affairs and resentful of their superiors, why was the general ready to unite with the emperor? It turned out that having united, the general planned to destroy all the remaining bosses among the mutants. The plan sounded good, but it was too perfect for them to actually carry it out. But he confidently stated that his main trump cards, which he wanted to use in his attack, were unrivaled. In the end, the man told Kevin so many secrets that he hoped to earn the guy's forgiveness and still save his life after meeting him. In fact, he did give him a lot of secrets. But the trouble was that Kevin had recently joined the very group against which this man was plotting his meanness. And now Kevin simply could not calmly watch as the general harmed the interests of the group that the young man had recently come to represent. With that said, Kevin used one of his most powerful abilities to quickly finish off the general. And if he hadn't had such valuable information, Kevin would have done it a long time ago and would hardly have allowed him to live even a few extra minutes. And then Kevin remembered those women who were still lying unconscious. But if there was no monster nearby, then they were in no danger now. And even if the rescue team doesn't come here in the next few hours, this squad will simply wake up and leave this place. After this, the system immediately awarded the player 1 million experience points for the fact that he single-handedly managed to defeat the entire team at once. Kevin finally managed to get 1 million, and after that, he wanted to immediately enter the system space. He suddenly wanted to know if there were such objects that could increase the luck of their owner. But after just a few minutes, he found out that Kevin's luck level was extremely high, which meant that the guy didn't need any outside help at all. Realizing that his master was as successful a player as anyone could possibly be, the robot admitted that it was the first time in his existence that he had seen a person like Kevin. In that case, Kevin wanted to do something else, and demanded that the system immediately unlock the king's new special account. But instead, right in front of him, Kevin saw a dark glow that appeared right in the center of the system monitor. It turned out that the system had detected a wave of evil energy of unknown strength, and Kevin decided that a new virus had appeared in his account, against which there was no means yet. And then Kevin realized that he had lost the ability to move, and the robot immediately told the owner that all of Kevin's account stats had been reduced by 99% at once. Of course, the system immediately asked Kevin to wait patiently for the problem to be resolved, but it felt strange to advise him not to panic in such a situation. Finally, the restoration was completely completed, and the player's interface returned to its usual form, because the dark force had completely disappeared. The robot was annoyed that he was so useless that he was able to let a dark energy virus into the interface, and thereby expose his master to attack. Kevin couldn't figure out what caused such a sudden failure. But unfortunately, Sebastian had no information about this problem. Yes, all normal player accounts usually kill their owner's enemies, but this account suddenly for some reason decided to kill Kevin himself instead. A second later, the system suddenly informed the owner that he had opened his first special Shadow King account, which was already available to Kevin. Then Kevin seemed to hear the voice of this account, which said that it had been waiting for them to connect, and now wanted to know if the guy was worthy of becoming the next Shadow King. Yes, this was indeed the young man's first ever special royal account, but he never expected it to be so evil. This account did not require experience points, and its strength could only increase by increasing the fusion coefficient with its bearer. It turns out that if an account owner wants to increase the degree of fusion, he must first enter his dimension. Suddenly, that same window in time opened up in front of Kevin, but the guy couldn't figure out how to enter this spatial distortion. But as soon as Kevin found himself somewhere between the two spaces, the system immediately warned that Kevin's consciousness could be absorbed by a new character. It was a little funny that as soon as Kevin unlocked this special account, almost immediately after that the system threw him back into the player interface. The system reported that there was actually a way to force use of this account, but that the method was too complex to implement. This method consisted of spending money or experience points to offset the negative influence that was emanating from the account. Kevin could spend 10 million to maintain normalcy for 10 seconds, or give only 500,000, but without any guarantees. Yes, the system turned out to be very tricky, because Kevin did not have enough money to be guaranteed to stay in this account for at least 10 seconds. After all, there had to be materials that could be exchanged for money, but the guy didn't know who would agree to this. In addition, the more stringent the terms of use of the account were, the more powerful the account itself became, and these 10 seconds could change everything. Looking at the monitor, Kevin tried to figure out what he should do, and where to get such a large sum of money to risk everything and try his luck. Almost immediately after this, he decided to go to the city ruins, and at that moment a very risky idea had already crept into his head. They were already too close to the main monster, and if Kevin and his robot did not want to meet this monster, then they should have stayed away from it. Arriving at the place, the guy realized that he was already late, because right in front of him lay a huge pile of corpses of these monsters. Suddenly, someone called Kevin, although it seemed to the guy that he had been here completely alone all this time. Yes, he was so inattentive that he didn't notice how someone had snuck up next to him. But in the place of that person, there could have been a monster. The stranger who called out loudly to him was truly huge, and it was strange how he managed to approach Kevin so silently. At this point, Billy, as the guy was called, asked Kevin not to worry so much, because they both came to this place to try their luck a little. But the guy didn't understand what this fat man, who was about the same age as Kevin, was getting at. Billy immediately noticed that Kevin didn't look like any of the team members or a relic hunter, but then why would he have come here? Kevin admitted with a smile that this was indeed the case, although the same could be said about Billy, who was also here completely alone. Unexpectedly, Billy revealed that he was actually a relic hunter from a small team. It turns out that this stranger must have a lot of money on him, and if Kevin had robbed him, he could have reached his goal of 10 million much faster. And he continued to say that there was complete chaos in this area now, and it was not safe to walk here alone. The guy immediately seemed very friendly to Kevin, because he could have attacked him from behind, but did not do it. Was he really a good person? The guy thanked Billy for such care, and admitted that he was a little scared to run here alone, and it was much calmer to be next to a level 50 player. Billy then immediately sent Kevin an invitation to join their team community and asked him to accept. Kevin immediately realized that all the members of this team probably had a high level of strength, and compared to them, he was a mere child. Billy noticed that the city kids often hid their true level, unlike the relic hunters, who had no secrets. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud sound because right next to them, the stones suddenly began to move apart, and it became clear that all this time they were not alone here. All this time, the monster, who appeared right next to the guys, spent in the hole, and, having smelled the smell of human flesh, could not resist the temptation. But he did it in vain, because the next second Billy grabbed the monster by the neck so tightly that it seemed to him as if his head would come off from such a grip. Billy's eyes were full of rage, because more than anything in the world he hated it when someone interrupted him. Billy then knocked the giant monster over with such force and slammed its head into the ground, destroying it immediately, not giving it a chance to run away and hide. After that, the guy asked Kevin with a smile on his face if he was too scared by this worm that jumped out from behind so suddenly. Yes, this fat man looked like such a kind and simple guy, but he turned out to be more ferocious than most of the monsters that Kevin met on his way. After this, Billy suggested taking a short walk, promising to tell Kevin about all the exploits of his squad along the way. Entering the settlement, Kevin realized that this was the transport hub of the 9th District, where Billy's team was gathering. All these people gathered here to watch the boss fight, and the news of it quickly spread throughout the desert. This area was the closest safe point to the boss battle area, since weak monsters would likely appear 500 meters away. Walking a little deeper into the territory, Billy cheerfully greeted his friends, who were members of his team, and the guy with the highest level of strength was a guy named Martin. The fat man explained that he accidentally met another guy on the road, and they had a pleasant chat. Oscar, as the guy with glasses was called, immediately noticed that people with the 6th level that Kevin possessed were either long dead or had left the dangerous area. And if Kevin was still alive, then he must have fought very well, and was of a much higher level than he wanted to appear. And although the 3rd member of their team, named Nigel, was quite straightforward in his conversations, it was still clear that this guy was not hostile. Billy assured Nigel that there would be no problems with Kevin, because he immediately realized that he had found a real rough diamond. Martin jokingly noted that Kevin's usually stubborn nature could cause a lot of problems, and the guy once again realized that he was being given too much attention. True, the guy had one more question, and he couldn't understand why Kevin so quickly agreed to join an unfamiliar group. Billy immediately answered instead of Kevin that it was he who invited the guy to their team, but Martin wanted to hear the answer from their new friend. Kevin then admitted that his main goal was to kill the elite monster in order to take its equipment and leave the professional team without valuable trophies. At some point, all the guys thought that Kevin wasn't serious. Otherwise, there would be complete madness going on in his head. This answer made Martin laugh and really liked it, because young people are often arrogant, like this boy. Every time this guy saw such ambitious and energetic young people, Oscar could not contain his emotions, because he himself was almost 35 years old. In the end, Martin was happy to formally invite Kevin to their new squad if the guy was interested in such an offer. Kevin was ready to agree without hesitation, because the people on this team were very different from the mercenaries and hunters he had ever encountered before. After this, they immediately shook hands, thus strengthening their future union, and both hoped that their friendship would last as long as possible. But suddenly a guy appeared in that place who clearly didn't like this decision, because Martin dared to add even a newbie with the 6th level to his squad. Billy immediately advised him not to be so impulsive and to leave such a choice to the discretion of their squad leader. Martin stated that after the battle with the main boss was over, they would still have time to return to the wasteland and calmly solve their little problem. The guy, hearing these words, began to lose his temper, not understanding who these upstarts thought they were. This guy was a representative of the team that had been feuding with Martin's group for a long time, and there were already 10 people in their composition. However, Kevin noticed that they were facing a stronger opponent, one that outnumbered them in terms of numbers and overall level. It seemed like those guys were very serious, and one of the guys was urging everyone else to cheer up and finally destroy every member of Martin's team. But the battle was not destined to begin that day, because everyone suddenly saw a very important guest above them. At that very moment, Jessica was flying in that direction on a branded air transport and was soon to land. And the very next second, she suddenly changed the direction of her flight and rushed straight down, reaching almost the very ground in a matter of seconds. From the powerful impact that happened after her landing, several guys standing nearby flew in different directions like bowling pins. Then, approaching Kevin, she said that this guy was a very brave player, since he ran to the front line himself. It turns out that she thought that Kevin had come here only to see her in person, and Kevin was surprised that the girl could see right through him. The guys were unclear as to who this strange newcomer was and what kind of relationship Kevin and Jessica actually had. They were surprised at how this guy boldly held Jessica by the waist, because each of them would have dreamed of being in his place. Yes, this guy was really very brave to dare to start such conversations with this young woman. Jessica suddenly also stated that Kevin was very brave, because usually all attempts by people to flirt with her did not end well for them. Moreover, Kevin knew perfectly well about this trap, but still decided to jump into it, which means he was absolutely confident in his strength. But he replied that it didn't matter, because in the end she herself wanted to take advantage of her friendship with him to provoke the monsters. Jessica continued to be amazed at how interesting a person Kevin turned out to be, and now it was clear why Monica liked him so much. At that very moment, the commander approached them from afar and said that they had very little time, since the peacekeeping detachment had already been there for a long time. In response, Jessica ordered to tell them not to start acting without her signal, because excessive amateur activity, as usual, spoils everything at the most inopportune moment. She decided to just remember for now that Kevin owed her a debt, but when they saw each other again, the guy would have to figure out how to pay it back to the girl. Suddenly, the commander addressed Kevin by name, and he realized that this guy knew well about his talent. And then he angrily warned Kevin that he remembered him, and that their second meeting would soon take place. Yeah, this guy clearly misunderstood Kevin, and because of that femme fatale he got involved with some shady guy again. Sebastian was eager for Kevin to finally tell them about the Peacekeeper's secret plot, but the boy was sure that now was not the best time. And all the guys around continued to be amazed at how Kevin managed to get so close to this beautiful woman, and each of them wanted to try to repeat this trick. Billy was also jealous of Kevin because this graceful woman had such a thin waist, and in addition, she smelled very nice. And then he asked Kevin to at least let him smell his hand, with which he stroked Jessica's waist, because the scent of her perfume should remain on it. Yes, this guy was indeed very interesting, and apparently was definitely somehow connected with the squad that Miss Monica led. Those guys who also paid attention to Kevin now didn't know what to do after the recent skirmish that happened to them at their first meeting. Seeing them from afar, Kevin asked if these were the guys who had recently wanted to fight him, and suggested that they continue their conversation like men. But of course, they didn't come here to sort things out, and wanted to save their strength for the fight with elite monsters. They only had enough courage to run away quickly, and next time, Nigel promised not to leave them alone. After a short time, Martin admitted that he really didn't want to get involved in their new friend's personal life. But for Kevin, this was a normal thing, and he saw nothing special in his behavior or his words. However, a relationship with Jessica was hardly a normal thing, so Martin was still eager to find out who the hell this guy was. But Kevin again replied that he was just an ordinary student who accidentally learned a few ways to make good money. The boys were delighted with these words, because they could become omnipotent if Kevin told them about his way of earning money. Martin asked his friends to calm down so as not to embarrass the newcomer, and assured Kevin that their stupid behavior was typical for hunters, and asked him not to be offended by them. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, Kevin had already formed a good impression of all the team members and was ready to share with them his way of earning money. However, Kevin had a condition. He would share his share of the money earned only if all the guys invested their own funds in the proposed method. Given his past actions, Kevin didn't seem like a liar and could generally be trusted, although many were a little surprised that he was so quick to talk about money. But since he himself decided to tell them about his plans and invite them to his team, then apparently there was something dangerous in his abilities that he could not cope with alone. Kevin confirmed that this was a correct assumption, as he always appreciated smart people who could quickly grasp the essence. Martin immediately wanted to know how much money they would need to invest, and what profit they could make if everything went well. It turned out that they had to invest at least 10 million, but there was no limit, since the larger the investment, the more profit they would receive. Billy didn't believe that Kevin was serious, because that kind of money doesn't just lie around on the road, and the only way to get that kind of money is through a simple robbery. However, the guy was absolutely serious, as he was sure that the higher the risk and the greater the investment, the better the reward could be. Martin then asked to tell them more about it so they could weigh the pros and cons and decide whether they should invest their money. But Kevin didn't want to reveal all the details of his case yet and promised to tell everything down to the last detail only after the guys agreed to cooperate with him. Kevin assured them that they would be able to get at least 100 million immediately after the case was completed, and this was an almost guaranteed amount. Billy couldn't even imagine such a huge figure and didn't believe that such money could just fall out of nowhere. Then both guys burst out laughing, deciding that their new friend simply had no idea what 100 million was, since he was talking about it so easily. But Kevin still didn't understand why the guys were laughing and not trusting his words. However, Oscar suggested that they would first have to defeat 2 large squads and then destroy a level 90 boss before they could talk about profit. The group's leader, Martin, had not yet said his last word, and although they did not have such a large sum of money, he knew who they could borrow it from. Of course, this option was also viable, but Kevin still had no idea who could trust Martin with such a huge debt. At the same time, one of the groups of hunters was already fighting the monsters and realized that they had underestimated their opponents. The thing is that among the mutants there were 2 high-level monsters at once, and the health of the guys from this team was deteriorating very quickly. But their friend could not believe that they were afraid of these creatures, and said that if he was not able to withstand such an onslaught, then it would be better for him to return to the squad. The fight was indeed very brutal, and at some point, many hunters were afraid that they might not survive the day. Suddenly, a strange mechanism appeared behind them, and none of the guys understood what it was and for what purpose it was created. A robot carrying an explosive device made its way into the very center of the battle, and by the time the boys noticed it, it was too late. At first, they thought it was just a toy, but after quickly realizing what kind of mechanism this robot had, they immediately realized that they were in trouble. The squad leader shouted for everyone to immediately step aside, otherwise the thing would explode and kill everyone. And so it happened. After a few seconds, the mechanism exploded on its own, because it did not even need a trigger to destroy the owner's enemies. Nobody understood what had happened or who had detonated the bomb, but they understood that they needed to pull themselves together and come to their senses as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, 4 strong monsters immediately surrounded the group of survivors, and it was clear that the guys could not cope with them alone. The guys had to retreat immediately because they had no chance of staying alive and not getting injured. But suddenly, an energy shield appeared next to them, which someone had placed, thereby protecting them. At that very moment, the commander noticed that several people were approaching them. It looks like these guys really have wandered into a dangerous place, even though Kevin recently warned them not to go there. However, how long this energy shield that Kevin had placed around the group would last depended only on them. The fate of these guys was in Kevin's hands, and their survival depended only on their willingness to give him all their property. One of them disagreed, and stated that Kevin and his team decided to take advantage of someone else's misfortune to make money. Kevin then said he was prepared to just turn around and leave unless the guys changed their minds before he got out of the danger zone. The next moment, the guy, realizing that Kevin was serious, shouted that he was ready to pay 3 million if he helped them. After all, Last time these sly men plundered the ruins right before the eyes of Martin's team, and their loot amounted to much more than 3 million. And in that case, in Zone 69, it was all the fault of a traitor from their own squad. It was he who told the attackers the time when they could attack them. But Kevin didn't want to know anything about past grievances and didn't come here to argue, even though the energy protection would soon disappear and there was very little time left. Then all the team members began to ask their commander to agree to Kevin's conditions, since not all was lost yet. Finally, he gave in and promised to pay 6 million if only they would be rescued immediately, and stressed that he was ready to pay only after they were rescued. But then Kevin said that he had already changed his mind, and from that moment on, the price for their salvation doubled. Now it was exactly 12 million. It seemed like it was just plain extortion, although Kevin didn't deny it. But those dim-witted guys should have realized it earlier. Seeing the monster's huge red paw above him, the guy agreed to give not only 12 million, but also all his secret savings. Finally, Kevin said that he would agree to save them for 15 million, but warned that for every new objection, he would add another 3 million every second. These guys were lucky to have met a person like Kevin on their path, because in his place, someone else would most likely just watch as they were killed by mutants. And despite his secret relationship with Miss Monica, he still, in the end, left the entire team alive. Finally, the system informed Kevin that a large sum of money had been deposited into his account, and he gave his comrades the command to start working. All four immediately began to carry out the order, not realizing that the young man was gradually becoming their leader. They used a lot of skill, so the job was almost done, and it became clear that those 15 million were not paid in vain. However, looking at how successfully their opponents were working, the leader told his guys to calm down and listen to him carefully. Billy happily reported that almost everything was ready, and several monsters were barely holding out under their onslaught. Suddenly, thick black smoke appeared right in front of him and began to fill everything around him, and he realized that someone had detonated a smoke bomb nearby. It became obvious that this guy had not given up yet and was going to take revenge for his humiliation right now. At this point, Martin saw that 2 of the government detachment wanted to intervene, but ordered them to keep their heads down unless they wanted to die. He held the last bottle of the potion that restored health, and was sure that even 30% restoration would be enough to kill Kevin. But once again, no one could guess what secrets the guy, whom they had previously considered a weak newcomer, had. Then they saw small robots with explosives at their feet, which, like spiders, clung to them. A few seconds later, the guys were reduced to pieces, as the robots were self-destructive, and Kevin used them again. Now Kevin showed that the numerical advantage that had helped them fight was no longer there. It turned out that Kevin had prepared for the attack in advance, and was more cunning, and his power level was much higher than his account name showed. In fact, Kevin had long since realized that only the strongest would survive in this world, especially after the rules on their planet changed. Now it was best for this team of hunters to escape, since if they stayed here, they would certainly die. As always, when he abandoned his comrades and saved his own skin, the leader acted like a coward, not like the head of the team. However, he believed that as long as he was alive, he would always be able to find his comrades, if he himself could survive. But even if Martin had allowed him to do this, the other team members would definitely have been against it. Indeed, realizing the boss's betrayal, one of the team reminded that they had promised each other to stick together until the end. And since that was the case, the leader admitted that if they wanted to kill him now, he would no longer argue. After all, the property of their squad of 10 people was most likely worth much more than things on the black market, and Kevin knew about it. This group had robbed other units too often, relying on numbers, and now they had to be dealt with fairly. Moreover, it was dangerous for the leader to carry all the money with him, and Kevin demanded that he confess where all their finances were. He still shouted loudly that Kevin had been deceiving them from the very beginning, and had always been a greedy guy. Surprisingly, Kevin simply mentioned the cash, not even knowing that it actually existed, and guessed its location. And he continued to say that he really hid the money, of which he had a lot, but he would not tell Kevin anything, even if they cut him. Suddenly, one of the comrades admitted that he also knew very well the place where the money was. He happened to pass by the leader and saw him hiding money in an old abandoned factory. Realizing that his secret was revealed, the leader rushed at his subordinate and wanted to smash his head. Luckily, Billy was nearby, and putting up a shield, easily parried this unexpected attack. Once again, it became obvious that in this world, one must remember not only about strength and fury, but also about having a head on one's shoulders. Unexpectedly, Martin asked the guy to give the leader of the rivals to him, because he had long had his own scores to settle with him. And although they had had many arguments before, now it was important for Martin to find out where one of the former members of their team was. He replied that he did not know this, since the one who betrayed them complained to him that he was tired of playing Brotherhood games with Martin's team. Kevin, not listening to them, suddenly noticed a hole in the wall in the distance, realizing that it took a lot of force to make it. Martin approached Kevin and admitted that he did everything to improve the lives of his brothers, but always thought about himself last. Having surrounded their leader on all sides, the boys began to assure him that Martin had principles that they followed. Looking at these guys, Kevin suddenly realized that this was his dream team and that everyone should have the same trust in battles with monsters. They completely forgot that they came for the money, so Kevin called them to finally collect the reward. It seemed that the newcomer had become their talisman, and Billy once again reminded them that he had an eye for such strong fighters. After that, together with one of the members of the opposing team, who agreed to show the cash, the guys went after it. Other hunting teams usually avoided encounters with them and never posed a threat to them. Soon the boys came to a huge gate, behind which the hiding place was supposed to be. However, before going in, Kevin asked the guys to wait, as he thought he saw something unusual. Yes, something was moving ahead, and it looked like one of the little mutants, of which there were many here, had made its way here too. It turned out that the little demon robber had been there all this time, and had already managed to open the chest, rejoicing at his booty. This place was very strange. Although Kevin had read about secret demons before, there was no mention of a robber demon. Billy, ignoring the mutant, grabbed Kevin and said that they would be rich very soon. Nigel immediately told his friend to shut his mouth and not to scare the monster, otherwise it would run away and they would never catch it. The demon robber was a rare breed of stealthy demon, and the team was facing an elite of that species, a creature that was rarely encountered in these parts. The demon had a huge bag on his back that contained all of his loot, and by killing him, the guys would get all of its contents. Moreover, there were rumors that killing a thief of such a high level could bring the key to the portal to their lair. With such a generous reward, defeating the demon promised to be difficult, and they did not know how best to attack him. Martin knew that the fight would be difficult, but the main problem was not the fight itself, but keeping up with it. In other words, the success of the operation depended on capturing this little mutant, which was an extremely difficult task. The team had previously encountered a level 25 thief in the desert area, but he had eluded them during the encirclement. Kevin assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about, as he was a master of capture and control techniques, and promised success if the team followed his instructions. Billy, as always, was the first to believe the newcomer, because he was still the main hope of their team, and the fat man was ready to carry out all his orders. Their guide, hearing of this, declared that he had no intention of taking part in the pursuit, and Billy generously allowed him to go. However, in the end, he still had to angrily threaten that if the guide delayed even one more second and tested his patience, he would regret it. After this, Kevin explained to his comrades his plan of attack and capture of the agile monster. Meanwhile, the demon thief continued to empty the chest, deftly transferring valuables into his huge bag. Suddenly he felt someone's presence and turned around, because people were sneaking up on him from behind, clearly wanting to take his loot. It looks like the little mutant had a good catch today, and the guys wouldn't mind if he shared it with them nicely. The monster immediately ran away, shouting something loudly in its own language, but Kevin couldn't make out a word. Robot Sebastian quickly translated the mutant's screams, and Kevin felt uneasy from the stream of choice curses directed at him. But the next moment, Kevin, with a deft movement, caught up with the mutant and declared that he only needed money, and he was not going to kill him. However, the mutant, taking advantage of his small stature and incredible speed, slipped between his legs. Rushing forward, the demon immediately ran into Billy with his shield blocking the way. Incredibly, the monster managed to overcome this obstacle as well, somehow finding a loophole and slipping past Billy. Oscar and Nigel then gave chase, trying to use their abilities to stop the monster. Luckily, Nigel managed to throw a barbed green chain around the thief's leg and the boys had a chance to catch him. Unfortunately, the thief cut the magical thorns with his dagger, which he always carried with him. He ran on happily, not suspecting that all this was part of a cunning plan, and Kevin was already preparing to put an end to this story. An energy shield appeared around the mutant, holding him back for a short time, but the boys had to act quickly. They quickly surrounded the monster, and Billy declared that he had nowhere else to run and that he had to give them the backpack, which rightfully belonged to them. In response, the mutant only grinned, preparing to use his next ability, which Kevin knew about, but did not expect to see in this creature's arsenal. The mutant split into several copies, and it became difficult to understand which one was real and which were an illusion. The guys needed to split up to prevent the mutant from escaping and, if possible, direct its movement in one direction. At some point, the thief slowed down, Apparently, the magic that divided him into clones reduced the speed of each of them. Nigel activated his Hunter's Eye ability, increasing his accuracy and speed for 30 seconds. Billy used his ability to quickly move on his shield, destroying all obstacles in his path. Watching them, Oscar wondered when these children would grow up and stop treating everything as a game. Oscar had a magic carpet on which he could calmly drink tea while it delivered him by air to the desired point. Martin liked the energy of his subordinates and, as a commander, he could not lag behind them in skill. Martin's main asset was his incredible strength, which allowed him to make long jumps as if pushing off from a trampoline. In addition, he had the ability to go into a rage after jumping, delivering a crushing blow that could take away up to half of the enemy's health. The blow worked perfectly, but Martin realized with annoyance that he had attacked a clone, wasting his energy. Noticing that the real monster was running towards Kevin, he loudly warned his friend about the danger. The mutant approached Kevin, expecting that he would deal with the lowest level opponent the fastest. Imagine his surprise when a portal to the demon's lair opened behind Kevin, where the mutant immediately rushed. As he ran past, the thief shouted to Kevin that such a fool would never catch him and advised him not to even try. But at that moment, a calm smile appeared on Kevin's face, and it became clear that he was not intentionally trying to catch the thief. Suddenly, the mutant stopped right in front of the entrance to the portal, and the guys watching from afar did not understand what stopped him. It turned out that he noticed an adult men's magazine on the ground, which attracted his attention so much that he was ready to do anything just to look at the pictures. While the mutant was looking at pictures of naked women, Kevin quietly created a trap around him, designed specifically for demons. An irresistible attraction to women was in the blood of these mutants, and Kevin, knowing this, waited for the right moment to activate the trap. However, it was too early to relax, because the trap could not hold the mutant for long, so it was necessary to act quickly. Martin took on this task, still angry at the mutant for giving him the clone. Oscar shouted loudly to his comrades not to come close to the place where Martin was fighting, because they could be hit by the energy wave. Martin, planning to take revenge for today's humiliation, raised his sword high to finish the duel with one blow. The mutant, looking up and seeing the sword hanging over him, realized that this was the last thing he would see in his life. After defeating the monster, the boys received valuable trophies, including the key to the lair of the demon robbers and a ring of luck, which grants its owner luck for 2 days. The friends received so many experience points that they began to throw Kevin, who was the one who made all this happen, into the air out of joy. Hearing a loud noise nearby, the boys forgot about Kevin, who was still being thrown up, and realized that the landing would be unpleasant. It turned out that the sound that attracted the attention of the friends was the growl of a mutant. Having landed, Kevin noted with relief that he had managed to group himself in the air, and, without holding a grudge against his friends, decided that the most important thing now was to explore the demon's abilities. Kevin wondered what to choose: attack the boss or explore the demon's lair. Although time flowed much slower in the demon's secret lair than in the real world, so there was no need to worry about it. Deciding to enter the lair, Kevin took the key and opened a portal leading to the dungeon. A few seconds later, a portal opened in front of Kevin, but instead of the usual view, he saw only a black abyss. Kevin decided that if Martin knew anything else about this dungeon, he should tell them now, before they went inside. Kevin, anticipating a meeting with powerful opponents, called on his comrades to pull themselves together and not take this sortie lightly. The spirit of adventure was in their blood, because all their lives they had been relic hunters and were just waiting for the right opportunity for a new journey. With these words, the friends stepped into the portal which took them to a secret dungeon, straight to the demon's lair. Billy was a little disappointed that the dungeon was only level 35, as he had hoped for a level no lower than 40. Kevin advised his friend not to lose heart and to pay attention to the mountain of treasures below, which would immediately lift the spirits of his obese friend. Seeing such a quantity of jewelry, Billy immediately imagined himself as a rich man, because in his head there was only money, and he did not even notice the mutants swarming around the gold. Not wanting to wait any longer, Billy ordered all monsters to be destroyed immediately, ready to take any risk for the sake of the treasured treasures. And then the mutants saw in front of them an enraged Billy, who in one jump overcame the distance separating them and appeared right in that place. Billy immediately warned the mutants that the first one who stood in his way would die on the spot, and advised them not to anger him even more. But it seems the monsters weren't ready to say goodbye to their treasures so easily, and were also ready to skin the guys. Suddenly, a meteor shower fell on them from the sky thanks to the ability that Martin used. And then Martin quickly created a deadly whirlwind around himself, and the monsters that were nearby scattered like bowling pins in different directions. Meanwhile, Oscar used his wind ability, and the remaining mutants who were near Martin rose into the air and scattered to the sides. Kevin had both of his machine guns with infinite ammo and several more self-detonating robots at his disposal. The abilities worked well on the mutants, and, realizing that they were trapped, one of them tried to escape. But it was already impossible to escape, because the fire dragon that Kevin activated and launched in their direction almost caught up with the mutants. A second later, everything around was engulfed in flames, and that was enough to destroy the last monsters that were still trying to continue the fight. After using the fire dragon, there was so much dust that Martin and Oscar couldn't even open their eyes for a while. Kevin apologized for his last ability, but explained that he used it just in case, because he didn't want any demon to be able to escape from them. Now, it was time to harvest, because the guys had to thoroughly examine everything that was left on the ground and collect all the valuable attributes. In addition to 70,000 experience points, the guys got rare gems, a bundle of magic leather, and a box of tools. Looking at the valuable items, Martin realized that all these finds would be very useful, and each of them received legendary-level equipment. And although there was not a single thing that would be useful to Kevin, the friends still received several tens of millions. However, the most important thing was yet to come, because in front of them stood a huge treasure chest, which most likely contained the very best reward for which they came here. The boys immediately decided that this treasure chest was a real gift from fate, and Nigel stretched his hands forward. But Kevin stopped his comrades in time, because they had completely forgotten that recently the demons had danced in front of this chest, and he found it very strange. Thinking about it, Billy agreed with his friend, because the demons acted as if they worshipped this chest or what was inside it. Usually the objects that mutants worship are spiritual treasures, and Oscar knew that there might be some kind of religious item inside. But Martin decided not to go over his guesses in his head, but to personally find the answer to this question. Under no circumstances should they approach a closed chest without making sure that they would not fall into a trap. Then Martin threw the mutant towards the chest, and it suddenly opened up, and a huge tongue appeared from its toothy mouth, which grabbed the unfortunate little monster. A second later, the revived chest swallowed the mutant, and it became clear that inside it were not treasures, but a living creature that could swallow not only a monster, but also a person. Kevin had never encountered such monsters, and this specimen was not only a rare elite demon, but also had a level 90. Martin immediately decided that they needed to leave this demon alone, because their level difference was too big. And besides, thanks to Kevin, they had already managed to make money. Yes, this was bad news for the guys, because the wealth was almost in their hands, and it was very disappointing that they would have to leave the chest in place and just pass by. After the guys had already set off on their way back, Martin noticed that their new friend was thinking about something, and asked Kevin what was bothering him so much. Kevin replied with a smile that he would first like to divide the money they had earned, so that he could immediately understand how much each of them would get. Yes, that was a good idea, and Martin replied that if Kevin was eager to count his catch, he wouldn't mind fulfilling his little request. Thanks to Kevin's outstanding abilities and leadership, the guys managed to get about 140 million, so Martin offered to give half of that amount to Kevin. Luckily, none of the boys had any objections, because without Kevin's help, they wouldn't have been able to earn even a few coins. None of the team, tempted by such enormous wealth, even thought about getting rid of Kevin and taking all the money for themselves. So, after the decision was made, half of the gold and valuable items went to Kevin, but everyone else also received equipment, which also cost a lot of money. Then the guy received a notification that 70 million had been deposited into his account, and the system asked him to confirm this deposit. After this, Martin ordered everyone to move on, because there were still many important things ahead of them. At that moment, Billy remembered that Kevin had recently told them about his ways of making money, and he would also like to try his hand at it. There was no need to worry about the chest, since such a difference in levels would really prevent them from destroying it. Realizing that the guy was not joking, Oscar warned him again that the risk was too great, and besides, the lucky ring could no longer be used. Looking at this huge golden chest, the guy understood that all these words were true. But leaving such wealth and simply walking away was not in his rules. Did the guy really have some other trick up his sleeve that he was going to use in the battle against this living chest? Suddenly, each of the guys on the team received a message that Kevin had unexpectedly left the group, although he had joined it only recently. Turning around, Kevin said seriously that these guys should leave here now, because he would need a lot of space for the upcoming work. Billy didn't want to just stand there and watch Kevin fight the monster, but since Kevin had made this decision himself, he had to trust him. Martin said they could retreat to a safe distance if anything unexpected happened. Once again, the guy was convinced that this was a very loyal team, and he hoped that after what was about to happen in this room, they would all survive. He then asked the system to activate the Shadow Emperor account that he had unlocked just recently. They had to wait a little longer for the system to finish reuniting Kevin with the account, but even then the guys began to guess what their friend was up to. Suddenly, all the walls in the cave turned red, and Martin told the guys to watch carefully what would happen to their comrade. The blood of secret demons began to gather around Kevin, and gradually the guy absorbed the power that was hidden inside this powerful account. A lot of bats appeared above the guys' heads at once, although just recently there was not a single living creature in this cave except for them. Then they saw their friend's new look and realized that it was not just a change in appearance. The revived chest was the guy's main goal, and it became clear that even at level 60, he would not be able to cope with the creature that Kevin had turned into. The monster immediately pierced the player's body with its barbed tongue, but he had already used his new ability, so he was almost immune to physical damage. Then Kevin, with fury in his eyes, grabbed the tongue that had been irritating him for a long time, and prepared to destroy this main weapon of his opponent. The next moment he bit the tongue of the revived chest in half, and for the first time in its existence it felt such unbearable pain. Realizing that he would not survive this fight, the chest decided that it was time to escape, but to his surprise, all escape routes were cut off. Heading towards the exit of the gorge, he saw several people in front of him who were hiding behind a rock. Suddenly Kevin bit himself on the hand, and for the first minutes, the guys couldn't understand why he did it. It turned out that this was another of Kevin's abilities, as something began to appear from his blood, eventually turning into hands that began to burst out of the ground. Thanks to this ability, instead of one Kevin, many different creatures appeared at once, who attacked the chest as a crowd. With their bodies, they seemed to create an endless bloody fog and, throwing themselves at the revived chest, tried to drown it in their bloody mass. Realizing that he had nowhere to run, the mutant had to come to terms with his inevitable death, because around him there was only a red, bloody swamp. With a bloody mouth, Kevin looked at the chest drowning in blood and understood that this strange mutant would soon find himself at the very bottom. At that moment, the system notified that Kevin's connection to his new account would soon be interrupted, and pain pierced his entire body at once. It seemed to him that his body simply wasn't able to bear the burden of this account, and just 10 seconds of being in its shell was enough to receive enormous damage. However, the power of the Shadow Emperor did not disappoint him at all, because for the first time in his life, he managed to destroy a rare elite demon with such ease. As a reward for this, he immediately received a one-handed blade, which gave him the opportunity to receive rare items when killing almost any dragon. At the same time, the guy got a cloak with wings, with which he can freely float in the air, and the damage from falling to the ground will be completely cancelled out. In addition to 500,000 experience points and 200 million coins, he received many more legendary items of different levels. Not yet knowing what had happened, the boys immediately ran up to Kevin, and Billy couldn't believe his eyes, because he had just seen for the first time how a level 90 monster was killed. Having taken out the book, Oscar immediately read that Kevin's entire body should now be enveloped in a weakness that is very difficult to remove. But the guy still decided to try to do it. Yes, Kevin was very lucky that these guys were next to him, who did not leave him in such a state and were ready to help. After a short time, Oscar still managed to remove the weakness spell from Kevin, and he said that it was not difficult for him. For now, Kevin didn't want to talk about what his friends had seen, because first he wanted to ask Martin himself something. He needed information about the blueprint for building a level 90 fortress, and if Martin knew anything about it, it could help Kevin. After some time, they had already left the cave and were going to stop for a while to carefully study the papers. Martin was holding a very rare blueprint in his hands, which Kevin had given him to personally examine and express his opinion on the idea of building a fortress. He immediately said that the fortress is very different from an ordinary building, and if a guy has courage and strength, then he can, of course, easily build such a fortress for himself. There could even be fairy tale animals walking around her that would delight Kevin every morning when he looked out the window. Well, if he's unlucky, then this will be a place of real despair, and outside the window he will see only crowds of dead people. Yes, Kevin once again realized that they live in a time when luck can be needed at any moment. The main purpose of this special private area was that in a few years Kevin could build his own city. After hearing all this, Billy immediately became happy, because it was a very beautiful dream, and he was ready to go with Kevin and help him fulfill it. But there was one small difficulty. Although this drawing was very rare, the requirements for its use were very high. The boy realized that this was a complex drawing, although it could also be used to his advantage if he thought it through properly. But Billy, as usual, advised him not to think about it too seriously, because this drawing was just one thing out of a huge number of valuable items. At some point, realizing that Kevin was getting too carried away with this idea, Billy asked what he was going to do next, and how he wanted to gain experience to build his city. Opening the control panel, the guy said that they could take all the things that fell out of the revived treasure chest for themselves. The boys began throwing Kevin into the air again in joy, and he only hoped that this time they wouldn't scatter at the most inopportune moment. After this, Martin assured that if Kevin ever had any difficulties, he could immediately ask for their help. An hour later, the boys finally left the dungeon and found themselves in the fresh air, noticing that it was much easier to breathe outside. Kevin had another important plan, and Martin was wondering what he was going to do after that, and how he wanted to spend his valuable time. Billy immediately decided that they were talking about some new ways of making money that Kevin had told them about last time. But for some reason, Martin said with a serious expression that, judging by the difficult tasks Kevin usually chose, they could simply be a burden for him. But still, if they had agreed to go with Kevin again and help him, they would have been able to provide the support without which he would have had a much harder time. After all, the more chess pieces a player has on his board, the more complex combinations he can come up with, and the more interesting the game will be. The guys immediately burst out laughing, and Oscar joked that if someone else had said that phrase, he would have probably shot him. But under his leadership, none of them would ever lose, and the guy was sure that this time, they would do just as well as last time. It was unclear what this guy was planning, but they heard loud sounds not far from them, and remembered the battle that was supposed to happen between the teams of professionals. Martin was ready to go for it, but Kevin told him to take it slow, and give all the teams a chance to tire each other out. He then ordered the system to turn on the keen eye skill, and a bright glow appeared in the sky above. Having carefully studied all the details of the upcoming battle, and realizing how strong each of the opponents was, the guy said that the show would soon begin. And a few minutes earlier, a rare monster was already towering over the field where the battle was soon to take place. Yes, this mutant was truly worthy of the title of a real disaster and destroyer of cities. At that very moment, a team of warriors under Jessica's command was already moving towards this monster, ready for battle. But these pathetic little people, which these players were in the mutant's eyes, only disturbed his peace. Jessica didn't think that any of the demons would have such a high level of intelligence that they even learned to speak human language. However, when he rushed into the attack, the mutant was confident in his strength, and did not expect that any of the players could seriously cope with his power. But for the mutant's many crimes, a trial had to be carried out, and the alien from another space had to be destroyed. During the battle, one should have watched him attack more closely and waited for the right moment to discover his weak points. After all, the strength of his movements and the size of the mutant spoke for themselves, and it was not worth underestimating what a surprise he could present. A warrior on their team named Gregor immediately activated his divine protection skill to take the first hit. However, he immediately realized that the battle would not be easy, because even his magic shield felt every blow. Jack, who was an excellent marksman, also noticed how quickly his comrade's health bar was decreasing, and this boss was also too dodgy. For the first time in the entire history of this group of fighters, they encountered such a powerful demon, because his abilities and fighting techniques were still unknown to them. The support of a girl named Adele, who was an excellent healer for this team, helped Gregor a lot, and she said that she would do her best to heal them until the fight was over. At this time, the monster began to spew lava from its mouth again, and even one such eruption would have been enough to kill several excellent fighters at once. But at this moment, his fiery breath was still interrupted, because one of the fighters had magical abilities and could solve such problems with the help of spells. It was Klaus, who was considered one of the best mages in all the safe zones, and, of course, he was part of Jessica's team. Klaus had long ago calculated that this flame skill was the only one this monster had at the first stage of development, and all the other skills had already reached their peak level. Suddenly, they all noticed that the mutant's movement changed abruptly, as if he was about to use his new skill. It turned out that he had a special skill, and with the help of a loud roar, he attracted monsters within a radius of hundreds of meters. Jessica immediately ordered to inform about this the detachment of peacekeepers who were supposed to be nearby, and their combat readiness was very useful for them. Meanwhile, in the territory outside the battle with that monster, there was that very same detachment of peacekeepers, and the commander was being informed about a recently received message. Commander Jared was very angry that Jessica changed their original plan in a matter of minutes, but he had to send 2 squads to help her at once. They had to remember that the squads had to get close to the enemy, but the monsters could not be killed, and their health bar had to be kept just above half. Suddenly, he turned to the man, who was barely visible against the stone wall, and ordered him to wait for the signal, without opening fire, without an order. He replied in a quiet voice that he would easily carry out the commander's order, but hoped that Jared would not keep them waiting too long. Meanwhile, Jessica turned on enhanced protection, because the mutants' attacks continued, and their efforts still did not bring success. The mutants' life bar had dropped to half, but 5 strong fighters were still barely able to cope with this elite monster. Gregor had shown himself to be excellent in this fight, but if things continued like this, the supplies would eventually run out, and then it would probably be much easier for the mutant to defeat them. As it turned out, the team had encountered too big a problem, and now they urgently needed help. Kevin, who suddenly appeared behind Klaus, said that deep down, many teams want them to lose. Without saying a word, the magician threw a magic crystal at Kevin, not wanting to listen to the words of the boy who too early imagined himself a great warrior. Reflecting such a blow was not a problem for Kevin, and he caught this crystal with his hand, knowing that the reason for such an act of the magician was the past conflict with Klaus. This guy wanted to play dumb and just kill Kevin, even though Kevin had been too kind to him before, helping his entire team. Klaus didn't understand why this boy came here, because an ordinary person is not allowed to be in this place. There were more important things to do now than quarrel with the newcomer, because Jessica needed help, and Klaus couldn't be distracted by such trifles. The young mage realized that due to his delay, Jessica had suffered a powerful blow from the tail of the demon that had attacked the commander. At that moment, Kevin appeared next to Jessica, caught the falling girl, and said that in the face of a common enemy, they should be more united. Despite all the dangers, Kevin had already given them very important information, and had certainly earned at least a drop of gratitude for such an act. The girl turned around and again rushed to attack the monster, saying that she was used to acting alone. Jessica appreciated the guy's attention, but told him to leave immediately, because if he stayed there for a long time, he risked saying goodbye to his life. The 6th level, Rookie's only purpose in staying in this place was to seek his own demise, and now was not the time for idle chatter. The guy just wanted to help them deal with this mutant, and then take the 3 items that would be available to him as a reward for killing the monster. From the very beginning, the girl considered Kevin to be a rather interesting person, but now she saw in his eyes the madness inherent in idiots. Kevin, who actually considered himself a noble man, thought that since the team did not need cooperation, there was no point in blaming him for meanness later. After wishing everyone good luck, Kevin hurried to disappear immediately, using his ability and not wanting to linger any longer. Suddenly, realizing that her strength was running out, Adele asked when the peacekeeping squad that had promised to help them would finally arrive. Jessica told them not to get distracted, reminding them that their main target was right in front of them now, and Commander Jared would arrive as soon as he could. At that moment, a loud sound was heard, and the guys from the peacekeeping squad turned around and noticed another huge creature appear behind them. This mutant struck the ground with all his might with his club, and those who were too close to the place of his attack died on the spot. Commander Jared continued to insist that his men must stand firm, and threatened to personally rip off the head of anyone who made a mistake. Jared then saw a wave of elite-level monsters appear in the places where they were supposed to be destroyed before the battle even started. Jared ordered not to save strength and immediately destroy the aliens, because the health bar of the main mutant had not yet reached 10%. Billy joked with a smile that thanks to his charm, monsters from all over the area came running to the peacekeeping squad, and he had perfected this trick for creating problems over many years. Martin realized that this was Kevin's original strategy. He wanted to create chaos, and then come to the prepared situation and take his victory in the duel. The monsters turned out to be so strong that they easily surrounded a small detachment of peacekeepers. Suddenly, seeing several people from the elite unit not far from him, Jared finally asked them to help and stop just watching from the sidelines. Kyle, the leader of the Imperial military squad of elite assassins, declared that he had no interest in the lives of these idiots. Kyle's squad came for the elite boss, and in this situation, the peacekeepers could only blame themselves. Commander Jared had long suspected that the Emperor's secret assassination squad could not be trusted, but now their reluctance to engage in combat had forced a change of plan. Turning back, Jared ordered his guys to run immediately and go in search of the elite mutant. Then one of Kyle's subordinates said that the peacekeepers were cornered, and now was an excellent opportunity to finish them off. The main task of the Imperial detachment was only to weaken the people, and if possible, to capture the boss. The mutant in question was growing stronger by the minute, and if Jessica's team didn't take care, they could easily be destroyed. There were too many elite monsters, and at some point Jared realized that they couldn't handle it. Looking at her subordinates, Jessica realized that they were fighting completely differently than at the beginning, and they were acting like cowards. The team was surrounded on all sides by very high-level monsters who were waiting for the right moment. The worst decision now was to panic, because if they didn't maintain their positions and break formation, then within 30 seconds they risked being turned into mincemeat. As for Commander Jared, Jessica noticed as she passed him that he was pretending to be dead and that he would soon have to pay for this circus. Jared realized that the elite monsters were ultimately defeated so easily, which meant that those agents of the Emperor who considered him a non-entity were right. Turning around, Jessica heard a loud scream, and seeing what had happened, she couldn't believe her eyes. One of the fighters of the Imperial detachment attacked Adele, quietly approaching her from behind, forgetting that, in addition to personal gain, there is also the honor and dignity of a warrior. Gregor realized that this was a planned attack, and these fighters were just waiting for the moment when the enemies would weaken. It remained strange why these people attacked them and why they were here at all, because the Emperor could not send his best fighters into this bloody meat grinder. Jessica did not lose her fortitude and demanded that the leader of the mercenary squad immediately drag the bodies of their people away from the mutant. But the fighter only laughed at the fact that even at such a moment, the girl could calmly give orders to those who had no intention of carrying them out. Only now did she realize that the commander of the peacekeepers had betrayed them, and that these people were most likely behind this unexpected invasion of elite monsters. Kyle then admitted that if they all died today, no one would ever know, and the rest of the squad would think that Jessica had been killed by an elite monster. Suddenly, a magic crystal appeared in Jessica's hands, the properties of which were well known to every fighter in the Imperial detachment. With a light movement, Jessica crushed the crystal, from which a red liquid poured out, and the girl immediately drank it. She gained the power of a demon, and all of her abilities increased by 30 levels. And for the next 30 seconds, Jessica was nearly invulnerable. The level 80 assassins couldn't believe that they couldn't handle the young girl and immediately attacked her. The guys didn't yet know that Jessica had several techniques for fast movement, and the crystal gave her such speed that it was simply impossible to catch up with the girl. The superior strength that Jessica was endowed with now left her opponents with no chance. The boys realized that they had jumped to conclusions, because none of them had even guessed that Jessica had hidden skills. Unfortunately, Klaus ran out of all his magic potions and could no longer support Jessica while standing in the rear and holding back the mutant onslaught. The girl, as if not noticing all this, to the surprise of her subordinates, cast aside all doubts and rushed into the attack alone. Her team was to go to the aid of the 2 wounded soldiers as soon as possible, but if she couldn't deal with the mutant within 10 seconds, they were to leave the battlefield immediately. Having given this order, she decided to fight a mutant whose level was almost twice hers. The opponents used their best skills, but it was clear from the start that the level 90 monster would be stronger. And so it happened, because very soon she found herself in captivity, when the monster wrapped its tail around her body and squeezed her so that she could not move. After that, he activated an ability that sharply increased the level of his rage, and from the outside, it seemed that he was ready to tear apart anyone who was nearby. Having grabbed the girl, he soared with her high into the sky. But what did he intend to do? Having risen to a sufficient height, he threw Jessica down, and she could only fly like a stone to meet her death. But instead, she found herself in someone's hands, as the stranger caught her at the very point where the demon had dropped her. It was Kevin again, and the guy was asking her to think again about her recent proposal. But this time he was ready to destroy the boss only if all the valuable items went to him. The girl was surprised by the newcomer's unexpected appearance, but asked him not to get under her feet and not to interfere with her solving her problems. Kevin's gaze was immediately drawn to the girl's face, which without the mask was even more beautiful than they said. It became clear that the squad leader's mask had cracked, although none of the fighters had ever seen her real face before. Jessica rushed away from her savior, although he did not want to part with her so quickly, because they had just begun to discuss the terms of the future deal. Besides, in Kevin's opinion, hiding such a beautiful face under a mask was a real sin on her part. Now was not the time to talk about it, and Jessica couldn't stand people who got cocky just because they saved her life. Her squad simply did not have the strength to continue the battle, because the elite mutant still had a significant portion of his health bar left. Instead of chatting, they should take advantage of this opportunity and find a way to get out of here as soon as possible. In that case, this boss will only go to Kevin, since Jessica doesn't want to fight the mutant together in their little team. It was clear from the expression on Kevin's face that he was not joking, although everyone thought that the guy was overestimating his strength. Klaus understood that this guy just wanted to take all the valuable items from the boss after destroying the elite monster, but none of them wanted to die next to the madman. You can't judge a person just because you don't know them well. And unlike the mage, Kevin's team knew all about his capabilities. Looking at them, Kevin understood that now he had to endure these runts, who even dared to teach him how to correctly assess the situation. If it weren't for Kevin, Jessica would have probably been crushed to pieces long ago, since only their leader managed to end up in the place where the demon threw her. These guys were professionals in their field, and Martin, wanting to save face, hastened to apologize for his heated friends. At that moment, a bright light appeared behind Klaus, and he began to suspect that Kevin had something to do with it. Jessica also saw this light wave and realized that the pressure coming from the young man was so strong that she had never encountered such energy in her life. It was even difficult to stay on your feet, resisting the energy vortex that rose up everywhere where the battle with the mutant took place. This power seemed familiar to the demon, and he realized that he would have to deal with the forces of evil. He had experienced this firsthand when someone used the most powerful technique available in a state of rage against him. It turned out that Kevin had already managed to transform and launch his new Dark Lord account. The cloak Kevin was wearing immediately absorbed all the damage, and those who saw it did not understand what this guy's secret was. Kevin began to wrap himself in a cloak, and it became clear that he was planning to show off his next ability. Soon a huge red ball appeared in the sky, and inside it a sound similar to the roar of a wild animal was heard. Right from the center of this swirling vortex, a huge red paw appeared, and now there was no longer any doubt who would win this fight. And then right in front of them appeared a huge dragon, which Kevin had transformed into in order to deal with the mutant as quickly as possible. The overwhelming power contained within the giant red dragon completely restrained the elite monster. The power emanating from Kevin seemed familiar to the mutant from the very beginning, and he wanted to know who he was. Instead, the first powerful attack followed, and in a loud, rough voice the red dragon replied that this did not concern the mutant. And compared to the new monster Kevin had turned into, the demon was so weak that he didn't even deserve to know his real name. Yes, the young people might never see such a spectacular battle again, although they knew perfectly well that their new team member was very strong. Billy really got lucky when he first met Kevin and invited him to come with him to their base. Gregor also couldn't understand how you could be stronger than an elite mutant if you were only at level 6. But for some reason Jessica continued to claim that she had seen bigger fights in her life. But for the first time in her life, she saw a mutant fight so desperately against just one person. And now she understood what really attracted her attention to this guy. The commander understood that it was time to stop pretending to be dead, and it was high time to get out of here while this newcomer was fighting the demon. Apparently, there was someone even crazier than this brave young woman. Jessica and Kyle didn't want to fight that guy anymore. Even though the mission ultimately failed, it still wasn't in vain, and he intended to report this guy to the Emperor so that Kevin could be put under special control. At the same time, the feeling of blood connection between Kevin and the mutant still did not leave the demon, and he understood that his rival had to swallow his relative and absorb the power of the dragon. But all these conversations did not interest Kevin, and he continued to attack his opponent with even greater force. Yes, he was interested in something completely different, and the very next second he hit the ground with him at great speed, throwing him away from himself. His roar was so loud that it resembled a sound wave, which is usually used to storm closed spaces. Meanwhile, Kevin, in the form of a dragon, was flying straight down to the ground, and everyone who had gathered below did not understand what he was planning. Klaus ordered to leave this place immediately, because after merging with his new account, this guy clearly went crazy. But his friends trusted Kevin, and knew that he was still conscious and probably didn't want to kill them. At this time, Kevin had everything under control, and it was clear that there was no reason to panic. No one in this world could reach such heights as their new friend had managed to achieve, and they eagerly awaited his return to Earth. After a tough battle, the first thing Kevin needed to do was rest, so Oscar didn't have to look in his book for another healing elixir. Finally, once on the ground, the system notified Kevin that for using such abilities it had deducted 160 million from his balance. Yes, it wasn't so offensive for the time spent, but for additional techniques, he had to pay as much as he didn't even pay for purchasing the account itself. Noticing how worried Billy was about him, Kevin immediately reassured him, saying that he was most worried about the money he spent. Martin hastened to congratulate him on the fact that he was able to single-handedly deal with such a mutant. But he asked the boy to be careful in the future, because Kevin might have problems due to the fact that many people would want to appropriate his power for themselves. In response, Kevin promised to be attentive, because this guy's words were worthy of an old, experienced military man. Martin hoped that Kevin understood him correctly, and was not offended by these words, because they were said from the heart. At that moment, Jessica's entire squad approached Kevin, and the girl immediately announced that the entire reward for the destruction of the elite monster belongs only to the one who killed it. And they came only to apologize to the guy because Jessica had previously underestimated him, and he became the first man she made a mistake about. Unexpectedly for everyone, it became clear that with these words, Jessica was not simply apologizing for the behavior of her team members, but was inviting Kevin to join their group. But Klaus clearly wouldn't be happy with such a decision, because it would mean that the guy simply came to everything ready. Billy demanded that Klaus immediately change his tone and stop looking down on people, because he himself saw what Kevin was capable of. Could it be that, even as a member of this squad, Klaus really didn't see Kevin's real strength and dares to disgrace himself and the good name of the commander? Of course, Klaus saw that this guy was terribly strong, but he just couldn't accept him because he considered this newcomer a shameless and arrogant child. Kevin, as if not noticing his envy, thanked Jessica for her kindness, but explained that he had long ago decided to found his own squad. Yes, it seems that Jessica knew in advance that he would answer like that. But still, Kevin should have thought twice and be sure to tell her if he changed his mind. She hoped that they would be able to work together again in the future, and extended her hand to the guy as a sign of good friendship and hope for a quick meeting. She never liked him before, but now that the girl saw his real strength, her opinion completely changed. Kevin was also extremely honored that she had such respect for his abilities, and he hoped that she would at least help his new squad a little. Yet he made the right decision by telling the girl the truth and not giving false hope that he would join her ranks. Suddenly, unable to contain her emotions, Jessica hugged Kevin tightly, although in fact she wanted to say much more than she could now. Today, this guy saved her life, and she will never forget his kindness, and would like to thank Kevin if he asks her to. But, understanding her hint, the guy asked her not to rush things and talk about it a little later if he needed her help. Of course, with these words he wanted to make Jessica feel obligated to him, but she still had to agree. And then she said that it was time for her to go and once again expressed hope for a quick meeting. In response, Kevin, just like her, smiled and waved his hand in a friendly manner. But in reality, he understood that this girl was not so simple. When they left, Kevin was once again surrounded by his friends, each of them envious of his strength and the attention Jessica had shown him. Martin always thought that Kevin was a loner, but from his conversation with Jessica, he realized that Kevin had been cooperating with Miss Monica's clan for a long time. But it was known that after joining the squad, Kevin would be forced to give half of his income to the authorities, which the guy had long been ready to do. In fact, he only joined the clan because of his family, because in this case his parents and sister are guaranteed safety. Although finding a patron was the right choice, because there were too many people around Kevin who were very jealous of his success. Suddenly, Martin remembered that Kevin had recently received a blueprint for a fortress, and would soon be able to build his own city. However, now the guy had other concerns, and the robot Sebastian confirmed that building a fortress, and even a city for his master, would be a simple task. And now it was time to check the reward that was due for killing the demon. It turned out that, in addition to money and experience points, the system awarded the guy a key to the lands where that same demon came from. But to use it, at least a 90th level of strength was required. Once again, Billy had the feeling that the things he got for killing the boss were not worth the effort. But it turned out that the key was the guy's main goal this time, and he was happy that he was finally able to get his hands on it. Yes, for Kevin, the things really turned out to be more valuable than those items from the demon's secret lair. It turned out that there were so many resources in that dungeon that by selling them on the black market, one could get at least 2.5 billion. When Billy and Nigel heard this amount, they couldn't believe it, because in their entire lives they had never spent such money, and they had never even seen it in real life. But there was no point in even thinking about it, because all of this rightfully belonged to Miss Monica's clan. Besides, his current level is not enough to clear the lands of a level 90 mutant, even if he does it with the Shadow Emperor account. Although there were supposed to be a lot of small monsters in this dungeon, and if no one helps him in the end, then Kevin will have to try his hand alone. At that moment, Martin saw that Kevin had sent him 100 million at once and tried to figure out what this guy had paid him for. After all, it wasn't worth throwing his money away, even if Kevin did help him kill that giant mutant. But he had already told them that he would pay 100 million for this demon, and now was the time to fulfill his promise. Although the entire team had already earned 70 million just thanks to their new squad member, and they simply had no right to demand anything more from him. However, the rare demon robber they met led the entire team to his lair, and these guys helped a lot more than they themselves realized. In the end, they were simply speechless, because they already thought that Kevin had done everything he could for them. From today on, Nigel promised to hold Kevin tightly and never let him go. Oscar, unable to stand such stupid behavior, ordered the boys to finally grow up, otherwise they would have to be punished with a belt like naughty children. In the end, Martin decided that he would just accept the money, even though the relationship between them started with simple cooperation. But now he really considers Kevin his true friend. In that case, Kevin also decided to tell him the truth that right now Martin and his team would be able to help Kevin, Kevin needed to gather as much information as possible about the places outside the safe zone where there were the most monsters right now. After all, he still had that weak spot in his fighting technique that needed to be strengthened. Besides, Kevin believed that it was time for them to expand their force and establish full control in the 9th zone. However, they always preferred a small but very strong squad, because this way they could conduct covert operations and, in addition, it was much easier to manage the team. However, the number of participants also mattered. Did they want to face a problem every time the number of the opposing team was larger? But now Martin was only thinking about how their team could continue to exist, and there was no point in thinking about increasing the number of participants. In fact, they were already at their maximum strength levels, but their closest rival team had 10 strong players on their roster. Martin didn't understand when his friends had become so far-sighted, since all they had ever cared about before was getting out of training as early as possible. At this point, Martin realized that his skills were still not enough to take his team to a higher level, and at that very moment he offered Kevin to lead his team, and he himself was ready to step into the background, handing over the role of leader to the guy. Without even thinking for a second, Kevin immediately agreed to this proposal, especially since he knew each of the participants very well. So, first of all, he assigned them the case of those wild places where the most mutants were found, information about which he wanted to obtain. And right now it's time to say goodbye for a while. But if something happens, the guys can contact him at any time. As they parted, the guys wished Kevin good luck and asked him to take care of himself and not get into any trouble. First of all, Kevin decided to contact Miss Monica, who was probably already waiting for him. They were now in the 8th district, and Monica had already sent Kevin her coordinates, so he flew straight there. Soon he reached that place, and right in front of him was a luxurious house, where Monica was at that moment with her bodyguards. Since the martial law situation was never resolved, Monica was only able to find this house for her temporary residence. She was a little offended by Kevin, so the guy will live here for a while as his punishment. But such words immediately seemed funny to Kevin. Yes, it seems they had some kind of misunderstanding, because for Kevin, this was the richest house he had ever lived in. Linda was happy that her brother was okay, and had returned from the 9th district, from where the screams and roars of that elite mutant could be heard even here. But the main thing that Kevin managed to get after this fight was the key, which he showed to his sister, and just wanted to tell him more about it. But Monica immediately interrupted Linda, because it really was the key to the monster's lair, and she did not understand how it ended up in Kevin's hands. Only now did Linda realize that it was her brother who had killed the monster, and Kevin was glad that she had finally found out about everything. But if even Jessica's team couldn't defeat the mutant, then how did Kevin manage to do it? The guy said that he was just very lucky, because he found the demon's weak spot, and later took advantage of the opportune moment and dealt a fatal blow. In that case, how much power was hidden in this guy, and what was the weak spot he was talking about? Looking at how Monica was so surprised by this news, Kevin realized that she was becoming more and more interested in his help. But she continued to state that he should not worry about her safety, and that for Monica, all that mattered was how her clan prospered, and not her personal success. Of course, Kevin shouldn't have worried about this, because right now he was most interested in the rules for distributing the extracted resources adopted in Monica's squad. The girl immediately warned him that he should not give her all the valuable items that he could earn. Linda was happy because the $2.5 billion that they would be able to get after selling the valuable items now belonged only to them. However, Kevin decided to give half of the money to Monica's clan, thus thanking her for the opportunity to gain valuable experience. But she just said that there are loopholes in the rules, thanks to which the guy cannot pay and keep all the money for himself. Kevin was never a greedy person, and was not used to breaking the rules of the communities he joined of his own free will. That's why he made this decision, and besides, he was worried about Monica's reputation, and did it, among other things, for the sake of this girl. Monica even blushed at these words, because no one had ever made such confessions to her in her life, and even the bodyguards were pleasantly surprised. After a short silence, Monica nevertheless said that since he had made such a decision for himself, her special financial department would soon be engaged in transferring funds to her foundation. The only important thing was to publicly declare that Kevin himself was giving away everything he had received, including the key to the dungeon, for which the corporation would pay him half of the total proceeds. Yes, this choice was in Kevin's style, and Monica had already begun to gradually get used to the behavior of this guy, which she liked madly. She decided to deal with everything else a little later, but for now she needed to leave Kevin to take care of important matters. Finally, she stated that if Kevin's family wanted to move to another house, they could tell her directly about it, and she would organize everything. Then Monica suddenly threw him a map that allowed him to move freely in all 9 areas of the settlement. Having deftly caught this valuable gift, Kevin once again thanked the girl for being so attentive to his family. Noticing that Monica had turned around many times but still could not leave, Linda realized that the girl would not refuse to stay with Kevin even for the whole night. The boy then honestly admitted to his parents that he would have to stay in the area for a while. However, Teresa immediately replied that they were quite happy here, because she had never dreamed of living in such a luxurious house. In any case, wherever they are, it will always be the best place if the whole family is together. Little Ella happily declared that she completely agreed with Teresa, although in reality all these words made her feel sick, and she dreamed of ending this conversation as soon as possible. Yes, looking at them, Kevin once again realized that this is exactly what he had been fighting for all his life, and trying to raise his personal level. In the world of the apocalypse, most people believe that family only stops the player in his development, so most often people chose the path of loners. And even though Kevin had now joined Monica's squad, it was not his final goal, but only an intermediate stage. Looking down on the city at night, Robot Sebastian noticed that Kevin was not telling him something, and seemed to want to ask him about something. The robot understood everything correctly, and after a few minutes Kevin asked him to get those plans of the fortress, and conduct a full analysis of them. After a short time, the robot Sebastian reported that although the system scan was completed, the results were not so rosy. As it turns out, to build a fortress using this blueprint, Kevin will need a dungeon of at least level 40. But this was only the first problem, because in addition to the dungeon itself, to complete the construction of the fortress, Kevin would need to pay a huge sum of 5 billion. Yes, the guy didn't even imagine that building a fortress would cost so much, and it was clear that this was outright robbery, because no fortress could cost so much. In addition to funds, it was also necessary to obtain special materials and items in large quantities. Kevin knew that these costs were too high, but even if he could collect all the necessary materials and money, what would he do next? The final stage of construction required Kevin's engineering skills to create a large number of robots that would build the fortress. Kevin decided that he could hand over control of all these robots to his first robot, Ella, and let her control them on her behalf. It was a pretty good idea, because this robot girl was created by Kevin himself, and besides, it's not that difficult to control the builders. But first and foremost, Kevin wanted to improve the fusion level with his Emperor account, although he now realized that this would have to wait. After a short time, the guy found himself in the place where his sister and Ella were having fun in the water, who immediately decided to joke with the guy when he came closer. Looking at them, he realized that he had not seen his sister so happy for a long time, which meant that all the work he had done was not in vain. At that moment, the girls carried out their plan, dousing their brother with water without him noticing. After pouring water over Kevin, Ella said that it would be nice for him to get some rest after all these difficult trials. But with such a joke, the girls only kindled Kevin's fighting spirit, forcing him to remember the times when he was the main instigator of water games. Now Kevin wanted to show them who was really the master of water here. But having pulled his usual trick, he did not surprise the girls at all. Then Kevin set off a real underwater explosion, and the girls jokingly began to ask for mercy. Meanwhile, events were taking place in the corporation's main department that Kevin had not yet even guessed about. Jessica, whom he had urgently called for a very serious conversation, was hurrying into the deputy president's office. Upon entering the office, Jessica immediately asked for forgiveness for failing to protect herself from the royal assassins. In response to this, the deputy recalled that previously the girl had always known her strengths and weaknesses well. Such a resounding failure simply could not be justified in any way, and this time the guy was not going to listen to these stupid childish excuses. Then, using only a small portion of his energy, David threw Jessica far away. David, as this guy was called, was surprised that Jessica hadn't yet gotten down on her knees before him. Because of her stupid mistakes, their company was losing its reputation faster and faster. The girl immediately tried to justify herself again and, holding her stomach, asked David for forgiveness, promising not to let him down next time. But he didn't have time to listen to this nonsense, and the guy hit her again. Only this time he dared to hit the girl right in the face. He once pulled her out of the trash heap and spent a lot of money to raise and teach her basic things, and she should have been grateful to him for that. At this moment, Lucas, who unexpectedly appeared in the deputy director's office, asked his master to stop and not waste time. He couldn't bear to watch his favorite team member get scolded for a serious mistake he had made. Besides, the guy simply didn't want his master to waste precious time on this, but instead to deal with important issues. But David thought that was what he was doing now, and asked if they had found the one who had killed the elite boss. Lucas confirmed that the guy had been added to the personnel reserve, but his official registration in the unit had not yet been completed. Realizing that Monica had dragged the guy into this matter, David guessed that she had not given up trying to resist him and had practically declared war on him. It remained unclear who this 6th-level newcomer was and why this boy was put up against him. Lucas immediately stated that one shouldn't trust the outer level, because the person who destroyed the elite monster was definitely hiding something. Jessica probably knew the real strength of this guy, and the deputy was sure of it. After all, if the guy was so talented, she should have lured him over to her side, and he should have been on their team a long time ago. Jessica tried to get Kevin on her side, but unfortunately, it didn't work. This was unusual for her, and grabbing Jessica by the neck, David decided to find out what she was hiding from him. Previously, she would not have spared the one who refused her, and he suspected that she simply liked the guy. He himself was curious to know who it was, but he gave the girl one last chance to tell everything. She could even seduce him if there was no other way to lure Kevin, and David was ready to do anything to accomplish this task. When the guy left the office, Lucas immediately asked Jessica not to blame him for not being able to help her today. After all, she was the one who acted stupidly and could have used her charm to get this guy on her side. Besides, he had never heard such a high assessment of his abilities from a girl who was not used to saying too much. And if she couldn't recruit this guy herself, she could leave him to Lucas, and if the boy didn't agree then, Lucas promised to finish him off. Kevin's actions have caused a wave of consequences, and most likely all the major corporations have already set their eyes on him. But what surprised her most was that her arrogant commander also became interested in this newcomer. The next day, at the school in the 9th district, many students gathered outside, and for once they could spend time peacefully without fear of monsters. This was due to the fact that yesterday the squad destroyed the main mutant, and it was not for nothing that they were considered the best fighters of the corporation, capable of such feats. Kevin's friends still didn't know that it was he who single-handedly destroyed that monster. Suddenly the students saw something strange in the sky, and at first they could not understand what caused these strange movements and where the loud sound came from. They immediately realized that the object in the sky had powerful energy and noticed that it was moving straight towards them. Yes, they were not mistaken, but they did not yet know that it was Kevin, who had already learned to control his new wings and landed right on the school grounds. Martin immediately rushed to meet his friend, and Julia immediately noticed that the guy had become even more handsome. The guy was overjoyed that his young mentor was not hurt in the battle with the boss, and was ready to burst into tears of happiness. Principal Roger and teacher Suzanne came out to meet him, and Suzanne was grateful to the guy for saving her life and the lives of her students. The director has already contacted Miss Monica's corporation, and its representatives have promised to send people to restore the school. Kevin saved a lot of people again, and this time Roger knew that no reward would be enough for this guy. But being a part of this school, he was obliged to do just that. And it was not only about the reward, but also about his personal duty. All the students were in love with their new hero and dreamed of being like Kevin. The girls even got angry at the guys who didn't let them calmly seduce their new hero. Kevin knew that if this continued, it would be difficult for him to get out of the crowd of fans, so it was better to leave this place now. And before anyone noticed, he rushed away, calling his friends with him to get a little distance from the crowd. Catching his momentum, the boys immediately rushed after him, hoping that his new ability would allow them to catch up with Kevin. On the way, the guy asked just in case if everything was okay with their families, and it turned out that there was no need to worry about it. Julia then asked where they were going and if Kevin had a specific plan. It turned out that he wanted to go to the wild places where many monsters live in the near future to clear the territory and earn a lot of experience. Meanwhile, they reached the main gate of the 9th district, where repair work was just underway after the mutant invasion. One of the guards suddenly pointed a gun at them, suspecting that they wanted to sneak into the area unnoticed. But the guy said that they were ordinary students, and they urgently needed to leave the city to take care of some business. It was strange that students were walking outside the city at such a time, because everyone knew about the order prohibiting leaving the city without special permission. But Frank couldn't stand it when someone raised their voice at him, especially a 10th level guard. Stopping his friend before a fight could start, Kevin took out the pass card that Monica had given him before leaving and handed it to the guard. Looking at the map, the guard could not understand what kind of pass it was, which he had never seen before. At that moment, the squad captain appeared there, heard their conversation, and asked his subordinate to show him the pass. Suddenly, he realized who gave this guy the black card, and immediately realized that messing with Kevin was a bad idea. To make it more convincing, he even slapped his subordinate in the face, claiming that this was the highest level pass of the Monica clan. After this, he addressed the guests with respect and said that their presence in this place was a great honor. Now they could leave in peace, and for Julia this was the first time she went outside the city. The captain still watched them go, not understanding what everyone saw in this ordinary boy. He immediately radioed Jessica and reported that the three boys had left the city and was awaiting further instructions. She ordered him to follow them and constantly inform her of their location, but in such a way that he would not be noticed. Once outside of District 9, they immediately saw the wilderness, and Kevin was once again convinced of what the real world looked like. Julia had only seen wildlife in photos on the internet and in books, but seeing it in person made her feel a little uneasy. Frank asked just in case if they were still going to go into the dungeon, or if Kevin had changed his mind. But Kevin, on the contrary, was full of energy and reminded that this area is now safe because all the monsters are hiding in their holes. It was then that they first heard that they were becoming new members of his team, and that they should gain experience during today's journey. While they were walking to their destination, Kevin wanted to discuss some details and explain to the guys how to use their skills. On the way, they learned from Kevin that he had recently created his own fighting team, which was under the patronage of Miss Monica's company. This was great news, and everyone liked the name Kevin came up with for the team. Despite their joy, they were a little sad that they would never be able to control their skills the same way Kevin did, who could single-handedly destroy the strongest mutant. That was why he led them to the 40th level dungeon to hone their technique to perfection. At that moment, an SUV came around the corner, and no one but Kevin knew who was driving. Someone decided to make a very impressive appearance in front of the guys, driving up so close to them and honking loudly so that everyone could admire his new car. Of course, it was Fat Billy, who greeted everyone in a dandy manner and said that he did not expect to see them so soon. He immediately greeted Julia and slightly reproached Kevin for not warning her about such a beautiful girl. Billy's level was so high that Julia understood why Kevin brought them here. From the looks of it, Billy had great gear, and Frank liked not only his car, but his protective gear as well. Pressing the gas pedal to the floor, Billy said that they would get there in a few hours, and he still remembered the way to the dungeon. This dungeon could now only be opened with a key, which, fortunately, Kevin had. Billy then noticed that the map in Kevin's hands looked very detailed and asked if it was real, just in case. Of course, it was a real map, drawn by a man who was friends with director Roger, and given to Kevin as a token of gratitude from the director. But suddenly Billy slammed on the brakes, and at first no one understood why he did it. It turned out that Billy knew this legendary relic hunter, the author of Kevin's map, well. But it was unclear why Billy reacted that way, and what else he knew about this story. It was impossible to tell everything in a few words, so Billy decided to tell them everything along the way to pass the time. In the eyes of most people, the relic hunters were no different from the mercenaries they had recently encountered. But in reality, their true goal was to find the truth of this world, and that is why they explored one ruin after another. Has no one ever wondered how and why a new era began on Earth, after which the world changed so much? Julia had already heard several theories about this. For example, that the world was just a huge hologram, and everything around was not real. Some argued that we were all just numbers in a huge database, and that the world around us was nothing more than a game. But all these were outdated versions, which no one remembered now, because this theory had long since begun to seem stupid to everyone. After so many centuries, people have become accustomed to this kind of life, and try not to think about the past, living only in the present. Billy firmly believed that everything has a reason, and if he continued to explore the ruins, the truth would surely be revealed. Kevin didn't expect that his friend's outward frivolity hid such deep philosophical thoughts. In fact, these thoughts did not belong to him, but to the squad leader, and Billy himself believed that he would never become as smart. Billy believed that if Kevin's map was indeed drawn by the famous hunter, then it contained some secret that would lead to the truth of the world. It was an interesting suggestion, but Kevin studied the map for a long time and still found nothing. It seems that Kevin did not quite understand Billy, because there was a legend circulating among relic hunters for a long time. The legend said that whoever found the truth of the world would be able to reset it and become a king with the highest level of power. The boys couldn't believe it was true, but they were very interested in listening to Billy and learning the details. If Julia were to reset the world, she would become a sorceress, and peace and love would reign everywhere. But Frank dreamed of something else, and if he had the chance to change the world, he would have become the master of all women. Kevin, looking at them, asked them not to fantasize, because until they reach at least a minimum level, they will not be able to change anything. This legend seemed fictitious, so they were better off focusing on the real problems. Dreaming was too expensive a luxury. In such times, it was more important to act than to daydream. Billy believed that by finding the legendary hunter, they would unravel the mystery of this world, and this became his main goal. Director Roger probably knew a lot more about this man than all of them put together, so after the trip to the dungeon, it was imperative to question him. Kevin asked his friend to stop the car because they had arrived at the place where their new adventure was starting. To open the entrance to the dungeon, a special key was required, otherwise the place would have been plundered long ago. But first, the boys had to deal with those who were following them closely, and they knew about it from the very beginning. Julia didn't understand what the guys were talking about, but Frank had already guessed that they were being followed. It was a shame they didn't find out in advance that Billy was an experienced scout, and their pursuer still had a lot to learn. All this time there was a hidden invisible shield next to them, and by throwing a grenade there, the guy wanted to make them appear. The explosion was enough to break through the shield, and soon they would meet the villains face to face. When the smoke cleared, they saw the captain in the car, who let Kevin through the city gates. Only now did Kevin realize that they were being pursued by guards, but he didn't understand why they needed it. After getting out of the car, the captain immediately apologized, but asked people to understand him and not judge him too harshly. After all, he wasn't sure about the safety of Kevin and his friends, and decided to personally make sure that they were okay. The captain thought that threatening anyone with a blade was a bad idea, since he only wanted to help Kevin, not harm him. Kevin didn't want to waste time on these explanations, because the guy had long since stopped believing in fairy tales. Of course, if Kevin's squad didn't have a level 55 fighter, the guard commander would have behaved differently, and Kevin would probably have begged for mercy. The man gave them a military signal with hand gestures, meaning that they were to attack as soon as Kevin demonstrated his abilities. Kevin thanked the commander for his concern, saying that when they fled the city, they were in mortal danger, and only the commander helped them escape. While talking to Kevin, the commander thought that he must be the son of the corporation's director, since he had a top-level pass. After apologizing, the commander asked Kevin why they had come to these dangerous places, despite the risk. It turned out that they were going to clear out the new dungeon and open a portal there using Kevin's key. This group of smart guys thought they were going to come out on top, not knowing that Kevin was a master at luring people into traps. Seeing the color of the key, the commander immediately realized that it belonged to a fighter no lower than level 40, and was surprised that it ended up in the hands of this boy. That's why the guys called a squad of fighters, hoping that they wouldn't be afraid to go with them. The girl played along with her friends, saying that she didn't expect to see such cowards among the defenders of the 9th District. These words of the girl touched the fighters, and they did not want some greenhorns who had never smelled gunpowder to talk to them like that. The commander said that he could not abandon his comrades, and the dungeon was only designed for 5, so they could not all enter together. But Kevin objected that the dungeon was designed for 10 people, which meant they could all enter it. Then the fighters decided to show these impudent kids what professionals are capable of, and were ready to immediately clear the dungeon. Thanking the fighters for their escort, Kevin took out the key and began to slowly open the portal to the dungeon. When everything was ready, Kevin invited everyone to go down into the dungeon, and the commander was confident that his team would not let him down. Just in case, he threw a signal device on the ground so that the lady would know his coordinates. It was a robot with a built-in signaling device, and each guard had several of these devices with him. Soon they descended into a dungeon on the 40th level, which turned out to be surprisingly beautiful and quite large for its level. It seems that Billy was right, because it is impossible to predict what the dungeon will be like, and these giant trees indicated that the guys came here for a reason. Frank hoped that in the next battle, Billy would share his experience with him, and soon he would be able to raise his level to the same level as him. The robot quickly informed its owner that the analysis was complete and that the dungeon was ideal for building a fortress. But the 3 stars that Sebastian had previously assigned to the dungeon were not suitable for Kevin's level, and he would most likely only gain a little bit of experience again. Suddenly, Julia noticed a huge bird that was quickly approaching them, and everyone looked up. It turned out that it was a level 25 flying dragon, and not a bird, as Julia had first thought. The commander shouted for no one to panic, because they had such a strong warrior like him with them. He ordered the fighters to open fire, and a second later, a hail of bullets flew at the dragon. Kevin didn't expect such a reaction, because the fighters fought on his side without any objections, although they had recently been hostile. Having killed the dragon, the commander was perplexed as to how this small level 20 mutant dared to attack their group. Didn't he know that flying over this territory was prohibited and that such a crime was punishable by death? But the general laughter suddenly stopped when they felt someone's heavy breathing behind them, and their adventures were just beginning. Another level 40 dragon, much larger than the previous one, crept up on them unnoticed and grabbed one of the fighters. He threw the guard from a great height into a dense forest, and he had no chance of escape. Soon, a fierce battle began, and the commander lost almost half of the detachment, despite the fact that the fighters had only just descended into the dungeon. As the commander charged, he shouted for Billy to help him, as Billy's level was higher than the commander's. Realizing that there was no time to waste, Billy asked everyone to step back and not interfere, confidently declaring that he would deal with such a weak monster in no time. Suddenly, the system issued a warning that the mystical eggs had entered an uncontrolled reaction phase. The eggs really behaved strangely, and it was unclear whether they were hungry or felt the presence of a relative. After a long silence, the eggs suddenly began to move, and Kevin assumed that one of them was about to hatch. Kevin decided he needed to take action and tried to calm the eggs with ingredients from his storage. After feeding his magical pet, Kevin noticed that something was still wrong with him. And it happened at the most inopportune moment. The robot realized that the pet was most likely trying to hatch, but it lacked the strength to break through the shell. Taking the dragon's heart in his hands, Kevin decided to help the egg by letting it eat the heart to gain the strength it needed to be born. Judging by the pet's behavior, he was still afraid of the aura of his older relative and kept his distance from him. Kevin thought that it was just a piece of meat and there was nothing to be afraid of. And if the pet was so cowardly, then let it remain an egg. Hearing these offensive words, the egg got angry at Kevin, and the guy found it funny to watch his reaction. Kevin was eager to see what this egg was and who was hiding inside the shell. Everyone wanted to see what would happen when the baby hatched from the egg, and everyone cheered him on, urging him to gather his strength and break the shell. The cub pushed off so hard that he flew high into the sky, and Kevin expected exactly that kind of force from him. The system congratulated Kevin on receiving a battle pet, and now he needed to come up with a name for it. Looking at the small but fierce dragon, Kevin decided to name him Red Comet, thinking it was the perfect name. Meanwhile, the battle between the guard commander and the dragon continued, and the commander again tried to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, he saw some new monster next to Kevin, and decided that because of Kevin's low level, any monster could destroy him. Noticing the small dragon, one of the guards decided that it was time to hunt, although he understood that he would receive little experience for killing the dragon. But the dragon turned out to be much faster, and, rushing forward, instantly bit off the barrel of the guard's machine gun. He then pounced on Billy and began to bite his shield, although Billy did not touch him and did not threaten the baby in any way. The commander was once again convinced that his subordinates could not cope even with a 6th-level monster, and wanted to show them how to act. Kevin quickly warned that it was his pet, although he did not expect such hostility from it. Even though they were friends, Kevin still had to pay to repair the shield that his dragon had damaged. Julia seemed to be the one who was most looking forward to the dragon's appearance, and was delighted when it finally hatched. However, the dragon himself was hardly happy to see the girl, and it seemed to her that he would now start biting like a puppy. Kevin asked not to touch his pet, explaining that it had just hatched and was therefore afraid of everyone around it. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard in the distance, and it became clear that the master of the forest was not happy with the new guests, especially the little dragon. Most likely, he felt the presence of a dragon near people, and encountered such a situation for the first time, because dragons usually are at odds with players. The commander admitted that the monsters here were not very dangerous, since they managed to survive even after such a large-scale battle. Saying goodbye to Kevin, the man was once again convinced that this guy was nothing but trouble, but his level was clearly higher than 6th. Julia went to clear the dungeon for the first time, and despite the danger, she found this activity very exciting. Kevin asked Billy if he had any information about other dungeons in this world. If he had encountered them, of course. Billy had heard that large companies would send out multiple reconnaissance teams to survey the area before clearing out the dungeons. These teams had to determine the number of monsters in the dungeon and come up with methods to combat them. In addition, after clearing the area of monsters, it was necessary to control the local fauna and know how to destroy it, because there could also be dangerous species among the plants. It's safe to say that without such preparation, clearing the dungeon was not easy. Julia dreamed of a dungeon with a goddess, because among the many dungeons she knew, she had never heard of anything like this. Lost in thought, she stopped looking around and didn't notice how the mutant's open mouth appeared behind her. Fortunately, there was a newborn dragon nearby, who rushed to protect the girl, attacking his older relative. Kevin liked the pet's reaction and praised Red Comet for her excellent work. The little dragon managed to tear off the tongue of the huge monster, and he swore to take revenge on him and swallow him whole. Kevin was surprised that the monster could speak, although his friend thought it was an ordinary dragon roar. It turned out that the Red Comet recognized Kevin as its master, and thanks to this, he gained the ability to understand the language of dragons. Kevin's level will now be directly dependent on his pet's level, as their levels are now completely the same. Looking at his younger relative, the giant was sure that the little impudent fellow's tricks would no longer work and that he did not have long to live. He wanted to incinerate him and take revenge for the fact that he would now have to live without a language. The little dragon was still inferior to his older relative in level, and if the guys did nothing, he was in serious danger. Kevin asked not to interfere in the fight, although everyone around him thought it was necessary. He stated that the dragon was his battle pet, and if the pet could not cope with such a weak monster, then there was no point in regretting its death. Moreover, Kevin was confident of his pet's quick victory, because their powers were synchronized, and this dragon did not pose any threat to him. Suddenly, the pet tore out a huge old tree, and it became clear that he had something planned against his enemy. The monster did not understand the little dragon's plan, thinking that he was simply venting his anger on a harmless tree. But the dragon, without listening to the rest of the nonsense, struck his opponent with the tree with all his might, forcing him to instantly change his mind about his strength. The enraged monster was going to grind into powder the impudent moth that dared to resist and use forbidden techniques. But the kid didn't seem to be going to stop and launched a series of punches at his opponent. Eventually, he got so carried away that the giant was unable to rise after a hail of incredibly fast blows that he had never encountered before. Then, soaring high into the air, the dragon released a fireball from its mouth, intending to finish off the enemy and put an end to their confrontation. This brutal and very powerful move sent the older opponent into a fiery blaze. The little one had already prepared his fork and knife, anticipating a delicious barbecue of fried dragon. Frank and Julia suddenly realized that their level had increased, and this was due to the new pet. Billy couldn't believe that a newborn dragon could destroy such a giant who surpassed him in both size and training. It turned out that Kevin mentally told his pet how to attack, noticing a special property of the torn tree. Everyone immediately smelled the spices coming from this tree, which probably confused the giant. Suddenly, the pet brought Kevin a piece of fried meat, and he was touched by this gesture, realizing that the baby had prepared it especially for him. It was really clever, and it was clear that the kid had great talent and skill. Besides, everyone was hungry and decided that it would be a good idea to have a proper lunch. The remaining soldiers of the detachment were having lunch nearby and smelling the smell of fried meat. They realized that their food was much worse. However, the commander assured that after receiving the reward for the completed mission, they would be able to buy a lot of delicious food. Kevin was becoming more and more dangerous every day, and the commander did not understand why the lady had not yet contacted him. After all, the success of the mission depended entirely on Jessica's skills, and without her support, they couldn't have succeeded. Soon a girl appeared nearby, having personally arrived in this godforsaken place. She decided to personally destroy her opponent and receive the promised reward, so her hunt finally began. Meanwhile, Kevin's group continued their journey into the dungeon, defeating all the monsters they encountered. Billy didn't even do anything, because the new pet destroyed all the monsters, demonstrating his incredible strength. The boys had plenty of tasty meat left over, and, in addition, they easily leveled up thanks to their wonderful pet. But realizing that the girl also wanted such a pet, Billy advised her to forget about this idea, because she would not have enough money to feed him. Everyone had already gotten used to the fact that the dragon was trying for everyone, and everyone benefited from it, although in fact, he belonged only to Kevin. Suddenly, Billy had a great idea on how to make money quickly. He said that in the wild places there are ruins where competitions of the strongest pets are held from time to time, and they just have one. Given the strength of their little dragon, they are sure to take first place and win a cash prize. Kevin liked the opportunity to get rare equipment, and at least for that, he thought, it was worth going there. While the boys were trying to persuade Kevin to go with them, someone was watching them high in the trees. It turned out that the woman and her strange cub had been watching the guests of the dungeon for a long time, waiting for the right moment. They had no idea that Kevin had already noticed his pursuers and was ready to meet them. The little pet instantly released a powerful wave of fire at the uninvited guests, which almost hit Julia. Realizing that they had been discovered, the creatures decided that there was no longer any point in hiding, and it was time to go on the attack. The woman immediately fired her bow, intending to kill Kevin, whom she considered the leader of the group. However, this weapon was too primitive, and Kevin easily caught the arrow in flight. If they were serious about killing him, they should have chosen a different method and thought about it in advance. After looking closely, Fat Billy decided that these were most likely the aborigines of the dungeon. He explained that dungeons with monsters are usually not inhabited by people, but instead by rare creatures called aborigines. Their stats are usually related to the type of dungeon, and the higher the level of the dungeon, the stronger the natives. Many of them can stay forever young, and Julia immediately envied them, wanting to stay forever young and beautiful too. The main problem with the natives is that they are often kidnapped from the underground and sold for large sums of money for experiments. As for these two, they most likely won't last long and will soon be kidnapped. Unfortunately, in this world, people often commit the most base acts for the sake of profit. These two are lucky that Kevin, although he loves money, would never do such things. Kevin expected gratitude, but instead received a spear blow, which he barely managed to dodge at the last moment. Even though Kevin had discovered this dungeon and it was rightfully his, in their eyes he was still an outsider. Now it was their turn to attack, but Kevin was ready to do anything, just not to remain a passive target. Moreover, Kevin felt that he was stronger than them and was able to prove his right to be in this dungeon. Kevin didn't care who these creatures were, but he was ready to kill anyone who stood in his way. Realizing their powerlessness against Kevin, they rushed into the thicket of the forest, saving their lives. The guy was convinced that these creatures had never seen people and were frightened by his sudden appearance. Once at a safe distance, the two decided to be more careful with Kevin and not provoke him any further. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a stranger who blocked their path and looked with curiosity at the strange inhabitants of this place. Following Kevin was the commander, delighted to meet such first-class goods. The natives did not understand what was happening to the world, why even in peacetime invaders were invading here and what they wanted. One of the guys noticed the girl's attractive figure, but her face was hidden by a mask. Casting aside doubts, the guys decided to clearly show the girl all the cruelty of this world, which she did not yet know. But they rejoiced too soon, because the girl turned out to be well prepared and killed several soldiers with one blow. Apparently, they couldn't cope without the help of the commander, and he attacked the enraged girl with a weapon that he usually used to kill with one blow. The girl easily dodged the attack, and the commander realized that the natives of this settlement were much stronger than they were said to be. Besides, it was too early to relax because another warrior had already entered this fight. A bullet fired by a sniper from an ambush whistled over the commander's head, a few centimeters from his skull, miraculously leaving him alive. The shot was fired by Jessica, who had already mentally said goodbye to the commander, not expecting him to be so lucky. However, the surviving commander was delighted by the arrival of the powerful Jessica, his older sister, ready to leave all the savages to her reprisal. Having learned that Jessica was level 45, the natives realized that they had no chance against an experienced warrior who had killed many people. They wanted to run, but a well-aimed burst from Jessica's machine gun knocked out any desire to move, making them afraid of getting caught in the barrage of her bullets. No one could hide from her sight, although she in fact did not want to kill trying to save their lives. Suddenly they noticed a strange device behind them approaching them. Both natives tried to escape, but the elder one was bound by an energy dome that appeared around her, imprisoning her. The girl told her younger relative to run away without worrying about her, realizing that only one of them would survive. With tears in her eyes, the youngest promised to return soon with help and bring people with the 6th level here. Noticing the commander's attempt to escape, the girl ordered him to stop and listen to her demands. The girl ordered the commander to tranquilize the captive, hide her in a safe place, and then wait for her return to the base. At first, the girl took the captive for an ordinary representative of her species, but soon Jessica noticed her incredible strength. The commander did not understand why their leadership was so eager to get hold of this captive, but the girl repeated again that this was secret information, and she herself did not know all the details. Although she herself was curious to learn all the details of the mission, because hunting for unusual creatures had always been much more interesting for her than the boring role of bait. Meanwhile, Kevin stood in front of a huge old tree, which, as it approached, seemed larger and larger, as if blocking out the sky. Frank and Julia continued to admire their new pet, realizing that with its help, they would be able to quickly level up. Suddenly, Julia became frightened, noticing the strange behavior of the dragon, and could not understand the reason for such strange aggression. Kevin calmed the pet down and demanded that the creature hiding behind the tree come out and show itself. He assumed that if the dragon was alone here, then its owner was probably in trouble and needed help. He was right, because the girl, who was not only a loyal friend, but also a constant partner of the dragon, needed to be urgently saved. Julia was surprised and amused that a creature that looked like a cat could speak in such a sweet voice. The girl wondered why they were still standing there, looking at the talking cat as another pet, instead of rushing to help her friend. And Kevin didn't understand why he needed to help a girl who had recently tried to kill him. Then a red stone appeared in the creature's paws. It was an ancient rock crystal, which would be given to the one who agreed to help the native. Kevin knew it was a very rare find, and wondered where the cat got such a stone. It turned out that the creature had a whole mine of such stones, and if they agreed to help, they could become its owners. It was a tempting offer, and Kevin wouldn't mind getting the whole mine, unless the creature was lying. And yet, even if this was true, the creature's manner of communication left much to be desired. Suddenly, Kevin said that he would help only on one condition, and first the creature had to show him its face with a pitiful look. Otherwise, the conversation no longer made sense, and Kevin turned around, waving goodbye. For the sake of his friend, the creature was ready to do anything, and agreed to meow like a cat and pretend to look pitiful, as Kevin asked. Then, taking off his mask and making a pitiful face, the kitten with huge eyes asked to help him save his comrade from cruel people. Julia, of course, did not stand aside and immediately took the kitten in her arms, pressing it to her chest. Seeing this, the boys asked to hug them as tightly as Julia hugs a kitten, assuring that they too can make pitiful faces. The cat could still forgive the girl for her emotions, but he would not allow these two slobs to touch even the tip of his whisker. After petting the cat, Kevin realized that this cute creature was only trying to appear evil. The kitten's behavior spoke of his sincerity, so Kevin was ready to keep his word and help his owner. While Kevin was studying the map, a notification came about the appearance of someone with a power level of 85 in the territory. They had already promised to save the cat's owner, but Kevin decided that they first needed to find this unexpected high-level guest. Jessica raced towards Kevin, pleased that she had easily located him. Jessica suddenly realized that someone was attacking her, but she couldn't determine where the attack was coming from. The last shot was very dangerous, because the fireball almost hit Jessica. As the attacks intensified, Jessica realized that there was a very dangerous and powerful enemy nearby. Kevin, whose pet was leading the fight, told Jessica that resistance was pointless, because they themselves hunt anyone, and her 85th level does not scare them. This unexpected move by Kevin turned out to be as good as they said it would be. Kevin, of course, was happy with the praise, but he didn't expect the squad leader to take his bait without figuring out his plan. Coming closer, the girl declared that ordinary flattery was not enough to satisfy her. Kevin, however, had a completely different goal, which he directly stated to the pretty commander. He was interested in what corporation she belonged to and why she came to this dungeon. Realizing that she couldn't get out of it, the girl admitted that she belonged to a mercenary squad and had come to recruit new soldiers. Upon learning that she had come such a long way to recruit, Kevin immediately said that he was already serving in another unit. The guy would not be disappointed if he accepted her offer and could dictate the terms of future work himself. However, without even thinking about the offer properly, he again refused, because he was not interested in working under someone else's command. The girl's patience snapped and she pointed the gun at him, declaring that he was terribly annoying her. She didn't usually do this, but this time she was ready to give the guy one last chance to think things over. And yet Kevin refused again, and even the smile did not leave his face at the sight of the gun. The next second, the girl pulled the trigger and shot Kevin straight in the head, bringing the barrel almost point blank. But instead of a body, a puppet card fell to the ground, which gave Kevin the ability to create clones and control them. All this time, Kevin's real body was behind her back, and the guy realized that this woman's cruelty knew no bounds. It's no wonder he didn't recognize her puppet card, since she did the same thing as him, and all this time his clone was talking to her clone. Jessica herself stood to the side and, taking aim with a sniper rifle, shot at Kevin. The shot was silent, but Kevin always felt where the energy of the bullet was coming from as it flew towards the back of his head. The guy could have dodged, but his pet suddenly jumped towards the bullet, covering his owner with his body. Kevin was just annoyed that he had forgotten that his pet would never let a bullet hit him. Kevin had been neglecting his safety lately, and now life itself was reminding him of it. Seeing the dragon dying, Julia wanted to help, but Frank reminded her that the enemy was too strong, and it was dangerous to stick her head out. Luckily, the guy had a powerful elixir that could completely restore health in a minute. And indeed, not even a minute had passed before the dragon opened his eyes, full of rage and a desire to take revenge on Jessica. Seeing that his pet had full reserves of strength, Kevin was calm and proud of him. The cruel woman's eyes showed a desire to burn everything to the ground, and she didn't expect anyone to stop her. Seeing that Kevin was not moving, she couldn't tell if he was crazy or just overconfident. Up until this point, she had thought better of the guy, but now she realized that he was just an idiot who could be killed as easily as a newbie. Meanwhile, Kevin, under the protective dome, again apologized to his pet for his miscalculation, which caused the dragon so much pain. It was only thanks to the Red Emperor's account that their strength was still good enough to deal with a level 60 enemy, but they would hardly be able to deal with anyone more serious. Also, before, all battles depended on Kevin's experience, so he asked the system how much experience he currently had. It turned out that he had over 1,000,000 experience points, but spending them on turning into the Shadow King was not the best idea. Kevin then asked the system how much experience it would take to level up 10 notches. The system responded that his Emperor account level had reached 55, and that he needed to add another 45 levels to become nearly invincible. By this time, The durability of the energy shield around Kevin dropped to 0, and Jessica, looking at this through the scope, thought that the guy was planning another trick. She then took out a magic bullet, which she intended to use to instantly kill her opponent. By shooting Kevin with an enchanted bullet, she hoped to collect the bounty on his head and return home with a trophy. Yes, Kevin has dated many different girls, but Jessica was the first one to break his heart. She was very surprised when this guy's strength suddenly grew to the maximum, and she felt such heat as if the whole forest around was on fire. Although Kevin dreamed of killing her himself, he decided to entrust the revenge to his pet, so that he would pay for the recent death of his fellow. The dragon belched a powerful beam of fire from its mouth, deadly to anyone who stood in its path. This stream of flame turned into fiery rays at great speed, and it was clear that the baby would not calm down until he reached his goal. Jessica didn't understand why the pet suddenly became so strong, but it was obvious that he wanted her dead. Kevin didn't care at all whether the girl would ask for forgiveness or not, but the guy could no longer stop his pet. Burning in flames, the girl screamed at the last moment that her master would take revenge on Kevin for her death. As a reward for killing Jessica, Kevin received not only money and valuable experience, but also an optical drone, which will certainly be useful to him in the future. Soon, the system started the automatic execution of the quest, which became an unexpected surprise for Kevin's entire team. Each of them instantly became stronger and realized that Kevin was becoming more powerful every day. Seeing how easily Kevin dealt with the level 85 girl, the cat could not believe his eyes, realizing the guy's incredible strength. Julia rushed to her new pet because she was more worried about the little dragon than anyone else. Previously, Kevin underestimated his enemies and almost paid for it with the life of his beloved pet. So he decided to change his approach from that moment on. He would never let anyone fool him again, and hoped that something like this would not happen again. But then the cat pulled him by the leg of his trousers and interrupted his thoughts. Taking off his scary mask and showing pitiful eyes, the cat asked to be picked up by Kevin, wanting to become his pet. Kevin was surprised at how quickly the cat changed his attitude towards him, but he was sure that the dragon would be against it. Many people would like to adopt this cat, but he apologized and said that he only wanted to be with Kevin. Noticing a monster in the tree, Billy called out to his friends and shouted for them to look up. It turned out that their quest had already begun, and it seemed that the previous battle had awakened a three-headed dragon that was probably of a very high level. The dragon was furious that someone, especially such insignificant creatures as humans, dared to disturb his sleep. The cat immediately hid behind Kevin, because this creature was the strongest and most evil monster in this area, and they needed to escape. Kevin was surprised to realize that he was facing a creature guarding a giant tree, meaning he had stumbled upon a final level quest. This forest was always peaceful until one day a giant monster appeared and took over this territory. The cat said that there was some kind of connection between the monster and the tree, but he didn't know exactly what it was. The type of connection didn't matter, because Kevin wanted to deal with the boss as quickly as possible, and then listen to the frightened cat. Suddenly Frank shouted to his friend that he had important information, and Kevin paused for a second, hoping that it was really something serious. It turned out that the guy just really wanted to fight side by side with his young mentor and help him. Julia also didn't want to gain experience for nothing without participating in the battle and felt useless in the team. It was the first time Billy had seen people give up safety for hard-earned points. Initially, Kevin wanted his comrades to level up first and then take part in such difficult battles. The monster, listening to their conversation, was furious that they, standing in front of him, were discussing their future victory. The mutant attacked them with fire breath, but Kevin's new pet responded with a powerful beam of fire energy, opening its mouth wide. It was incredible, but the mutant's flame simply evaporated after the little dragon's attack. It was unclear where a creature of only the 10th level could get so much powerful energy. If the monster thought that it could scare Kevin so easily, then it was very much mistaken and would soon pay for its mistake. The mutant used his new ability, and a huge fiery palm appeared from the sky with which he wanted to crush Kevin and his friends. The palm clenched into a fist and squeezed hard on one of the dragon's 3 heads, leaving him no chance to dodge. Now the mutant realized that these people were much stronger than he thought, because with one blow, Kevin destroyed one of his heads. Seeing their fellow's head crushed by a huge fist, the other heads of the monster became more vulnerable, but the cat shouted loudly that this creature must not be killed. After all, his comrade mentioned the connection between the monster and the tree, and by killing the monster, they risk making a terrible mistake. The boys didn't understand what the cat meant, and Billy even suspected him of conspiring with the mutant. Suddenly the cat said that only his friend could help them and asked them to believe that he was on their side. There was something very convincing in the cat's words, although Kevin did not yet know the answers to all his questions. Now they needed to help the prisoner and, with his help, understand what secret the tree was hiding and why the dragon could not be killed. On the way, Kevin promised to make the cat his second pet if he was right. The commander was already tired of waiting for his boss, and did not understand where she had disappeared to, and why she still had not dealt with the weaklings. Looking at the girl, the man suddenly had a thought and decided to look at her closer. Coming closer, he took her mask and wanted to take it off to get a better look at her face. But then he heard someone sneaking up behind him and became angry that he was once again interrupted. It turned out that a small dinosaur had come to him, looking at the commander with surprise, seeing a real person for the first time. The man jumped up so suddenly that he frightened the little dinosaur and it jumped out of its hiding place. Left alone, the commander again tried to remove the mask from the girl's face, but she held on too tightly. He realized that the dinosaur was trying to get to him again, and this time he decided to fight back. Opening the door, the commander saw a crowd of red-eyed creatures looking at him, and none of them were going to run. In the center of the crowd stood the very same dinosaur that the commander had recently scared, and it seemed it was he who had brought the others here. But why? Suddenly, the man realized that the dinosaurs had come to deal with him, and waving a heavy mace with sharp wedges, he attacked them. The dinosaurs surrounded the commander and began to tear off pieces of his body, and he could only scream in pain because there was no one nearby. He called for help from his older sister, hoping for salvation, but he understood that she most likely would not make it in time, and he was destined to die. A huge bloody stain remained on the ground, and the commander no longer showed signs of life, becoming a hearty meal for the dinosaurs. The creatures were happy with the easy prey, but besides the commander, there was someone else in the cave. They looked with curiosity at the native woman, who was still lying unconscious with her hands tied. The dinosaurs lifted the girl up, and it became clear that they were definitely not going to eat her. The dying commander watched as the dinosaurs carried his captive out of the cave, leaving him to bleed to death. Kevin's team moved along the forest in search of the girl, whose rescue was important not only for the cat, but also for themselves. On the map that showed the girl's location, the guys noticed that the monsters had taken her somewhere, and now they had to find out where exactly and why. These dinosaurs were even worse monsters, and much more evil than the previous mutant, which Kevin easily dealt with. Kevin never thought that a regular level 40 quest would be so eventful and challenging. The girl opened her eyes and tried to look around to understand where she was. She found herself in a completely different place than the cave where she had been the last time she was conscious. Jumping up, the girl tried to understand how she ended up here and who brought her here. The first thing she thought about was Kevin and his team, deciding that they were the ones who dragged her to such a dangerous place. Deciding that she needed to run, the girl rushed into the thicket of the forest to avoid being seen by the mutants. She soon realized that she could not avoid meeting the monsters, because one of them was standing right in front of her. Turning around, the girl discovered another monster, and this meeting also did not bode well. In front of her stood a giant creature, unhappy that the girl was constantly running away, although he was very worried about her. On the monster's head sat a young man who declared that the girl should be with him, and that this was her destiny, from which she could not escape. Not wanting to obey, the girl rushed into the forest again, although the guy was not going to repeat his words anymore. The next second, the girl was surrounded by the same little dinosaurs that had brought her here. Coming closer, the young man reminded her that he and this girl were the only representatives of their kind, of different sexes, and therefore could continue the family line. But the young man always disgusted her, and she had no intention of bearing him children. The guy just laughed at her words, because 1,000 years had passed, and the primitive thinking of his naive friend had not changed. In fact, he didn't want children, but only wanted them to go together towards the same goal and gain incredible strength. He was filled with rage, because outside there was a wide, free world, and he was forced to spend his best years in this cave. Now he had a chance to change everything, and he threw the girl to the ground, not wanting to wait any longer. The people who invaded their world confirmed the guy's guess about the existence of a portal to another world. But he always felt that some unknown force was preventing him from crossing over to the other side, where he hoped to find what he had lived for thousands of years. He needed the girl's strength to kill the foreigners and leave this cursed place. Kevin, having listened to the young man's fascinating reasoning, asked why he needed to get to another world. To the surprise of the guy, whose main goal was to get out of the dungeon, Kevin said that he could take him with him. But instead of answering, Kevin drew his fiery sword and declared that the guy would only leave this place dead, because he would not get out of here alive. The guy didn't understand why Kevin came to him himself, but he was grateful for the time saved and was ready to deal with the foreigner. He was still unclear as to how this group managed to escape from the three-headed dragon, the strongest creature in the dungeon. He decided to leave this issue for later and now deal with the small bugs that were unable to resist his power. The guy was surprised that Kevin turned out to be stronger than he expected, and the fight promised to be difficult. Contrary to Kevin's expectations, the guy turned out to be a serious opponent, and one blow from him took away 20% of his health. The guy had a giant pet at his disposal, whose level was linked to the owner's level, so Kevin fought not only with the savage, but also with his pet. The question remained, why would such a powerful being hide his identity, and what was his true level? Considering that the guy has lived on this earth for over 1,000 years, his true strength cannot be estimated. Kevin's little pet came to his aid, unable to calmly watch the giant try to destroy his owner. One attack from the little dragon reduced the giant's health by the same 20% that the guy had recently taken from Kevin. Suddenly, looking at his pet, Kevin asked if he wanted to ride on his owner's back. But then he thought that it would look ridiculous, and it would be better to wait until the dragon grew up. Kevin was a worthy opponent, because his dragon took away a lot of the enemy's health with the first blow. Something had to be done since normal attacks were useless against such a monster. Kevin asked his friend to distract the monster, and if something goes wrong, to drink the magic elixir. Even though it seemed crazy, Billy decided to help Kevin in this difficult fight. Billy ran up to the stranger and shouted that he wanted to fight him and his dragon. Seeing the force with which the dragon pushed off the ground, the fat man doubted whether he would survive the attack. After the first hit of the fiery lava, Billy's health was reduced by a fifth, and it became clear that 4 more such hits would kill him. Having reflected another fiery spit, the fat man realized that the monster's level was not that high. It turned out that the creature's level adjusted to the enemy's level, and it seemed that the enemy himself did not know the full power of his dragon. Frank also wanted to join the battle, and asked Kevin how he could help, to which Kevin threw him a one-handed sword. Kevin told Frank to help the fat man and distract the giant so that he could gain experience. But Billy shouted from afar that the monster was at least level 60, and only he could resist it. And Frank had nothing to do here. Kevin, as always, made the right decision, and Frank was ready to carry out his orders without hesitation. Such unity made the enemy laugh, and it seemed to him that another low-level weakling had decided to die at his hand. The enemy was ready to fulfill his wish, and after the first second of the fight, Frank realized that the enemy was not as strong as it seemed at first. Frank boldly charged forward with a one-handed sword, wanting to show off his full strength. The enemy couldn't understand how this level 36 trash could deal so much damage and even cut off the tail of his dragon. The girl saw the guy so confused for the first time, because usually he behaved like the strongest warrior. The cat quickly explained to his owner that their previous conflict with these people was an accident, and that they were actually good guys who agreed to help. The girl remembered the recent skirmish, but the cat again assured her that their leader was smart enough. At that moment, Kevin appeared and jokingly remarked that he was not as good as the kitten said. In any case, the girl had to thank Kevin, because without him she would have fallen into the clutches of her ex, who was now fighting with Frank and Billy. Kevin asked the girl about the great tree and the 3-headed dragon he had met recently, not knowing what happened to them afterwards. Meanwhile, Frank was enjoying the sword given to him by his mentor, feeling his body fill with energy. With these words, he rushed into the attack to deliver the final blow and prove to everyone what he was worth. He did it brilliantly, and with one blow of his one-handed sword, he cut off the head of the giant mutant. The enemy couldn't believe that this low-level player had killed his pet, and so brutally. He was ready to tear Frank to pieces, and he was not against another fight. The girl continued to ask the cat how the boys managed to escape from the 3-headed dragon, because no one had ever managed to do this before. The cat said that Kevin's pet crushed the red dragon's head, and now there were only 2 dragons left in the dungeon, instead of 3. The girl recoiled from this news, not understanding why they did this, and who gave them the right to control the lives of forest creatures. But at that moment their lives were in danger, so killing the dragon was necessary. However, this dragon was a very rare creature in those parts, and killing it without a good reason was strictly forbidden. 1,000 years ago, this creature settled on a great tree, and its blood and the roots of the tree eventually merged into one. Although the red dragon's head was cut off, it could still be used if the blood had not dried. Kevin was forced to admit that there was nothing left of the dragon, even the blood was burned away, so this talk was pointless. Hearing this, the girl pounced on Kevin with screams, because this fool did not understand what he had done and how precious the fruits of the dragon's power were. Looking at the cat, Kevin realized that he was not telling the whole story, and deserved to be punished. Billy advised his friend not to focus on it, because now it didn't matter what happened to the dragon. Meanwhile, the fight between Frank and Felix continued, and Felix's pet had little health left. Felix seemed to no longer feel invincible, and his former courage had faded. Felix claimed that the fight was unfair because the whole time Julia was standing behind Frank and healing him with her magic. Unable to cope with his opponents, Felix called for help from a family of small dinosaurs who were quickly approaching. Felix acknowledged the strength of the land dwellers, but this was his world, and now they could win by numbers with his loyal brothers. However, Kevin's pet easily dealt with all the dinosaurs, incinerating them with one volley of fire. Felix turned around and commanded his pet to take him to the fruits of the great tree to restore his strength. Kevin tried to stop him by holding his hand out and saying that they didn't want him dead. But Felix was already too far away. The funniest thing is that the fruit that was supposed to give Felix strength no longer existed, because that tree had long ago been burned by Kevin's friend. But the monsters kept growing and Kevin needed to leave quickly, not letting them get close. In order to survive, Kevin would probably have to burn everything around him, thus getting rid of the aggressive creatures. Kevin quickly activated a fire trap that trapped all the nearby dinosaurs, leaving them no chance of escape. All that was left was to watch these creatures burn, because they themselves attacked Kevin and his friends. The system rewarded Kevin with experience, almost 1,000,000 gold coins, and a book detailing how to tame a dragon. This book would be very useful in the future, because Kevin had to make his pet a vehicle when it grew up. The dragon himself wanted Kevin to ride him, and now this wish could come true. Kevin didn't hesitate and used the book to activate the ability to tame and arm his pet as quickly as possible. And just a second later, looking at the grown-up dragon, Kevin realized that everything worked out. The dragon became truly scary and so big that he no longer looked like a baby. Now it was necessary to quickly climb onto the dragon, because Kevin did not want to waste a minute. Their target was the main mutant of the dungeon, and the friends, having climbed onto the dragon, rushed towards her. Soon they reached a huge tree, which was the main goal of Kevin and his friends. In the distance were 2 surviving dragons who did not understand where these people came from in their lands. Kevin was very dangerous and strong, and none of the remaining dragons could compare to him. At that moment they heard the voice of Felix, who knew that they must be somewhere here and had come for a serious talk. He came with his mutants, who obeyed him, and Felix was unhappy with the behavior of the dragons. For 1,000 years he protected the 3-headed dragon, and now it was time to pay for his protection, so he wanted to see the red dragon. But Felix was a little late, because just recently there were those very foreigners with whom he fought and lost a lot of strength. He then saw the body of the red dragon with its severed head, which Kevin burned along with all the blood. This was terrible news for Felix, who had raised this monster for 1,000 years and now learned of its death. The enemy was so strong that the dragons had to accept defeat and the loss of their brother. Kevin felt like they were making fun of him, and he became furious and was ready to tear them to pieces. 1,000 years ago, they might not have been able to resist Felix, but now the dragons advised him not to engage in battle. Suddenly both fell silent, seeing at the entrance to the gorge a creature that inspired much greater fear than themselves. Felix found it funny to watch them run away and didn't understand what all this chatter was about. Looking back, he realized what had frightened these creatures so much and why they had left the gorge so quickly. He saw Kevin's pet, who, having become a real giant, was destroying everything in his path. Now they looked down at Felix, and Kevin smiled and thanked him for the gift he had left earlier. Realizing that this young, impudent fellow was mocking him, Felix reminded him that for 1,000 years he had had a faithful pet, with whom Kevin had treated meanly, and he would never forgive it. Kevin never thought that a creature like Felix was capable of feelings, but he definitely won't be able to escape revenge today. Felix did not understand why Kevin wanted to take revenge on him, and once again became convinced that only brute force rules in this world. Kevin agreed with him, but it was definitely not worth blaming Felix for the imperfection of the world. Felix couldn't really compete with his opponents, but he could do something more interesting. He wanted to make them pay for what they did at any cost and avenge his pet. Seeing Felix use another ability, Kevin ordered his friend to follow him and Julia to stay put. Most likely, Felix wanted to seize the remaining power of the 3-headed dragon, and it was impossible to allow him to carry out his plan. Frank immediately tried to destroy the barrier that Felix had left, but despite using all his energy, he was unable to do so. At this time, Felix realized that they wanted to take the 2 fruits for themselves, but even dead, he would not allow them to do this. Things were bad, because the guy had already absorbed the power of the great tree and was preparing to grow to enormous sizes. And then cracks appeared in the rock, and it became clear that he had achieved his goal. The mountain began to collapse, and Kevin ordered his pet to take them away immediately before it was too late. Having carried out the master's order and waited until everyone jumped on his back, the dragon ran to the exit of the gorge. Julia suddenly realized that the dragon had abandoned Kevin and Frank, and did not understand how he could leave his master. The exit was immediately blocked by rocks, and it was unclear how her partner would get out, and whether he had survived at all. Suddenly, the blocked gorge began to shake, as if an earthquake had started, and it became clear that someone was trying to get out. Having broken through the rubble, the friends saw one of the dragons, which, as it seemed to them at first, was carrying people in its mouth. Kevin was indeed standing in the dragon's mouth, and next to him was the second dragon who saved Frank. Kevin made the right choice by taking the risk and taming these two dragons, trying to save not only his own life, but theirs as well. Now the dragons called Kevin their master and promised to serve him forever, not forgetting his feat. The girl was amazed to see how the dragon recognized the young man as his master, and realized that he was much more powerful than he tried to appear. Suddenly, a giant Felix appeared in the sky, ready for another battle with Kevin and his team. Growing to the skies, Felix, with almost infinite health, was confident of his victory over Kevin in his new guise. Felix, demonstrating his strength, offered Kevin to attack first, promising not to resist. However, the dragons, knowing the law of the strong, did not dare to attack first and waited for the right moment. Kevin was ready for a fight to the death, anticipating the defeat of Felix and his new pets. While attacking, Kevin ordered them to defend themselves if they did not want to die along with the forest, which he was going to burn to the ground. Suddenly, Kevin felt a sharp pain, as if someone had grabbed him by the hair. A huge red hand appeared from the spatial rift above him, grabbing him by his long hair. The hand clenched into a fist and hit Felix in the face with incredible force, leaving him unable to dodge. Giant Felix was horrified as he lost several % of his health from the blow, which he thought was infinite after his transformation. Kevin was glad that he managed to take away 5% of his health with the first blow and decided to continue the attack. Kevin had a trump card hidden away, which he decided to reveal only now that the fight had already begun. A giant foot emerged from another spatial rift and stepped with great force on the unsuspecting Felix. The giant legs that appeared one after another beat Felix mercilessly, and he realized that he was doomed. Felix got what he deserved because, pursuing his goals, he gave no mercy to anyone and was ready for any sacrifice. After the battle was over, clouds of smoke hung over the forest and the smell of burning was everywhere. Felix lay on the ground, unable to move, having lost almost all of his health after the powerful attack. The reality turned out to be completely different from what Felix had imagined. Having lived for 1,000 years in his illusory little world, where there had never been real fighters, friends were delighted with Kevin's quick victory and had no doubt that no one could stop him. The cat proudly declared that his new owner could not be compared to ordinary people, and his victory was not surprising. Felix, who still had 15% of his health, couldn't understand how the locals had allowed strangers to invade their world. He mistakenly believed that fate would always be on his side, but today showed how fickle it was. The next moment, Felix saw a giant fist the size of his own body above him, and knew that this was the end. The giant fist's blow was so powerful that from afar, it looked like a nuclear bomb had exploded in the forest, destroying Felix. Felix's fate was sealed, and Kevin wondered if there was some force controlling their destinies in this game. Suddenly, blindingly bright, multicolored rays appeared in the sky, causing Kevin to turn away for a moment. Jumping to the ground, Kevin announced that they now needed to quickly get the 2 remaining fruits. Kevin turned to his new giant pets, asking if they knew what to do next. One of the dragons asked them to take their time and wait, without even explaining the reason. And soon the dragons brought Kevin to the place where the Altar of Fate was located, and which he was supposed to visit first. The size of this place was simply enormous, and they were located in one of the most beautiful places in the dungeon. This place existed long before living creatures appeared in the dungeon, and has not changed for 1,000 years. Perhaps Felix knew about the existence of the Altar of Fate, but it was no longer possible to ask him about it, although it did not matter at all. Kevin, without wasting any time, asked the dragon to do what they had come to this amazing place for, and then each of the dragons began to bite themselves until they bled, because the blood of dragons had magical properties that were needed for the ritual. Immediately after this, the dragons ran their blood over the stone elevations and began to wait for the magic to take effect. Kevin's team was lucky with their leader, because only thanks to him they were able to obtain dragon blood and get here. Suddenly, fruits appeared on the branches of the tree, exactly the same as those described in school textbooks. But looking at the beauty of the magical fruits, the guy was already anticipating their enormous value on the black market, and this thought made Kevin the happiest man on earth.